are bad. Tesla's back under 150, doesn't look good. ARM got a downgrade, is testing 100. The chips all have, most of them, I should say, at least everyone I looked at has resistance levels that I'm looking like for some short trades. That said, DJT's up 8% if you're into it, and really? Reddit has a chance to break out. So there's going to be a heck of a lot to lean into, and then the halving is less than a day away.
Yeah, tomorrow at some
point.
point.
Tomorrow it's. You know what? I don't know the exact timing of it. I think is it like right away? I don't know. It doesn't.
Who knows? I don't know nothing.
It doesn't. Either way, the halving's coming in, so Bitcoin's back above 65,000.
Yeah.
That's the more important point for us today. Back above 65K.
Last night when I was getting ready for bed here, we retweeted this, and thank you for 8,000 views. Really nice. 15 comments. I mean, the NASDAQ was down 2% right here. Those are the futures last night. The Russell down 2.1%. We already talked a little bit there about what oil's move was. The Dow 1.3. Like, we were starting to get, some movement. So I feel like if you're some kind of a bull today coming in here, opening your eyes and seeing up after that response from Israel, that's strange. You can never really understand what the market is going to do on any given day based on any sort of an event. I was listening to a podcast, which ours is out, by the way. Where is that? Oh, no, my stream deck's not open. Oh, no. Ours is tomorrow. There she goes. Man, she's the best over there.
Is it twice?
The day after JFK's assassination, the market was up 4.5%. Yeah, it's just there's weird things about
the Ukraine invasion was a similar thing too. Like it was.
Yeah, and they were talking about Syria a while back, and that should have. People were so negative about that, Gulf War and everything, and it's just like what? So I don't know. For me, I don't feel super comfortable about everything, but. The market's giving a little bit of a reprieve today. We'll see. The thing is, the market has opened up, I believe, at least on the ES, close to up pretty much every day, and then it finds its way down. We're now in the spiders or the S&P, because yesterday we were red. Let me just see what the tick was yesterday. It's 5 straight. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 straight red days. So again, extending the largest streak. And I don't know if we're getting ready to bounce or not. You talked about Tesla, or we all talked about Tesla there off the open. They haven't even reported yet. At least there's a nice little bounce back up here, though. That's nice to see. Okay, good. All right, so we are getting, guys, over there on the desk, we are getting a lot of recovery here in some names. So maybe this isn't the, the big red day that maybe some of us expected.
Yeah, highest day for the VIX yesterday. Thank you, Ramin. Ramin is solo today, so we have to give her credit. Fabian with the day off today. So it was the highest day for the VIX in 3 months. So volatility back in play a little bit here across the board. We'll touch on a few things here. I was just double checking AXP, the earnings call, 8:30. So there is some comments coming through right now. But could be just getting going here for American Express. One of few, I guess, that have reported so far and are up a little bit anyways in the pre-market here. But that's a daily chart for American Express. I mean, this thing looks great.
It does. I mean, like, look, it's a bit, not Discovery, obviously. It's a bit of a higher end credit card. Look, their wealthy customers are helping propel the stock higher, and that's the focus of this article here. Premium customers help it surpass profit expectations. Amount of spending increased 7% year over year, despite the fact that they increased their loan loss provisions from 1.1 billion to 1.3. So a bit of a disparity here. People continuing to spend more, yet more losses expected. Q1 revenue over 15.8 billion. Brendo, they did really well here.
Yeah, I had a graph of credit card debt in the U.S. that I'm going to try and find again, but it was floating around still, basically at the highs for ongoing debt, anyways, for credit cards. Do you have an American Express?
I do. Remember the whole story about Hawaii?
Right. Yeah, I remember that. I do as well, but it's my secondary credit card. It's not the primary one I use, but yeah, Clearly not the case around the board here, guys. American Express looking really good.
Why the subtle diss at Discovery at the beginning is what I'm trying to figure out. I mean, not everybody can have a black card, Sharif. There's regular people out here too. I'm just saying, it's like it's a high-end card. It's not,
Why you go to me when you say
Discovery.
black card there, Ramin? We try to blow up my spot?
Oh, Ramin. It's going to be a fun one today. No, all jokes aside, you guys were talking about credit card debt on the podcast, and I think there are some concerns there. The weird thing about it is because of those concerns, you've seen some signs that maybe there's a little bit of weakness. It's weirded me out that how strong a firm has been in light of some of the things that we've seen, but that's another story. The issue with trying to trade AXP today on earnings is A, not always the best trade on earnings, and B, if you just look at this on the daily chart, I can't remember the last time I actually saw something like this, where you had this kind of a consolidation, and then you report earnings, and you're still right here.
Right.
Like it's just weird. I mean, come on, like the markets, you see something new every single day, but that's just a little bit bizarre. And it actually did move. Like there was a big up and down, and it's just settling right back in at the same level, which would be that would be fine if the stock was so liquid that it's something you would scalp inside of a range. It's not, so that makes it pretty untradeable there. You know, obviously you did have a couple of signs that the economy could be slowing down starting earnings season. The first one was with JB Hunt, and I don't know that we got anything overwhelming here that could tell you it's doom and gloom, but you're starting to see a few cracks. That said, it doesn't seem to matter because everyone thinks you're not going to be cutting rates until next year anyways. So this is going to be a stay away for me. It's bizarre to me how it could report and then stay in exactly the same price range as it's been for an entire week. And it even went up and down like $10, but yeah, I'll stay away from that.
Yeah, the credit cards have been working for a minute here, and I think that this report, although it did get down into that 212 area, now back to flat on the day for AXP. I want to buy banks, I think. If anything, JP Morgan, a great move back into 180. I mean, I think that's take advantage of that. Losing 20 points on that report seemed to be not right on that one. I do like Charles Schwab as well as an asset manager here. I mean, their report was really great. For some reason, on their earnings day, you wicked into the 50 period. This bank does not look like the others, man. Well, I mean, not a bank, but, well, we don't have Schwab here. Up into $80, $82. I think that is a good area, to get where Charles Schwab could possibly go before you get out of that. Looking like it wants to break out now. Their earnings report wicked down, bought right back up, right into an area here, 74 breakout. There's a lot of good opportunities in the space right now if you're looking for financials. So Visa, again, I'm not sure when these guys report, but they're already getting hit to the downside. So if you think that there's some strength here today on American Express, this could be another name that you want to look at right here with Visa. So Visa, MasterCard, maybe catching some tailwinds. They're already beat down below the 50-period moving average. This is an opportunity here for Visa. We like the space, but I won't be trading any of these names. The banks, yes, but probably not AXP or Visa. But American Express is at least a little bit of a catalyst there today, but not much volume. I mean, when the chart looks like this with 96,000 shares, it's like,
wow.
Right, like down here, like I said, it went to 212. It was probably like 200 shares or something. So,
be that guy.
Anyways, all right, yeah. All the focus today, I think, is going to be on big tech names and oil names. So let's continue with the story here. Just saw Google got an upgrade here, maintained from Jefferies. And then you're all about DJT.
No, I'm not all about DJT.
No, but I think you traded it a couple days ago. Did you?
Well, I had one trade yesterday in DJT, and it looked. See, it always looks really good at the time when you break out. Like I had this breakout in DJT to here, and it looked pretty good then. And then the stock just went Captain Insano on everybody, and up another 9%. I already said I don't like chasing this thing. I just feel like there's going to be another one of these types of trend down moments, I do feel like, but good luck predicting when it would be. The last time it had a sideways day. The good thing about not a lot of trade data is you can see on a daily chart or in a 15 pretty easily the levels to be concerned with. So it gets to like $38. You got like one green day kind of sandwiched in there.
Yeah.
And then if you break out from there, like, you got to wait till like 50. So I don't really have a breakout trade there, but I do think Reddit does have an opportunity at that 42 and a quarter area. But yeah, I think you can't be focused on AXP as a short-term trader when there's other things to trade. Like, do I like Affirm better as a company than American Express? No. But which one am I going to day trade? That's like the easiest answer possible. You're going to day trade Affirm, 100 times before I trade AXP once.
All right, a few things to know. Here's this, first off, here's this graphic I was talking about with the credit card debt still. This is 30 days past due, so basically at highs still. But if you go out a little bit further, we are starting to see some positive movement here. 30 to 60 days starting to roll over a little bit. 60 to 90 days starting to roll over a little bit. 90 days plus, unfortunately, still at the highs as well. So that was the graphic that I was thinking about. We're going to have Chris Farley from Trade Ideas come through. Ramin, let me know when he's good to go. And we'll wrap up the week, which, I mean, going into, next week is going to be another week where there's not a heck of a lot to look forward to in the way of economic data. We do get PCE. It's all the way out on Friday. The week after that, obviously, the Fed going to be the big one.
Yeah, and kind of been telegraphed already what to expect from that, Brendo, as we had Jerome Powell meet with Tiff Macklem, the Bank of Canada governor, earlier this week, and he made no bones about the fact that they don't like the recent data, especially the elevated levels of inflation, the stickiness of the inflation, so widely expected to remain the same. And you and I were talking earlier this week. You were telling me about a possible rate hike coming up, so a bit of a tougher look there. We'll have to wait and see exactly what we get. But with respect to the credit card debt, you and I were also talking off camera about Affirm, and Neil brought up Affirm, and I was telling you that we were looking at a checkout online, and now Affirm's charging interest. Yeah. So whereas before they were interest-free, now it's ranging 5 to 15%. So some of these other companies as well looking to get some revenue the other way. It's
interesting, the insight into that side of the business for a Square or Block or an Affirm like that. If we are set, Ms. Ramin, we are not. So when we are, we will bring in, again, Chris Farley going to join us from Trade Ideas to wrap up. I mean, the pullback continues here, guys. What else can we say for the overall market?
Pullback. So
Well,
no, I was just gonna. So I'm writing this right now, and I just don't know. And it was kind of like when you said like pullback like that. Like it's kind of I'm thinking the same thing. I want to wait until we get some confirmation of what this move is going to be, because I mean I have the chart. I mean I know Ramin's a little bit busy here, but yeah, just keep it on here for a minute. Me and Neil can even just talk to this.
Yeah, it's fine.
It's just kind of like you've come into some levels here that we've talked about this. I mentioned this 17.4 again when we were up here, breaking this level, that this could be a possible bounce spot. So, we bounced off there. And now I think the news is not great. We've talked about that. I think Netflix is down on earnings here. AXP is down. Most of the banks are down. I'm not super excited about big tech earnings coming next week. Plus, we get now into the weekend where we're going to have more potential issues, unfortunately, in the Middle East and with Israel, Iran. I mean, Russia, Ukraine is still hanging around. There's still some China worries, I feel like, with their economy. Could be bad news out of there as well.
Blinken lands like next week in China.
Yeah, so, I mean, Jerome Powell and Tiff are having some beers somewhere, watching some hockey. I just think that, this move coming in, it could not be, it's possibly not over. So I just think we could break this 17.4, and then if we do, then, 17 makes sense to me at that point. That's only 400, 500 handles now, but we're getting a move back up. So I don't want to be super short into what could be a rally as well. So my thought initially here is let the market settle down, show us some kind of a top. Like if it was 9:30 and this happened, I would hopefully not get involved here. Wait till we see some kind of a top, and then prefer the short. So I've got the sticky note going. It's all going to be bearish ideas on there, and that's the way I want to play today. So I don't know what your opinion was there.
I had one long on my note. Actually, 1.5. One of them was if Reddit can break out, but then again, a breakout trade, if it breaks, it breaks. If it doesn't, what are you going to do? Like, you sit around, do nothing. And then the other one was, like, I still like, Rivian's failed $9 a couple times, so it's a stock. I like the level. It basically broke this 2 days in a row.
9?
It went 9
Oh,
to
it's up there again.
Went 9 to like 901 or something, and then flushed. Then it went 9 yesterday to 908 or 909, and then flushed. So to me, it's like it's a short underneath. It's a short at 9. Maybe you give it to 910. That said, it's got a decent short float. So if it were to break out above 910, I would probably look for a long there. But those are squeeze-ish type names that have nothing to do with the market. Like, the market could go down and Reddit could still squeeze up, right? Like, you look at DJT yesterday.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter. So I'm still thinking short. I don't disagree with anything there. That said,
I do have one long.
You got to pick the spot. You got to pick spots.
Right.
Because like I still like, okay, like Tesla's been trading down and trending down. ARM broke a monster flat bottom yesterday. 2 days ago. 2 days ago was the flat bottom break at 120, and then yesterday was kind of like tried to collect itself at the open and then flushed under the previous close. So it tried to rebound to go green and then flushed down. Now you get a downgrade and you're down again. You're testing 100. It's actually at 100 right now. So you're actually at 100 right now on ARM. And this is the thing.
Yeah,
like
I want to short
you got to pick your spots. So it's not just that I would short anything. Like, I don't have like Meta on the list to go short. I don't have Microsoft or Amazon. But you got to pick your spots, and some of the chip names have shown you some weakness in light of back-to-back disappointing reactions with both ASML and TSM. It's hard to ignore that when you're looking at the chips. And then next week, I mean, Intel reports, and if you think they're going to have a good report, then you also probably think the Blue Jays offense has no issues, or that the Raptors are in the playoffs.
Did they lose again, the Blue Jays?
Oh, no, it's not that.
Oh, okay.
I was going to make.
They're so disappointing because they have those bats. That's
because the
thing.
team it's high quality and the talent is there, and they're not.
I know
but that's Intel. Like, everything is laid out for them. The government money is there. The opportunity for domestic chip fab to take away from it's a Samsung and TSM is there, and it's desired by everybody. They have the capability. They have the money to do it. They actually just have to execute, which they've been failing to do for a bit. So it's not dissimilar from like a disappointing sports team that has all the pieces.
Yes.
I like sports analogies if you can't tell.
Oh man, this guy. What's up, Sean? I've never seen a name spelled like this before.
Yeah, that's a new one.
Sean, S-H-O-N. What's up, Sean Blotzer?
I've seen it with 2 N's.
He says, "Post the sticky note. Post the note." All right, we will. Will I still short Tesla? Never heard of that. I was just looking at the sticky notes. I think I have Tesla short on there for like the last month or something like that. So if you're guessing is Tesla short on the sticky note, then you, my friend, are an early chicken dinner winner. All right. Are we ready with Mr. Varley yet? All right. Yeah, I mean, we can just continue on, or I just don't want to get into some of these names that I know are going to be on the list, but it should be okay today. We do have, you know what's really settled down? IPOs. We had that CTRI the other day.
It's not a lot.
You know what was planning on IPOing, and this is a spoiler alert for, once again, the podcast, when I asked Brendan about this, possibly bringing StubHub to market soon. So, I mean, with all these experiences, we've seen some controversy with Live Nation lately. All these tickets going absolutely insane with Taylor Swift, like bringing in more money than the GDP of like 90% of countries out there on her latest tour. I think StubHub could be interesting. First, an eBay name, spun off, bought for $300 million, I think it was in 2011. Then most recently bought again in 2020 for $2 billion, I believe it was, and then now looking to get $16 billion valuation.
Not a buy for
on
I think the
IPOs
timing
have been bad though.
I just do. I feel like it's like, how are they not getting them in right now? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like get them in. Like I would have, Reddit came, I think they managed to get that one out there before the market started tapering off a little bit. That's generally what you'll see. But there wasn't, like, as we were at the height of this bull run, there wasn't the pickup that you would usually see. That's exactly when people try to get the valuations. And I think that's the explanation for this DXYZ is that the IPOs is the exit strategy. It's not necessarily the first thing people are looking for anymore. Now companies are more mature and they're hanging out private for a heck of a lot longer. And I'd like, look, kudos for Destiny to be smart enough to pull this, to do what they did with this DXYZ. It is Destiny, right? I want to make sure I got it right. Yeah, it's Destiny.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that ETF.
Yeah, so kudos to them for pulling it off. That said, like, this sucker is trading at 8 or, depending on how you want to value it, 5 to 8 times or something like that, the actual value of the holdings in the private market. So there's clearly some inflation. I guarantee you when StubHub comes to market, we're all going to scoff at the price it opens at.
Yep.
And then maybe we'll take the opening print anyways, but that's just part of it. Actually, looking at this, oh man, if this breaks $28 down.
When?
Well, I mean, I was talking about today. There's no
yeah.
guarantee that it would, but like if this breaks 28, like this will bottom.
What is the price right now?
Right now it's at $31.
It's breaking 28 today.
So 20, that's 29, but the 28 level looks like the big one. I think if this were to lose a major support level, you got to have that short. So I'm going to pay for some locates on this. I didn't even realize it was. Look at it consolidate that bottom. See? We weren't planning on talking about it. All of a sudden, you bring up StubHub, and we're going to go pay for some shorts in DXYZ.
Yeah, we have a lot of capabilities. Look, I think we are going to be ready, but just come to my screen quickly before we go over there. I just want to show one thing here. Look at the resiliency of Bitcoin. Maybe Bitcoin right now in some uncertainty times here, economically, worldwide, everything like that. I know we have the halving coming up, but I just want to bring it up that Bitcoin right now up nicely, 4 or 5%. We are now ready, so let's go over to the desk.
His patience. We had a little audio issue there. Chris Farley from Trade Ideas back with us to wrap up the week here. Chris, it's been an eventful one, to say the least, not only for equities, but as we were saying, wild future session overnight with these geopolitical headlines coming out. What are you looking at today?
So it's funny when I went to sit down and do something, I said, how am I going to follow up last week? I felt really good about everything we did. And then I hadn't looked at the futures for a while. And I was at a softball practice with the kids and I came home and I'm like, wow. All right. Well, that kind of trips up what I was thinking about doing, talking about stocks that may be still relatively strong as we move into a Friday session where we didn't really sell off on the week where like we could have. And then, of course, I wake up this morning and we're near flat. And now the SPY, I believe, has looked positive back and forth here the last few moments. So all the same, I thought, let's look at some anchored VWAP areas. We'll look at the overall market first, a few different indices, and then a couple of stocks that are interesting to look at. And one of them, we'll jump to the chart in a moment. But, Sean was just talking about Bitcoin and coin being one of those charts. And I thought we look at a few different stocks that represent a few different areas of the market as well as the economy also. So like you said, just a wild session there.
Yeah. When it comes to individual names here, I mean, we're going to get into some of the biggest names coming up next week. Talk a little bit about a few that you have here. I mean, I see you have lows coming into some interesting levels, along with the overall market, as we said. If you go back to the beginning of the year, we've done nothing but go straight up, even since the end of last year. So a much needed pullback continuing here.
Without a question, and this is where I think for someone like myself anyways, it's really important to just stay with the technicals. We have no control over the news, the headlines, or anything else like that. And so we can really look at nice if-then scenarios. So, the first chart up there is the diamonds representing the Dow. And what I've done is drawn AVWAPs from the October lows and year-to-date start. And we can see, we're pinned right in between there. And it really becomes that kind of no man's land where it's tough to find that edge and where patience is just so important. We pull onto the Qs next. It's same thing there. We've just broken down on the year-to-date AVWAP on the on the Qs, but we haven't quite touched down to that low from October's. So, it doesn't seem unreasonable that we continue to pull back a little bit. And, I hate to say we're due for a pullback. We're never due for anything. The market could stay irrational longer than any one of us can stay solvent, of course, as the saying goes. We could move on through into some of those individual stocks if you wanted to look at. So, there's lows. So, just really trying to find through the AVWAP scans that Michael had created here, some stocks that if we turn lower, they're going to break down and maybe provide that short opportunity. And you could stay the same course with that. If we don't end up breaking down, if the SPY decides to hold that 500 level, if the Qs can bounce back above the year-to-date AVWAP, then maybe there's some areas that we want to look strong. Toll Brothers, another one. I feel like it's a good look at the economy in the sense of the housing market, right? These are going to be your housing startups, new builds. The same kind of thing here. If everybody's spooked, people start, hunkering down. They're not going to sell houses. They're not going to move houses. They're not going to build houses. These are the areas that I'd be looking at. And then, jump to coin here. I was also shocked this morning when I got up around 5 a.m. Eastern and I looked at Bitcoin, and I thought, if we were going to break down below any key levels here, that this might have been the one, and it didn't. It really held resilient. So coin might be one of those ones that we look at as some possible relative strength here. Again, it's fighting with that year-to-date AVWAP there, coming from that scan that Michael had created. And then last but not least, Valero. Energy. I mean, was there a bigger darling than energy over the last couple of months here? And like everything else, there's nobody safe from the sell-off that's really gone on recently. Valero more of a refiner than anything else, but all the same, look at that deep pullback right into there. So those are the things that I'm looking at right now going forward. And I just feel like those couple of stocks give you an overall good look between tech and goods.
Interesting looking charts across the board, all very strong, all deep within this pullback at this point. One thing I kind of picked out on all of those as we went through them was, yes, the market's moving lower, yes, these individual names are moving lower, but they all seem to be kind of doing this on relatively light volume. So if you go back to the beginning of the year, the up volume was much more than the down.
And it's it's one of those sell-offs. I feel like it's almost, for lack of a better term, orderly. I don't feel like there's any panic or chaos or anybody, sometimes you're like, it feels like everybody's got their finger on a button ready to like just sell. And I don't feel that in the market. That doesn't mean it's not necessarily there, but it just doesn't have that capitulation feeling to it where here we go, this is going to be the big one. We're going to see that, 1,000-point swing on the Dow or something like that.
Mr. Varley, have a wonderful weekend. We appreciate you once again jumping on, filling in for Michael Noss. We'll touch base again next week.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you, folks. Have a wonderful weekend.
Take care.
Yeah, big thanks to you there, Chris. And you look at something like, specifically that Coinbase, right? Like we're just above 65,000. We're kind of back and forth between that number on Bitcoin. But you look at that Coinbase, and for 3 days in a row, as it's making this consolidation, I was of the mind, and usually that's kind of how I am, that resistance was the good place to short. And you really have had to wait for it to get into 225, the top end of that range. Every time it tests the high, you kind of let it break it and go. And it did the similar thing before pulling back yesterday. But suddenly, it's like you had a double bottom, you close higher low, the higher low holds its support, you gap up again, suddenly you do have this wedge into a breakout above this 65. And as I look over, I'm looking over at BTC spot prices, it's literally like 65.06, and then you go like 64.95, so you're back and forth at 65. If it holds it for good, I wouldn't see why that's not a breakout trade today, with a pretty sizable gap to be filled in. The caveat I would put is, I'm not canceling these lines, because if we get above 250, I know what I'm looking to do. I just don't think that's going to be something today. I mean, let's be real. If I am shorting Coinbase above 250 today, then I don't know. Like, I'll drop and give you 20. It's not Coinbase is not going another 10%, but maybe next week that's the kind of level we can get into, especially if that 65,000 holds, you get back into 70,000, those things can definitely happen. Easy Trader, appreciate you. My barber was on point, and you know what? He didn't even ask me about Tesla, so.
That's a win.
Well, you know what's interesting is my barber always asks me with two things. It's like we always talk about crypto or Tesla, or I try to shift the conversation to like the Qs, or like any chip names, or it's just other things that he could be looking at. But yesterday there's like a local court case that's happening here in Toronto that has captured the news. That was all the barbershop talk, and no one was talking about anything else. But usually there's a lot of crypto and
What was the story?
No, you know it's the
The gold?
no, the guy that ran over the cop in that court case.
The
Yeah,
older
so-
story. It's an older story.
Yeah, but the
being
trial,
tried
the
now.
trial's
Yeah,
right
yeah, yeah.
now. It's an older story here.
They caught.
It's local to Toronto. That's the thing. It's not really national.
They caught like those 7 or 8 guys that robbed the gold.
The gold heist.
That's what I thought you
one
were
of
meaning. It
them,
was a
one
couple
of them's from my hometown.
$20 million or something.
Yeah, but they had these guys. They robbed a gold truck from Pearson
your
Airport.
hometown?
And,
What do you
yeah,
mean?
and they had these
Brampton?
guys. One of the guys from
I
Brampton.
thought they're all from Brampton. They're
I don't
all.
know. I saw.
yeah.
I caught the report that the one guy was driving. Okay, fine, they're all. But they
Yeah,
had the guy on.
exactly.
They had the guy in the truck. They had him like they were tracking him. Like it was like an episode of 24 because they had all the different camera angles. So just a matter of time when you get caught for something like that. But I guess this was a long time they managed to get away with it. So
Yeah. I mean,
Sort
the guy,
of.
the main guy was like posting stuff on his Instagram. Like the guy's balling out of control. He's like sitting first class.
they had a moment.
Yeah, he had a moment. Yeah, and you know what? I mean, we're not supposed to get too political, but, you know, who knows how much time these guys might eventually serve, you know? So, oh, man.
Yeah.
I'm not going to resort to bank robbery or anything like that, but that seems like quite a life for a couple years. We'll see how many they do, if any at all. But fun times. It's always fun when you get like real life bank robbery or like heists like that. Like it only happens in movies.
It's a movie, yeah.
You know, and then like all of a sudden you turn on the news. It's like, oh, $300 million worth of gold bars stolen from the airport. You're like, what?
It was like an Ocean's 11 type heist.
And it might not have been that much. I don't even know.
Well, I don't know how much it was, but that's what was cool about it. It was like, you know, no one gets hurt. It was one of those.
Yeah, it was
Like,
like
I don't want to call
innocent-
it. I'm not calling it a good heist, but let's be real. Like it's a
Good
lot better.
heist.
No, but it's a lot better than the alternative. Like someone goes in like guns blazing. But let's get back to the market here for a second. There's something on.
Yeah, I just hearing something about SMCI.
SMCI.
Is the market doing anything here? Oh, third quarter fiscal earnings on April. No, that's April 30th. All right. Did they just announce when they were? So the only thing that I have on Benzinga here,
That's $50 pretty quick.
yeah, is like it just says they're going to announce their earnings on Tuesday, April 30th. That doesn't. Okay, does that? I don't know. Oh no, they're going to report their earnings. Let's get the hell out immediately. No, I don't know what's going on with that.
Well,
But
our
anyways,
breakup on it on
SMCI right now down, Brendan, 5% immediately right now. Back to
All right, let's get into everything we need to know here heading towards the open. As always, Sharif going to kick us off with a look at the market.
50.49, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday, but we're trading below that right now. Look at that dip overnight, breaking 5,000 aggressively into that 49 and 2/3 category. We've since retraced that. We're trying to break the overnight close right now at 50.50. Let's say if we do reclaim that overnight close, we'll see possibly resistance at 5,100. If we really give up the ghost here, let's look for support at 5,000.
Yeah, that dip low, you were saying almost 7% in the overnight session there for the futures off the highs. So flirting with correction territory. Let's talk about the watch list. If you haven't done so, grab that. It's free. Go to the website, tradertv.live. You'll see a pop-up. Enter your email. That's it. Done. Let's talk Netflix here. The quarter itself, monstrous for Netflix. We end up lower here. We're actually just sitting right now at that post-market low from yesterday. I was reading this morning, as I mentioned early on, the biggest net subscriber add in a quarter since 2020 for Netflix. Pretty impressive.
And the price action has been equally as impressive, Brendo, as this thing has been skyrocketing up 27% year to date before the overnight correction. Let's talk about how they did. They beat easily on the top and bottom lines. Net income, $2.33 billion. That's take-home money. Revenue, $9.33 billion in terms of how much money they generated. Guidance, they're looking at generating about $9.5 billion next quarter, but Here's the kicker. They're no longer going to report the quarterly sub ads. They say, we're past that now. When we weren't profitable, this was kind of a sign of our growth, of how much we were growing. Now we're profitable. Now we're growing our revenue exponentially. We're no longer going to give you these data points.
Yeah, we'll see if we can hold here right now, guys. But yeah, a little bit of volume even coming in at the lows right now.
Yeah, so it ended up being pretty much the expected move. It was like 7.5 or something like that if you looked at the absolute bottom in the aftermarket. But the range was 12.5% up and down because somebody got early on it and hit all the way up to 640, the actual 52-week high. I don't know if this is going to be a trade for me. Every time they report, we never trade Netflix because it's usually a bamboozling type day. The support is there on the daily at 550, and then you've got yesterday, the afternoon or the overnight bottom at 565. It wasn't, like I said, the report was pretty good. The concern would be you're not reporting those numbers. Maybe the advertising is not going as well as you think, and most of what was good is in that password sharing crackdown. So I guess that would be the concern. But you know what? The number is going to bear it out. I mean, their cash position looks pretty good. Like everything else looks pretty good. I think there is going to be a solid bounce. I'm not going to guess that it will be today. Disney, which is only down on sympathy, this was the one that I kind of felt would be like the go zone if Netflix could have just been flat. So unfortunately, my plan of action on Disney was if Disney holds 113 on Netflix earnings, I think it can break it out or at least go long off the 113. So I'm going to sit this one out, but if the market continues this move and Disney can go green and Netflix does recover, I'd much rather play the sympathy play with the established range where you have like above 113, you got a couple of bucks to resistance. But with the market weakness and with Netflix down, I'm going to have to stick a fork in the Disney idea for now.
Yeah. The only level that I could see here for Netflix is right here. I mean, it's 560, and I think we are going to get to that level, and we could even break 550 today. And it has nothing to do with the company, honestly. I mean, obviously the report is not the greatest, but it wasn't bad. Like the results, Sharif just read them all off. Everything was fine, everything was fine. Like NVIDIA is starting to go here. Supermicro's trying to go a little bit lower here. The market, as we've tweeted out, the sticky note is out. When the market was green and going higher, I was like, okay, we just definitely want to fade this. And then so I'm just a little bit, I told you I was nervous about all these levels breaking. We saw the same thing happen with JP Morgan where it hovered around 200, broke down, now down 20 points, down 10%, down a little bit more, 12, 13% for JP Morgan on what I thought was a decent report as well. So if this is the same kind of thing, I think we have a similar move left. I think you want to get these things washed down around 15 to 20% maybe because this is I don't know. I mean, again, they're getting rid of the numbers because they don't want to be that growth aspect. But Netflix, we are still looking for growth. We're still looking for sub growth. You're still looking for margin increasing as they can figure out ways to distribute their content more efficiently. You want to see margins go up. So I feel like this at least gets to 550. That's the flush. And then you react the day or two after that happens because we could gap fill. We dropped Anchor VWAP on this. And again, shout out to Danielle Shea. She traded some butterflies on this. We talked about that yesterday on the show. And again, thank you to everybody for watching with us last night. That was a lot of fun. We always have fun when Danielle comes on. But if you're going to go over to a daily chart here for Netflix, let me just show you where this anchor is. And then if you drop this, shout out to my good friend Brian Shannon as well, you drop this right at the October bottom, which we've done before on many different names. This is the purple line. This is the anchored VWAP lining up exactly with 500 bucks. And then if you also drop it right here at its gap high, you're going to get 579. If I drop it properly or if it even goes. There it goes. So there it is right there, see? So we did this work yesterday for you guys. There's 579. So that could be a level that you might look to fade if we pop back up. 580 or so. Right now you're at 570. Get up to 580. That's the anchored VWAP. If we could stay underneath that from this gap, then I think we're going to be okay. So that's what you look for when you're talking about anchored VWAPs and some possible support areas. That's a little bit of work there on Netflix.
All right, let's touch on Tesla here. Moving back to the upside, currently coming off this headline this morning. It's a carpet problem, it would appear, anyways, for the Cybertruck. I mean, this is not a big deal. 3,800 going to be recalled. There's only been 3,800 deliveries to date. So, yep, that's all of them. Potentially the go pedal can get stuck.
I got to give you a tip of the hat there on the title that you chose there. Cyber carpet. I love it. All right, here's what's happening. So the accelerator pedal pad is getting stuck under the accelerator and is causing the car or the truck to accelerate without the driver intending to. However, if you own one of these, all you got to do is hit the brake and apparently it disconnects the accelerator. Elon took to Twitter saying that he doesn't know any accidents that have happened as a result of this, and that they're just, they're repairing these out of an abundance of caution. A bit of a tougher look for a newer truck, though.
Yeah, 150 was the big level. If you zoom out on a higher time frame, that came and went in the aftermarket. Here we are, potentially testing it from below now, guys.
Yeah, I think that's the plan. I mean, testing it from underneath that 150 level. We closed, I mean, essentially at 150, 149.93. And you had the 152 top in there. Like, I would actually call the 150 breakdown, it was kind of a failed break because the recovery went further than the move went down. So, like, you took the break, it actually gave you $1 change if you just had it, had it and got out right away. But coming back in, it's not good news. The 150 level, I think that's worth the shot at the open. I'm sitting at the higher level at 52. And then already mentioned this oh, you just said NVIDIA, sorry.
NVIDIA's getting killed. Yeah.
And then the other thing was that Rivian $9. So those are the two that I'm going to be watching. But yeah, the story is this SMCI, which it's a bit weird to me because I pulled up Trade Ideas and it said SMCI reports on the 30th, and then the reason for the SMCI drop is they announced their reporting on the 30th. So again, that's a bit bizarre to me. But NVIDIA's down $15 on this. SMCI you already saw get hit. ARM is already testing $100. So that could happen right at the open ARM with the 100 break and probably due to SMCI there. But Tesla, I'll short the pop. If it's above 152 and breaking out, fair enough. Then the 150 level has now held, but not till then.
Yeah, same way. I mean, we have it as trade idea number 1 today. It's going to be, there it is. Be patient, be confident, be calm. Okay, everybody? But here it is right here, Tesla short 152. It's on the sticky note. It's right here. I like it. We've been short this name for what seems to be all month. Now we get some bad Cybertruck negativity and we get under 150. Stay and get short until we take that high. I mean, I think it's a pretty simple thing here. We're going to try to stay short. We got Meta on there as well. We've got a few other names. Go find it at Trader TV, Sean. But at the end of the day, we need to be short Tesla. I can pull back all my trades from yesterday. I think this was... I mean, it was one of the green names that we traded yesterday because look at this 152. I think we had the exact same level written down yesterday. Yesterday we had 155, but then we used 152. I could just keep pulling up all of these sticky notes. But anyways, look, if we get to that high, that's where we want. The best short is there. But I feel like yesterday's close. This name shouldn't get positive today. It's down 1%. The market's trying to figure itself out. Remember, we talked about how this market is bouncing off of a level 17.4 that goes back. So that 17.4 is something to watch out for. So I don't know if I'm going to hit the short. Yesterday when we broke, I think it was it 150? Yeah, it was 150, right? Right there. We hit that short on the break of 150 to the downside. I don't think I'm going to hit this 145.50 or whatever this is. I think it's made a nice move back up. If we were still hovering down here, then I would smash this to the short side. But for now, it's just given us that top up here near and around 150. So I think that's where you get that party started. So I'm going to try to go short here on Tesla. We've seen dramatic moves off the open. Like yesterday, we opened 150, we got to 152, and then we slammed. So, you could easily get up to that $1, $2 move into 150 area and you short it. There's no... in my age and my wisdom, you just have to understand for myself, it makes no sense to trade something if you're not at a level that makes sense to put real risk into it. If you want to trade it for fun and put in a couple shares, and you'll hear me say that, starter position, this or that. So I think Tesla's a negative move. I don't see any positive catalysts. Until we do, I'm going short Tesla. And now we have 152 and 150 to look at. So those are my trades there with only 13 minutes to go.
All right, we mentioned the volatility overnight in the equity futures and commodity futures as well. Here's Bitcoin overnight with a wild ride as well on these geopolitical tensions and escalation or potential escalation over in the Middle East. That was what, 2 a.m. Eastern, so we get back above 64,000, which if you zoom out onto a daily chart was that key level from going back a couple of months anyways, but a lot of the equity is pretty active here as well.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. More like a chaos hedge now, BTC. All right, so the BTC halving event widely expected to be tomorrow. We'll see if that manifests in anticipation of that Goldman and JP Morgan coming out overnight and trying to warn some of their clients not to rely too much on the previous halving cycles where we've seen the price of Bitcoin really increase a lot after that. They're saying given the respective prevailing macroeconomic conditions and the financial environment were more stable at the time, they're citing things like higher interest rates and geopolitical factors as maybe this time's a little different.
Maybe. We'll see. And at the end of the day, look, whether you're trading Bitcoin or Coinbase, Mara, they're all a little bit different. We've talked about the fact that Mara, the halving and all that kind of stuff, and it's not necessarily good for them, but they've already been beaten down, Mara, and they're at the lows. There is a note that Michael Saylor has apparently done now 90% of his intended sale. I don't really trade them anyways, but maybe that's a bit of a catalyst for that to stop its downward run. Coinbase feels like the one. If we hold 65,000, which every time I look over, it's like we were above it by a little bit. Now we're right back underneath 65,000. If we can't hold above, I don't even want to think about the long here. So if we end up flushing off underneath 65,000 on BTC, then coin in this range is supposed to be a short. But all the things I love are those chip names. We're going to get to ARM in a quick little second here. So I'm probably sitting this out unless we get a run above 65,000, and then I might look to the potential breakout trade here in Coinbase. Oh yeah, one of our trading floor managers pointed out that according to a NASDAQ website, SMCI was supposed to report on the 7th, at least what he had found. So that would be moving up their announcement. But I saw Trade ID as a 30th anyways, so I'm not sure. But the stock's reacting as if moving it up is bad, so just go with that.
Yeah. Crypto. So yeah, I was just talking about the resilience of Bitcoin there and the fact that, maybe now it's going to serve more of a purpose as we look to be more cautious with, some geopolitical issues. We've seen gold obviously break out and continue. Actually, I don't even know what gold's doing today. I would assume it's going higher. GLD right now, yes. So GLD is actually flat right now. Okay. Gold flat today, GLD anyways. All right, so I just feel that, we did get some nice movement upside. I mean, we just sort of started this move. This is a 2-hour chart. Nice bounce again off 60. We've seen that hold now for pretty much all month for the last 20 days. So I like these levels. I think crypto has a chance, especially if we have more uncertainty globally and financially, that Bitcoin can work. So I don't know if anybody's actually selling any of the coins they have, or are they even buying dips? I mean, now you have IBIT, and every time that money flows into there, they're going to need to go in on exchange and start to buy some crypto. So that's good also for Coinbase, getting those transactional values going through there. The more people are worried about crypto, potentially they more trade in and out of it. But I don't know that to be the case because there's a certain amount of wallets that don't move no matter what happens. So trading, good for Coinbase. Custodial stuff, good for Coinbase. Sometimes they get into some trouble. I feel like now maybe they've sort of gone past some of the SEC and regulation issues. Still lots of work to be done, but at the end of the day, Coinbase is at the 50-period moving average, and although we dipped under it right here, we didn't stay under it for very long. We got to 117 the last time we dipped under. It was 130 down to 117. Looks like something similar might have just happened. We broke and held 200, now up to 224. Maybe Coinbase has support down there near 200.
ARM, downside here. I just noticed 100 coming into play here. Once again, for ARM, BNP Paribas with a downgrade from outperform to neutral. on ARM seems to be the main reason here, at least this morning. There's not a lot of catalyst behind, or not a lot of volume behind this, I should say, but we are back to basically session lows here once again for ARM.
Yeah, that 100 level is in. We're trading at 188 right now. So anybody looking for an interesting trade, there you go. 100 levels on ARM. Was a big red day for ARM yesterday. In the last couple of days, even though we heard that they may be getting $6.5 billion awfully soon, as early as next week, to help with the foundries that they have under construction. As Brendo mentioned, Exane BNP Paribas analyst David O'Connor downgrading it from outperform to neutral and reducing the price target of, to $100. So currently where it is right now.
Yeah, trying to bounce off that 100 right now, but again, only, what is it, 200 and change thousand shares so far.
Yeah, not always the biggest volume mover, even when it's going. That said, that gives you some of the juice. Is relatively low float as it just came to market, but we had this one often yesterday. And I know Micron was a weaker stock, but had a 105 break, shorted the lower high, 106 change, shorted the 107 level. Eventually, the 107 proved to be the best short trade ultimately. But this is one where it's disappointing because the gap down today is just like Tesla. The gap down today is what you were looking for in the original break. So if 100 goes, I'll test it for sure. And if we bounce off 100, a bounce off 100 is not a bounce like off any other level. I feel like if it holds that, you really want to be patient. You close at 104.90, so 105. That gives you an obvious spot to look for a bounce fade. And then the 107, if it was so good yesterday, I think that I want to go back to the well over there on ARM. So this could trigger pretty much right away because it's at that 100 level. And let's see what happens. The other story with ARM was simply after the IPO lockup, when everyone said, hey, SoftBank's going to sell, they need to book that win because things have been so rough. And they just didn't. It ended up holding 120. What has changed is it lost that very big support. And now you've had a bit of a downward turn. So when you lose a support like that and you start trending down, I always look short until it shows me strength somewhere. Maybe it's off 100 today, but it's going to have to prove it to me to stop looking for the short trade.
Okay, I'm just getting ready to rock and roll here with ARM as well. I have ARM. I tested already. We don't need to pay for shorts. This is going to be trade idea number 2. It's on the sticky note right now. I just wrote down yesterday's closing price as an area of interest for us. Again, it was at 102 when we were doing that, and the market was heading northbound. We've called this sell-off, by the way. I mean, we talked about a short rate here, so here's the move down into the morning. So yeah, so far so good as that's starting to work out. We've been writing on here bear, 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 and it's dancing again here today. So I'm going to go short on ARM. I mean, this has been a forgotten, in my opinion, trade by me because I'm still mad about 2 days ago because that was such a good break there of 120. We knew that at some point SoftBank was going to come in here and sell, and I bet you they're doing it now. And then once you go through 100, I mean, I have to look that up. I'm sure you can. Once it breaks through $100, it is see you later on this name. So yeah, I am looking to break this. I said that we'd have to have the market on our side to do this. Looks like the market is going to be on the side of the break, especially when you see other names and we're okay, good. I have Shopify's on. It's funny, we have ARM, but we don't really have anything here as far as chips, so I think it's the same space. So NVIDIA here with SMCI, all falling off that 8. Like, I love this 852. You guys know I've lost a lot of money playing off this, made more than that. So we like that level. We'll dance with it again, but it is a nice move down in here for NVIDIA, down 1.15%. SMCI, for some reason, announces their earnings date, which we already knew what it was. So that's the funny thing. I don't know why that's an issue, but that drops down 5%. Give them an excuse to sell. They'll take it. And then AMD down, and thank you to my guy Brendan over there, over 32% from its highs. So, I mean, this name is just getting basically crushed every day, but you do have an opportunity to play rips. And we did that yesterday a lot. This was by far, like if I don't have AMD yesterday, then yesterday was a train wreck. We had AMD, it was a great trade, and we'll look to make the same thing again here today if we get something in and around this 155. So I just say buckle up, be patient. That was the idea today. I'm confused that the market's not even down more than this, but hey, I've been confused many times sitting in this seat.
Shopify here up 2 and change right now, on the way back down currently, however. Yeah, Morgan Stanley with a really positive note this morning, going to overweight on this thing. $85 price target for Shop.
Yeah, good look here. Analyst Keith Weiss from Morgan Stanley upgrading this, as you said, from overweight from equal weight to overweight, $85 price target. He says he sees 20% CAGR growth, which stands for compounding annual growth rate, as well as too much of a retracement here. He feels the new metrics justify the valuation.
Just quickly, Sean, you mentioned that SMCI. Apparently last time they also announced preliminary estimates when they announced their earnings date. So that might be the negative move. No estimates for SMCI.
Okay,
that makes some sense.
Yeah, that makes sense. But what's making more sense and what's making a shoot ton of dollars is shorts. AMD is just absolutely collapsing, Brendo, and Sharif and everybody and viewers all over itself right now. This is bad. I don't know. You know, we had sort of thought the market was going to do this today. ARM also, I see Neil's in that right now, breaking black below 100, so be careful there. And then
imbalances dropped. That's why.
Yeah, and then the imbalances dropped. Well, the imbalances dropped at 925 though, don't they? Okay, so here we go. Nvidia with a move down as well into 830. So we are starting to get like real nasty here. As we expected, this market would do this. So, you know, a lot of sells today. You know, I wish this wasn't the case, but we've been bearish for a minute, and we continue to be bearish. But now the market's starting to move back up. So we have Fed Goolsbee speaking today, so that could be something there with only a minute to go. A lot of big sell names. Apple with a sell down into 166. Alibaba with a little bit of a sell there too. That's already broken through 70. Of course, space is below $1, so that doesn't matter. Disney.
They announced a reverse split potentially.
Yeah.
They have no choice.
Okay, so get ready. That's horrible, yeah. Disney right there with a sell. Uber down to 70. That could be... Uber's at 70, eh? I didn't even realize this was that low either. So there goes Uber wicking down to 68, it looked like at some point here today. Yeah, so this is going to be, again, I don't know. We talked about this. Let's just see what happens. It's the market, and it's going to be a fun ride today, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's for sure. So obviously at night, well, in 15 seconds, I was like at 9:30. No, in 15 seconds, market's going to be open. I had the break. It didn't go right away. So I'm like, no, let's take half off because it's pre-market still. So I did take half off because it was too much before the market opens up. But in 3, 2, and 1, let's ring it, Era. Here we go. I want to make sure I have NVIDIA. I didn't even have NVIDIA up when that happened. NVIDIA is still at that 830. So I'm only in ARM. I have a short the pop in. Okay, that's not gonna fill. Never mind. I was about to say, yeah, forget about like $36. Intel's back through 35. I should have a look at that. Oh, Tesla 150. I just looked up. Tesla's trying to test the 150. I'm sitting at 152. That's the first level up. ARM gave a fill at 99.5. And is now trying to recover. So it's recovering the 101 level. So I did get filled at 99.5. This is part of why I took half off almost like right away. Did not want to be all in at that bottom. If it curls off 101, I don't mind shorting that pop again. But Tesla's going to get to 150 any second now.
Yeah, okay, so we better look at Tesla. We're looking at AMD as well. We got in and out of AMD there quickly for about 30 cents. Now we're going to watch out. There goes Tesla back up to the upside right now. Good call on that one as it is starting to go. I'm waiting for ARM. We talked about being a little more patient, but we're not going to be too patient with AMD because if that breaks, then we're going to watch out for that. Tesla with a nice move up, but there's the break back down lower here for the market. So watch out, AMD coming into 150. I like that trade. I also like this Tesla up to 150 as well. So let's put an offer up there in case that does get back to that side.
Yeah, I probably just missed a chance at Tesla. I did so close, accidentally long an ARM just there. So I was like, yeah, we're getting out at 101. I don't want to be, even if it works, I don't care. I'm not trying to be long the stock. I'm looking for a rollover at that price. Rivian, no $9 level. Looks like we're going to have to wait for that. I thought we'd get like if Tesla's screaming, I thought Rivian would give us this $9 trade that we wanted. Yet Tesla is testing the 150 now, and Rivian is nowhere near the $9 level. So a little surprising, but that's fine. We'll just have to be patient with Rivian. But Tesla just came in. I have 77s in front of this 150. If it goes to 152, that's a different trade. I want to see it hold this $0.50 at least. No look on ARM back through 101. Looks like it's holding some strength over there. So it's a good thing we got out of that one. NVIDIA's back to 840. So the chips are bouncing. You got to be patient if you want to short the pops, I think, in those names.
Yeah, we're sitting here right now with Tesla. We have that. Well, I have a short at 95 right now, but it's a decent position for sure. So remember, people, if you guys are joining us for the first time, please trade your own style, your own book, all that kind of stuff, okay? Because as you guys know, we don't show our position size. You know, like I could have way more, way less. Every trade is way different. So, you know, trade it as your own. I'm going to give, before I move off of this, I'm going to take some more shares up here near 151. Okay, for Tesla. So here it comes back up. It's coming up to that 151. I want to take more. I'm gonna get out on like pretty much a break of that 151. This will be my first trade idea here today. If it works, it's gonna have to start to work. If not, we'll get out of it. So there it is. So we're in it right now for Tesla. Let's see what happens. We are now short at 50s. So notice where we're short, and let's just see what happens here with Tesla.
Absolutely. ARM is absolutely flying. You've got to be kidding me. So we think we're going to get the pre-market high here. Rivian's starting to come in. You're at this level on NVIDIA, which is right underneath resistance or support from yesterday. So if we curl and it's VWAP, I'm looking at that for an opportunity right here on ARM, pre-market highs. Sometimes that short the pop can be tricky because you can either sit out in front of it or you can try to get it on the way down. I'm electing to try to get back in on said way down. It's just a matter of style. I prefer to get it on the other end if possible instead of having to take that fill through. Okay, so ARM's back in. We're short that one again. I do want that. I talked about a breakout trade in Reddit. It looks like that's not going to happen. I suppose it was just a day where you should be in DJT. 42.25 is my breakout on Reddit. I don't think we're getting that anytime soon. Looks like things have calmed down over there on Reddit side.
Okay, good. Yeah, for
DJT.
Good Reddit.
I don't know why I don't like that one again because apparently it's just stronger for reasons unknown.
We're getting filled now on Tesla on the bid. So let's just wait to see. It's just around the same prices here. We've taken some fills underneath 150 here. But obviously, we're waiting for a bigger move back in for Tesla. As again, you know, the market's just has done real well. Yeah, get the hell down is right, Neil. That's it, man. This trade, hopefully, is that trade that spins the money one more time here today. So just with this one trade, we go shooting up this board, and this is the one here that means everything to me. So here we go. It is Tesla. We're short. It's your first Dollar Club member right now for Tesla on that short. So there it is right now, man. Different day, different thread, same results. Let's go downside now for Tesla and see what exactly the damage we could do. We're up. I mean, now we're rocking. Now this is a really good trade as we're starting to get down to the downside. We write down this level, and when we write something down, we take it. So there it goes. Nice downside move here for Tesla. Let's just keep cashing it out if we can. We now do have no, we just got filled there, about a third left of this position. So I'm going to hold on to this one and see what happens because I don't know if you saw Meta, but this was the one that I had written down as a short. But unfortunately, it took 500 and it took it pretty quickly there. And now it's gone. So see you later, Meta. Watch this money here come through on hopefully on Tesla for the short, as this is the biggest trade one more time here today. Trade idea number one on the sticky note. So there it goes again. Everybody behind me that asks me what's going on with that every day. I mean, they asked me on Monday. It's now Friday. What's going on, Adara?
Yeah, CGC having a nice move to the upside right off the open. We actually did have a bit of a negative catalyst here for this one after market close yesterday, saying that the company announced that they exchanged 17 million common shares in the capital of the company for exchangeable shares for no consideration. So just a bit of a share switch up there happening after close yesterday. Now recovering up 2+%. Some Twitter mentions for this one as well, propelling it to the upside, guys.
Okay, so SMCI is back at the low of the day and continuing to flush. I'm in the same boat. I have 1/3 left of Tesla, but these chips are starting to get a little bit out of hand. If SMCI, just an early report, is doing this, I'm going to go back. I'm already in ARM. Oh, DXYZ broke. Sorry, I was going to go to Micron, but Destiny, whatever the heck you call this thing. The Destiny 100.
Oh, yeah.
What is it? That what it's called? DXYZ just broke that local bottom at 28.50. Oh, there you go, New York. That was weird. Okay. I'm going to get a bit in front of 28 even because there seems to be somebody there. I want to give this back into that 29. And if it does try to shoot up, I do want to be short this name. And shout out to everyone in the chat. We're sort of we're just talking about IPOs, and all of a sudden I pulled up this chart. I wasn't even thinking about Destiny. I'm like, holy crap, that's a flat bottom break. So we are into this one. I want to give, ARM just came back. So SMCI just broke the lows. NVIDIA's at the lows. ARM just came back, but only to VWAP. Remember, we're in the short early. It broke the 101, shorted it back underneath the pre-market highs, and we're back to VWAP. We're going to get another bid at 101 on ARM here. We'll check in on some of those other, DJT and Reddit when things settle down a bit.
Oh, man. What a day. What a day. We're just taking right there almost $2 now on Tesla. And I mean, this is what I'm going to be doing, man. We're already 1 for 1 on AMD on a quick short early on 151 break, out 151.16. That was a big trade. Now it looks like, it wasn't a big trade. It would have been better to hold it, but we got in and out of that one real quick. I couldn't even explain it to you when we were in it. And Tesla right now is really starting to go. You know, we talk about how fortune favors the bold. We put on shares. And this is what it is right now. It's another one of them days, guys. Let's just see what happens right now. We'll be 2 for 2 here, and it's big. And it's been working, so we're going to keep working it. There's now is $2 now in the money for Tesla. So, 1 and 2, and that's what it is. Now it's a nice move down. It is your sticky note trade, number 1 for the day. Stay in the catalysts. Stay in your zone. Be confident. Be patient. Be calm, okay? If we could do that, then we can get this. There's the trade right there, as it was written on Tesla, 152 short. And now you are printing with me $2+ in the money right there. It's a big day. It's just one of those days. And here we go again. Let's see if ARM and AMD can continue to go lower and lower and lower. Meta tanking.
Yeah, Meta's looking really nasty. I just got the 101 on ARM, so that's about $1. But Meta is. It's ugly. There was that story, of course, overnight, China, and it was pretty much targeting the App Store and only Meta. Like everybody else kind of got not the okay, but they just weren't targeted. If you get to 487, that was the bottom on the week. I think you could maybe find some support on that one. And if you're looking at why we focused on Meta, because look at Google. Like Google, by contrast, it's down, but it's holding the lows. So I don't wonder if this is going to be something at that 154, if it can hold on the line. Actually, 153.5 is where I've drawn support. So it would have to break 154, I think, for me to look at a support level long on Google. And then Apple as well. There we go. Apple broke through 166. I didn't have this one for a trade, but that's big support on the daily, this 166. You go all the way back to October of 2023. If it doesn't recover this level, I think it could get nasty for Apple. It felt trappish, that move to the upside. Whether it works or not, I wanted this DXYZ, I keep saying DJT, for the breakdown trade, but I'm only giving it back into prior resistance. I do want multiple shots at this. I think the day that this does break down, it's breaking down $5. It's not going from It's not like a $1 type of move. I think it's the kind of thing that can really go. If it does some kind of a curl again, I want to jump back into it. But for now, we're sticking ARM and Tesla. They were the top 2 things on my list yesterday, and they were the top 2 things again on my list today. SMCI, which I think started a lot of this mess, just tagged $850 for a little bit of a bounce. If this breaks 850, you can stick a fork in a lot of these chip names. Adara?
This part of the show brought to you by VinFast. VinFast is driving the future today. In just the first quarter of 2024, we've surged our revenue by over 269% to $302.6 million and increased vehicle deliveries by an astounding 444%. The company's global expansion is unstoppable, with new launches across Southeast Asia, the Middle East, Africa, and a groundbreaking new facility in India.
I'm going to say thank you so much to this F-Force here. This is not a true statement, but, you've used the first part is not true, but you use your style and profit, and you've now profited 9 out of 10 days. So, again, a big congratulations. And that's, to me, that's what it's all about. I could sit here and wax poetic and all that kind of stuff, but you guys can clearly see the trades, and I just want to thank you, F-Force, and every single person on here for all of the talk about these trades. So, I mean, there it is again. We just hit it down at the 200 period, moving average. There's our last, well, we still have a small, so right now I have that 10% left on Tesla now. I mean, when we go to VWAP, when we go there, we're getting out of that right now. So it's a big day around here. You know, as I said, we don't have to run through the leaderboard or anything like that. But today, just with this one trade, I am proud to say that we are holding the trophy here today, and it's been a big day. And let's just wait to see what happens moving forward. I hope we can put on more damage. I hope everyone behind us can put damage in this market as well. But just to show you, it's one trade, and sometimes that's all it takes. So, so far so good here. Let's move on and try to find something else. Right now, I don't have anything else on my radar, because we have been sort of resting on this. You know, we took shares. We're very, very comfortable with the amount of shares that we had there. We've been building into bigger positions, as you guys know, and putting this on there. And now, as you just mentioned there, eForce, you know, 9 out of your last 10 trades or 10 days have been P&L positive, and that's very, very respectable. And I want to say congratulations to you on that one. So, and congratulations to anybody else as well that's having runs like that. So, big ups to that, man. Trading's hard enough as it is. You know, make that money when you're feeling it, and definitely we're doing that over here.
Yeah, congratulations to you on that. It's been one of those weeks. I mean, not everyone's gonna be green every single day, but you go 9 out of 10. As long as you're staying in your grind, you should be absolutely fine. Like, stick to the strategies that are working for you. And I don't really like, I want to have something new, but I look at all of the stocks that I liked, at the prices that I liked, and I'm not actually seeing anything trading at them. And that's fine. It's 9:43. Oftentimes I'll say at 10 o'clock, okay, at 10 o'clock, let's reassess. Let's see what the trend is saying. I know I wanted Rivian at 9. It's trying to bounce. Maybe it does come up there, and I'm shorting that 9 level. You never know. I wanted Reddit for a breakout. Reddit's still within the pocket that it could happen. So you've made the bottom break. Now you're consolidating higher, so it can take out that top. It hasn't happened yet, so we got to be a little bit patient with this. Tesla's making a bit of a bounce here. But again, it's lower highs, it's at VWAP. I think this one has a decent shot. 147.5, if it breaks, I think is a hold to 146. If it gets down there again and bounces, I'd probably take it out. And then ARM, I think I'm looking reload, but not underneath VWAP. If it was a failed break of the pre-market high that was the most effective trade, then I should be looking to short off the 103. So let's just take a second, wait back and see what's next. Someone just said Robinhood's breaking out. I don't mind looking at them. Someone had said there was an outage on Robinhood last night while the futures were doing all that craziness, which I guess.
Oh, really?
Well, I don't trade on Robinhood. I saw multiple people posting it, and there was a few things on like Twitter, I guess, saying that people couldn't trade on Robinhood. Not a great look for them, but I mean, it's overnight. That's not really breaking out. Okay, never mind. I thought maybe the stock was breaking out, but not much of a breakout to be seen there.
I took a little bit more on Tesla here, but I'm not sure that's going to be the right call. It's just because it's under 150. I took a little bit. I mean, here it comes. We're going to get out if it breaks 150. We're going to get out of like 75% of what we have left. We're short now at 150 flat. So, I mean, we could take some out now at 160 and then see if it wants to fall back in a little bit. So let's try to do that right now. You can see where we're short. We just got more up there at 150. So let's take a little bit of an advantage of this pushback in a little bit, and see if we can't grab some bids somewhere around here for Tesla. I'm bidding right now in the 40s. So if that can come through, that would be pretty nice. And then we'll put something down in the teens. But if this breaks again above 150 right now, then let's just assume that this, okay, here it comes back in. 52 we just got. Let's now wait to see if this comes back into VWAP, and then if not, then we can get out. So trend possibly changing. Look at the market. You could be bearish early. Doesn't mean that it's going to be bearish late. Let's see what happens here with Tesla as it's trying to push back down. I'm staying on the grind, as Neil just mentioned there. And as Neil mentioned, like when you can go, I think we're 15-3 now last 18 days. And as Neil said, that's hard to do. So we're going to stay doing what we're doing, stay with names that we've been looking at here, and we're going to stick with Tesla for now until it breaks back above that 150. Let's wait for 149.19, see if it does push down into there. Well worth it. 50 cents worth of risk. We're playing with house money right now. I like this trade here on Tesla.
So NVIDIA is making that pattern again where it tries to break the bottom at the open. It doesn't break the bottom, ends up taking out the tops, or at least taking out like VWAP in here, and then does a triple top or a double top. So every single time I've seen this, it's worked to just simply take the local breakout. So I'm going to go for it again here. Let's see if we don't get a break. It's like 140. It's like 843 quarters is this top in here. So if we hold VWAP, it's been higher lows. It's a break, and I think you get to 850 would be the target. That's generally speaking how this has worked. So I'm going to look for that breakout trade. ARM is grinding toward 103, but I want to wait for 103 to get in. If it doesn't actually get there, then I don't actually have to trade or reload that trade. AMD is making a move. I should check to see what's happening. Yeah, AMD's strong as well. That's a pretty big move back up in AMD. So you're getting a pretty solid move back in the chips. Micron I liked potentially, but that was at 113. Nothing doing. I'm looking for anything that's at a shortable level. Intel is at the low of the day when the rest of the chips just bounced. Okay, well, we always talk about relative strength and weakness, and I just scanned through, and what I see is relative weakness in Intel. Let's go for a VWAP trade. It's got the 35 level. It closed at 35. Bounce into VWAP.
All right, we are just still continuously doing what we've been doing, and that is, there it is. Did we get that, Phil? Oh no, we canceled our fill on Tesla. Why did we cancel that? All right, let's put a bid out right there. There it is, we get that. So there's the money fill right there again on Tesla. Like I said, staying here with it. We did have a very, very successful right there on the reload for TSLA. There it is. So we only have we have two trades today. AMD short, which was good. We profitable on that. That was really early. That was the break of 150, 150. It came in. We sort of had our stop set there, hit it. And then once it bounced, we got 16s or 20s there, something like that. So that turned out to be a pretty decent trade. Really just like 15 or 20 pennies. It wasn't overly dramatic, but we got in and out of that one. And then boom, goes the dynamite on AMD back up to 154 just now for that. So I think that that's going to be a trade. I'm going to put an offer there near 154 in case we get back up to that upside, and then we'll start to short, in and around 154, and probably give this one to 155, which was the pre-market high, 155.50. Could be something there. But for right now, man, we're just putting our foot on the throat of Tesla. I mean, we had sort of looked at this name. We talked about it. We went over it in the pre-market. We marked it down as our trade idea number one right there. And as we both always say, if there's going to be an idea that you have, that should be the one that either, you make a decent spot or you lose a little bit. And on that one right there, that's what wound up happening. So far so good here for Tesla as we just continue to watch it basically collapse here through 150, now taking down 149. It's bounced off here before, and we took an out there, but now we're still playing ball here, man. We've still got this trade on. It's going to be a good one. It's Tesla, and it's short, and it is, again, on a reload. Professor, school's in. And there's dollar clubs throwing down everywhere. This is the school where it doesn't cost you any money to go to school. All you have to do is hit the like, everybody, the subscribe, and give us your time.
Don't say that. Public schools do cost money, Ramin. They're called taxes.
They cost a lot of money.
No taxes. There's no tax dollars paying for Trader TV Live. But I was gonna
like,
hit
subscribe,
that
and share the show that takes you into the heart of the market.
We've neglected that key while Sharif is actually in the building. Well, it's entirely true. Like in trading, you put the time in front of the screen that's what you cost. And obviously you can say time is money, but it's not the same as money out of your pocket. Let's be real for a second. We're about to go to Adara. Well, I'll come back, but ARM, Tesla are both flushing. You guys can probably already see it.
WISA here to the upside. This one has had a couple catalysts over the last few days, mostly with regards to licensing deals. No new catalyst on this one today, but they do have a float of about 1.5 million shares. They also underwent a 1-for-150 reverse split on Monday, April 15th. So lots of catalysts moving WISA around, guys.
Oh, I didn't get the Reddit breakout.
Thank you so much, everybody in the chat, man. It really means a lot. Like sometimes when I go on those little tirades or whatever. There we don't. I guess it's not a tirade. Blabber-ons. Means a lot that people are sometimes listening, so that's good. All right, so here we go. We're still watching out for Tesla. I do see what you put in there, Kyle. Yeah, I mean Apple is getting canned as well, man. Kicked down the road, and not very nicely. We've been bearish, like I said, all week, and you could see the weekly candle. You're going to see it. It's been a good decision to be bearish. Go back, look over at Sticky Note. At Trader TV, Sean, the sticky note all week has been bearish. We had dancing bears on there. We've got Pelosi with the mask today. We've got lots of interesting things that we've been tweeting out and trade ideas. And today we are running this stock right here, Tesla. Let's see what happens now moving forward. We're going to look for another name. Amazon has been strong recently, but now breaking below, going into 177. But look, still holding up. So if we can get something into 177 here on Amazon, that could be a good buy. The other level, the only buy area, oopsies, shop.bl, shop.ny. That name here, this was the idea that we had. By the way, Tesla right now is starting to go lower and lower and lower. We talked about buying this at 70. This could also be a trade. But for right now, those are some long ideas that I'm looking at. Amazon down there near 177, Shopify down nearby the $80, $70 mark. But for right now, we'll put another bid in and around here, 148.50, and we'll see if we can't ring the register one more time here on Tesla. Put the bid out, hope it gets filled, wait for ARM to rip up, wait for those things to come down. And thank you so much, Eddie. I mean, it's this kind of stuff. At Sean Katina, you provide more education, paying me money to listen. I mean, what university will do that? I mean, I'm not paying you guys money. I mean, I'm paying myself, but I'm also hopefully educating everybody out there so that you can hit the keys and make some money too. Because honestly, man, success rate of traders, we talk about it all the time. It's not the greatest. So take your time, be patient with everything, have a passion for it, and do your work and realize when it is for you and when it's not for you. That's my advice.
Exactly. Good day, mate. Russell Jackson in the house. What up, buddy? From out halfway across the world. Good to see you back in there. Reddit is off to the races. Andy and Naked Charts. Hope you guys got that one as it's continuing to go higher. Tesla is catching bids at 148.5. Like every time it gets underneath 149, there's these wick. So what I'm going to do, every time it gets underneath 149, these wicks, and it comes right back above. So I want to see a breakdown. If it eventually takes 148, a trailing stop is going in on Tesla. Nvidia's still doing the dance with higher, there we go, with higher lows into the flat top break. So it hasn't gone yet, but it's still basically the same pattern, and that pattern has worked for a breakout long, even if it is a scalp trade. But while it was down $10 away, I canceled the order. It gets back above VWAP. I put the order for the breakout back in. One of my rules of thumb, and I learned this one the hard way, is I never want to have a breakout, or once it travels too far away from the breakout price, I don't want to stop order to take that breakout long, because if it were to fill in the moment,
there it is.
It has to run, it could run $10, say on something like a weird spike, and then you punch the top in like a crazy move where you want it grinding into the level and then consolidating for the break. So my order is going to go back in when it's above VWAP, and then it's out when below. I still didn't get picked up on Intel because Intel's not going up. It's just hanging out doing nothing. So I'm going to be a little bit more patient here. I feel like it would be chasing it at 60 when VWAP would be taking fills in at about 34.75, 34.85. That would be a more patient look here for Intel. Tesla, now you're making that run. This is where the trail is going to go in. It's put up or shut up. It should be taking out this 148 level. Otherwise, I don't need to be holding this thing back through VWAP. Oh yeah, for those of you that are in SMCI, like this is still going down. And I mean, I saw someone in the chat saying, well, it's an overreaction that they just didn't give the update everyone's expecting. It doesn't really matter what we think. It's down 9%, and clearly the pressure's on for them. It'll be SSR in another $10 here, so watch out for that. Like short sell restricted. Maybe that gives it a bounce. It's got support at $800, but I think you stay the course with the shorts. The futures haven't given you any reason, or the chip names, any reason to get away from it at this point. Adara?
Keep an eye on VTNR here. Vertex Energy, this one trying to run for the second day in a row. No new catalyst that I'm seeing on it today, but yesterday providing some positive operational updates for 2024 thus far. And we have a short float of over 18%. VTNR, guys.
All right. So far, so good. Good job here today, boys. Like I said, I'm going to shout out one more guy over here because it's someone that makes is the chosen one. I'm going to give a big shout out to Josh. Another good day for Josh. So let's go big up to Josh right now. Hit the sirens for that one right here. Big guy Josh back in the back. Good luck, my guy, on that. Here we go. Tesla, by the way, it's now $1.50 in the money on the reload. All right. Part of having a good environment around here is congratulating and making sure that everybody, does have that confidence and making sure that they know that when they have the ability, and it's time to go. And that's why we talk about how hard it is to become this, so that when you're actually able to make money doing this, it's something that it's a skill that you should try to hone and, build into it, because the opportunities that not only this job has given me, I've worked here for 22 years doing the same stuff, trading, being pulled off the floor to teach after a year and a half of trading when I was just finished university. Lots of exciting things happen. The market is forever changing. It's different today than it was yesterday, let alone 5 years ago, let alone 10 years ago, let alone 20 years ago. New products. Just wish I would have bought all my Bitcoin when I was that young. We just got out of a little bit of Tesla down there. Of course, it does get near. We got out at 148.50. It does come right into that 200 period again, right there for Tesla. I'm going to wait for it to drop off because, quite frankly, the market's not even down yet. I mean, we're down 0.4. That's a sneeze right here. It can get a lot nastier than that. And trust me, I want to be on that Tesla train if it does go to the downside. And in case you were wondering what exactly is happening with the ES, I'm going to have to look at some things because I bet you oil could possibly be up here. We could check out JP Morgan, some of the financials. But right now, the SPY, my guy, is green. So watch out for that.
Dude, AXP.
As the S&P 500 goes.
American Express blew it out the top, by the way. I know we're looking at the chip names and Tesla, which is where you got to be because that's the better trade. I don't think you can trade AXP. I don't know any day traders that actually try to execute on things like this, but AXP is up 3.5%, so it eventually did go to the upside. I said where my trail was going to be on Tesla, and I'll go hit enter twice, and we put it in. It bounced off the 148 level, couldn't make that breakthrough, so I'll trail it. The money fills have been over VWAP. My level on it was support levels or resistance levels. If it gets back above, I want the 151. I'm still in ARM. NVIDIA, the more I stare at it, the more it doesn't break this top. So you're seeing it hold VWAP and do these wicks. And I will take this breakout trade. It's just, obviously it's not happening at this point. You are resisting. I want Intel short to short the pop underneath previous low. So it's about waiting for that next trade. And you don't want to force it. That's the other thing. I could already be shorting the absolute bottom. You could easily do that if you want to. I did miss out on Reddit. That'll be on me. I went over to DXYZ and canceled my order on Reddit. I only have 4 or 5 level 2s up. You're only going to have so many at once. But I went away from the Reddit breakout. It was good. You could have got a buck on that one, depending on what your slippage would be and what the spread was like. I wasn't watching. It's about 10 to 15 cents. So I think you're getting that one in the 20s, and then you're able to get it to 43.20. Still looking like it's going to be strong. No eyes on DJT just yet. And okay, NVIDIA. NVIDIA just pulled off that top one more time. Let's go to the desk. It's time for happening now. Come on, NVIDIA.
QQQs or the NASDAQ decidedly to the downside right now. SPY trying to hold on to positivity as we head into the final day of the week. Initially did have a bit more of a sell-off overnight, and in the pre-market tried to recover a little bit here. So we'll have to wait and see what these markets decide to do, especially with the SPY on the precipice of going red. Also worth noting, we have Fed's Goolsbee at 10:30 a.m. So in about half an hour, we'll have some comments from Fed's Goolsbee. No other Fed speakers or major economic data on watch today, but definitely geopolitical events still on watch. This is the start of this Q1 2024 earnings season for big tech, specifically Netflix trying to recover a little bit here. Now down about 6% after posting an earnings beat, but a little bit weaker revenue forecast for Q2 2024. We also have here Shopify trying to hold on here, up about 2% after an upgrade and price target increase from Morgan Stanley. And last but not least, Paramount still holding up very well here, up about 10% on some reports that Apollo and Sony are joining together for this acquisition bid for Paramount. So a few names to the upside despite the overall weakness in the market, guys.
All right, I'm going to take, thanks to Dara for that little bit of a recap there. AMD, I'm going to take the short through 152. I mean, that's Tesla. I don't know why we're still on that one. AMD, there's the VWAP right there. That's what I'm looking at. It keeps on bouncing there. We are down 1.5%, which is more aggressive than the market. We missed that 154. We were sitting there. I would love to get a 153 and change back in if we can do that on this stock. We're going to have to wait to see what the market does. But if the market breaks down, we're going to go back over to this name and see about it breaking lower on AMD, and then we'll deal with it after that. Outs around 50 here for AMD. We'll actually, you know what? I'm going to take a little bit less. I mean, we don't talk about share size, but I'm going to lower it a little bit there on the break of 152 because I'm noticing that my out would probably be, and see how I think. So you guys want to talk about being a professor and everything like this? I have to, teach you. Like, my out would be right around the 50-period moving average. So I got to figure out, how many shares I want in case that does go sour. Because, when you're in winners, like Tesla, all you can do is push keys to take profit. It's when you're in losers, what keys do you push? That's what matters. So 155, maybe even up to 153 on some kind of a short there. So again, I could see a break here and then an absolute run back up. So be careful. That's why I lowered the shares, but this is a trade that I'm willing to take here. A break of 152 on AMD.
Oh, speaking of, I got into Intel, so I'm only in 2 chip names short. SMCI is at 830 and is now SSR. They are dumping this thing. It is flush city on SMCI. It's now short sell restricted, down a full 10%. If you're just tuning in now in the pre-market, they essentially, their earnings date announced for the 30th, and there was an expectations that there would be some revenue numbers that would come out there. And they basically did not give any kind of an update, which everyone was expecting. Sometimes when you don't do that, people assume it's bad news, right? Generally speaking, you don't get what you want, people think it's bad news. You're not going to say subs anymore, everyone thinks it's bad for Netflix. It happened with Palo Alto. You release earnings early and on a Friday, everyone assumes you have something to hide, or not hide, something you want to get out in front of. But is what it is. The stock is dying. I think the shorts are still going to be solid. If I do get NVIDIA, it's a breakout trade. I'm taking it full point A, 2 point B, and that's just about it. Before we get back to Adara, Apple's at 165, cresting at that bottom. There's some decent size down there and some support. Kind of a big level on Apple, and we are at 10 o'clock. This would be a time that if it's going to make a VWAP retracement, not a bad look. I've been trying not to catch any bids here, but we're starting to get to a significant level here on Apple, down 1%. Adara?
Watch out for AMC here, up almost 7% right now. Fell down a little bit here, but still holding up pretty well. Nice volume pop on this one. They did get a price target decrease from Wedbush. However, Wedbush raised its guidance or its estimates for AMC for Q1 2024. So actual guidance increase or expectation increase here from Wedbush for AMC. Also, lots of social media attention for this name and a short float of about 20%, guys.
Still 20%?
So you guys have known the play that I'm looking at here. We're also looking at taking AMD short if it gets in here into 153.50. So I'm actually hoping for a little bit of a rip in these names. It's SMCI that was down that 8% and still going. It seems like, to 10 now. Still going. And like they mentioned, they're announcing their earnings date seems to have been a problem. So there it is, all the way to the downside, as no one wants to hear earnings from any of these companies. We told you that was the #1 story here. Now, we already know that the Fed is not on our side. We've talked about that. They are not cutting anytime soon. So unfortunately, all you have to do is now look at geopolitical. How's that going? You got to look at oil. How's that going? How's gold doing? What are the yields doing? Oh yeah, ripping. The dollar we've talked about. Tell me, until we get good earnings, what is the catalyst to go long? Oh, all these things are down so much that therefore I'm going to buy them. Okay, that might be a strategy. And if you're dollar cost averaging and you're buying every month, then yeah, you want these moves to come down. But if you're swing trading, I don't really see too much available here as you look for longs. You could take the longs and hope that AMD will hold 150, but we said this already. Every single day we come in here, I see the market go up, and then this is what happens to me. We get the claws, Dada as well. We get the claws out, and we come just absolutely after this market with pure vengeance. And I mean, it's really worked out. Shout out to Kyle, shout out to Dan, shout out to everybody who's been short, but you can also make a lot of money long. I mean, this would be a perfect example. AMD bounced huge off of 150. Huge today, up $4. That's a monster trade. I don't have a $4 winner. You know, Tesla's going to be P&L 1, it's not close. But the idea here is to wait for your opportunity, wait for your setups, and then start going. So, and again, congratulations, Honest Abe. That's amazing. So, no red days this month. Yeah, we're there with you, but I think we have 2. We talked about that. So, so far, so good here. And I just talked to myself. So, that's a good trade right there for Tesla, but it is starting, and I think you're still not long yet. Like, I'm thinking the same thing about maybe.
I don't know where.
I'm trying to think about reversing longs.
I was just considering, obviously Apple 165 is the thing, and it's kind of grinding down to the price. So I don't wonder if the market's weak, why shouldn't I just let it actually test 165? Why jump out in front of it? In a strong market, when you're shorting, you want to wait for it to get to your price. If it's trending up, you wait for it to get to where you want it to, and then you go short. You don't try to get in front. If you're trying to catch a falling, or you're trying to get a bounce play, why would I try to guess that Apple's going to bounce in front? Let's just let it. I just want to see 165. And I saw in the chat someone saying that they couldn't go short with their broker on Intel. I don't know for sure, but my guess would be that's something specific to your broker, because that is not the kind of stock that would ever have any borrowing issues. You're not going to have to borrow for Intel. It should be available, and that's unfortunate if you can't ever trade something. But there's a lot of places you can be looking in the chip space. Actually, oddly enough, Micron's at the highs. I was going to point to things that are weak, but SMCI obviously is weak. There's NVIDIA's underneath VWAP. You've got AMD that you can trade. So there's plenty of places you can go. Marvell's going to be one of them. If you can't trade Intel, it's not the end of the world. ARM is an example. That's back under VWAP. It can't seem to get back into the 100 level. But when you fail a break of 100, I'm half expecting a bit of a bounce off the 100 level second time. So I'm bidding to get out in front of 100. I promised to look at DJT here, even though I'm not long. Well, that's actually, back underneath VWAP. So it looks like DJT might be running out of steam up here. Worth a bit of a look. It did make a little bit of a top there. 38 was a level we called out in the afternoon show, that if it could bust 38, it had a lot of room up. It didn't break 38. If it holds a higher low, that's probably still a breakout trade. But if it fails VWAP, this could be a retracement day for DJT. So it did curl at the spot that he would have expected.
Meanwhile, we sit here and wait for opportunities, but the market is starting to go back down lower again. We miss. I'm going to now put a bid in case we get that kind of a flush. I'm not going to be able to get, armed to a level where I need to put on risk. So I'm going to wait for that. I'm going to go over to Shopify and put on something right now in and around. And the reason why I said ARM is I'm just going over my sticky note here where we wanted ARM short, Tesla short, Shopify long, Meta short. I mean, we had written all those down before the market opened, of course, today. We can see what's going on. I'm just going to put this at $70.20. I know that's a ways away. I just want to put it there. It's $1. I'm not going long on VWAP here, no, but if it does fall, just in case. Watching Tesla continuously going, well, we had a bounce there. I'm not going to reload this. We have our out. If it breaks, it breaks. Otherwise, we only have about that 10% left. So this is why I'm trying to hunt for more things, okay? But like I said, man, this is a big day, and we've had 2 trades. So we're going to be as patient as possible. We said be patient. It's been working for us all damn month, and we're going to continue to do that again here now, right now for everybody. Apple, Meta was the short that we had on the. I mean, I don't even know how and why really we had this on there. I mean, I know we had that WhatsApp news, but it wasn't even. It was up in the pre-market there. Meta, and then all of a sudden when the market opened up, it got really flushed down into the downside. So this trade definitely working for anybody that's trying to hold shorts, and this could be a good short as well, breaking back down below 490 because you're on this ridge here that is a slippery slope when it breaks. So that right here is the real break would be in and around, stop loading, 485. I mean, we've wicked. I mean, what are some of those wicks right now? I know Tesla's dancing around. I may get out of a piece right now. That is so 487. So that might be the level right there to look for on Meta that bottom break of 47. But you are under the 50-period moving average, and I can't say it's hard to take some risk. If you can get back up to VWAP, I think we like this trade as well. A 497 or so short, but at the same time, we're not at those levels yet. Yeah.
What longs? I don't know. I don't know if I like any longs at this point.
We took 152 short.
808. Boom like an 808 as SMCI continues to flush. So I feel like I'm going to get, ARM should test this 100 for sure. It's at 100.5. If it bounces off 100, I want to get out, short the pop. But this is starting to get, the acceleration on SMCI is getting insane. At some point, there's probably going to be some kind of a dead cat bounce on it, and maybe it gives you some relief somewhere else, like in some kind of other name. Where's AIM? Yeah, I just got ARM at 100. So I'm out of ARM. I'm just going to ring the register at the 100 level. It supported it at the open. We got back into it at 102 and took it out at 100. I'm just going to take the couple of dollars and run. If we get a bounce back into VWAP, I'll try to short that pop. But that was a pretty big parabolic move down. That's where you could see some relief. I like getting some profit on moves like that. Let's go back to Adara.
This part of the show brought to you by Pandimensional. Researching and strategizing the stock market doesn't have to be difficult. With your personalized AI investing co-pilot from Pandimensional, you can easily discover stocks and effortlessly test and execute your strategy ideas. Get quick and digestible stock market insights with Pandimensional's AI chatbot and backtest and forward test strategies with Pandimensional's AI simulator, all in a beginner-friendly platform. Try it now for free.
What company is this? Decent size company.
All right, Neil just mentioned about a wick back there on SMCI. So of course that happens pretty much the minute that AMD breaks the level that we wanted. So yeah, up to 153. We talked about sort of that level there. We dug it in. Remember, we changed our default so we could do something like this. Again, you know, still could be a losing trade here up to 153. It broke, and now it's breaking my heart. But you are tearing up my heart, you know, so we'll have to see what happens here with AMD. Yeah, when I'm with you. Yeah, you're right, Sharif. You got that one. Nail it. All right, here it comes back in. Here it comes. Okay, so far so good. We are short at 17s. We just took a piece out there at 35s, trying to lick a little bit of wounds here because we did just bounce, and I don't like that, what I saw there. And there goes one of my screens, just went black, so that's cool. But right now, Tesla, we will wait to see what happens now. I'm probably going to put a piece out at 148.50 now on Tesla because maybe, as we just mentioned, that smiley face may be upon us and we start to head the other way. Short right now on AMD. It's a good thing we didn't take full amount of shares there because the reload rate now seems to be paying off a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I think part of that bounce, I saw Intel try to get back up to VWAP for a split second and I reloaded it. Like I said, I think that was pretty much all a $6 or $7 bounce on SMCI, which it just evaporated. Like it had just made a bounce right back into 815. It just retook the lows. So even that small reprieve is getting destroyed. I think 800 is going to have to try to put in some kind of a defense. NVIDIA, yeah, it was a key level, but you know what? I was looking for something else to short. We had ARM short, we had Tesla short, I have Intel short. The setup for me that's worked the best on breakouts has been NVIDIA on that breakout setup, but the cost of this was then not shorting that same level. So a key level can be great if it breaks it out, but if it doesn't break it out, then it's probably a fantastic short. And now it's absolutely flushing. So it is what it is. I reloaded Intel. It's immediately right back at the low of the days. So that little pop-up gave you a great chance to get some shorts.
Oh, yes, you are right, Neil. And there is the DJ for you as well. DJ Collin goes, oh no, is that really just another one? Look at AMD right here. We are short. Remember we were short at 20s. Now it's adjusted our prices. I remember I said, make sure you understand like what prices we're at now. So we took some out there on the way down. It's AMD and we're short 152.50 and we are putting another one on the board right there. The only problem here is that as the chip names come back down, Tesla is trying to go back up. So that's not been a nice story for the shorts, but right now AMD is a nice story for the shorts as the market starts to break lower, lower, lower. And I'd hate to say this, but we had talked about these levels now at least for 2 or 3 weeks coming into here. It's now happening, and it's It's pretty fan-damn-tastic as, oh my God, there we go. We are going into it. There's another chicken dinner winner for AMD as the market just continues to fall down. Neil, man, we talk about reading the board right, and we are definitely doing that one as AMD just comes right back in there, and we just cranked lower, got all the dem fills on the downside. We spinning them here today, guys. I hope you're having a good one.
Holy shnikes.
Yeah, that's right, baby. Let's go.
I just tried, I just canceled a bid. 800 exactly held on SMCI. The second I saw it do it, I attempted to throw a stop first because I didn't want to trade without a stop and then try and go long off the 800. By the time I was able to get the stop order in and bid, it was at 805. So this could be a little bit of a bounce play. I still think it might give you a chance to short some things back in, but SMCI is kind of the reason why we are down here. NVIDIA, don't like that entry point. ARM held 100. That could be something. I got out of ARM at the 100 level. If this bounces, this could give us a bounce into VWAP for some kind of a retracement play. But that was a pretty clean bounce off 800. Usually I'm expecting a stock that's fallen like that. It's not going to bounce unless it runs stops. I expected a break of $800 and then back up, which is an easier setup. As the Tesla gets back to the upside, I got out when it could not break down off this level. So you try to break this local bottom, which is actually 48.18. I said 148, but it's actually 148.18. Tried to break it, came back up. That's a trail out. I think I jump right back into this if it gets back to 151. So you're getting that curl to the upside. If SMCI is going to take us higher, I want to short these pops in a couple of other names. We have Intel. We want ARM back at VWAP-ish, and then we're going to go for, well, maybe we'll go for that breakout on NVIDIA if it gets back there again. It's a long ways away. I mean, it's actually $15 away from that break price, so probably not.
All right, where are we here? Let's take a little bit more short on Tesla just because we're feeling it. Look at AMD right now. You're starting to go lower. I mean, we were like, thank you, come again. We actually even based this trade out, and it's really working again for us here as AMD starts to go to the downside. So, yeah, you know, we're having a good day. Like, really good day. So far, 2 trades today, short AMD, short Tesla. And now, all of a sudden, AMD is getting real damn spicy down here again at these levels, man. If you like your meatballs spicy today, then you're in the right spot right now. All right, so I'm going to actually... You know, it's a good day, like kind of when you're in like these chill modes, like we're doing right here. All right, so Tesla now goes back above 150, and we didn't blinked on that one. Okay, thank you so much, AMD. Just came back in again and gave us that. Tesla breaks. We got out of 75% of our position. We'll hold a little small piece here as it breaks back above 150. Still by far PL1, so we're happy with it. But we got to wait to see what happens now as the market is coming back in for Tesla. Back in,
SMCI
back up,
back down.
To the upside. Yeah, SMCI is back upside, and guess what, Neil?
NVIDIA broke the low of the day, too.
Another dollar club winner for everybody on AMD today. So, wow. This has been a great week. Great.
Absolutely has been. There hasn't been, I don't think there's been a momentum down day. Although, I mean, every day is a little bit different. But momentum trading's been pretty solid. Oh, I already have a stop. Okay. I already have a stop for Intel. Don't need a second one. SMCI just broke the low. What are we able to get? And ARM breaks the low of the day, too. Now you're underneath that 100 level. I want to jump back into the short, but I need to see it test that low. They bought the crap out of this off of 99.5, so I want to short back into 100. I thought we'd get VWAP when SMCI bounced. Obviously, that didn't happen, so I'm going to jump back in. I want to short the pop here on ARM as it looks pretty nasty. Tesla's still trying to go higher, oddly enough, so I think we're going to have to... I mean, it's relatively strong on Tesla, which is a little bit surprising. I'm getting bids in front of the low of the day on Intel, so short every single pop and get bids at the low of the day. But it's ARM that I want back into. If ARM is going to hold underneath $100, I think you could do some nasty things here today. Everything is flushing. I don't think SMCI DJK is going to 500, but it is certainly leading the charge to the downside. What an absolute flush it has been. And again, you don't know what's going to happen. SMCI wasn't doing anything when we sat down this morning, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, they didn't give the update that people were expecting, and you're down 15%, and that gives the juice to the shorts in the chip names. Let's go to the desk, or sorry, the screen. Look at some small cap recap because we haven't really been trading them.
Slightly positive day here right now for that Russell 2000, but the IWM making a little bit of a turn to the downside over the last 20 minutes or so. So a bit of a move potentially down for IWM right now. Lots of small cap names to talk about today. Alt Alliance is one of them, AULT on the Amex. This one trading higher after receiving a $44 million investment to date from Alton Companies under a 2023 securities purchase agreement from November. So there's some investment news here for AULT. Next up, we have Vertex Energy, VTNR. This one trading higher here on a two-day move from yesterday's announcement of some positive production numbers. They do have a short float of over 18%. Last but not least here, another heavily shorted name is going to be Nova Lifestyles, NVFY. Not seeing any news on this one, but nice move up on volume, short float of about 15% and a very small float, 1.33 million shares, guys.
Thank you very much there, Adara. And obviously, you're going to have a lot of things going to the downside, let's just say. Reddit's at the high of the day. It's up 3.5%. So it's actually holding the breakout off the 42 level and above VWAP. So this looks like it's, if you're looking for relative strength, this might be one of the places that you can find it, and you might just have to step outside of like the regular, what have you been trading all week. So VWAP looks pretty good here if it can hold on. DJT, I was saying, was not looking strong. Yeah, it's still cresting underneath VWAP here. So I want to look short on DJT. It failed at 38. I need to let it get back up in here to VWAP and maybe test above 35 if we're going to be patient with an entry. Shorting it at the bottom is not going to make any sense. But yeah, it's showing its, I don't want to say true colors, but it's showing relative weakness is the better way to put it here today.
All right, we've made a lot of money here on Tesla, and I feel like I'm getting a little bit anxious with it. So I went short again here. We're at the money now. I did put a bid, I think, here near 50 if it breaks. Okay, there it is. So we'll take out a little bit more. I'm playing with house money. We did get back into it, but I do understand that this is generally when I lose, is when I get like, oh my God, I feel like it's going down, but it's not. I have the right read, but I don't. That kind of talk. So I do have another bid pretty shallow here at 80s for Tesla. So hopefully it comes down in and fills that 80. We're at 86. There it is. We get it. So there it goes again, man. Face slap. Back and forth and back and forth. So we are multiples around here. And the thing is that you have to understand that when you like trading and names set up for you, those are go spots. So let's just see if we can find something else. Like that AMD trade, I feel like is almost a perfect example. We sat here and waited for it. We actually made a mistake. Other traders, right, might punch out immediately when something like this happens. We knew we wanted AMD. We actually took, remember I adjusted, so let's just say you went from 1,000 shares down to 500 shares, down to 200 shares, whatever. I thought we could initially have gotten a false break there. That is what happened. So we did put our shares down, which allowed me to do this. So again, sometimes it's just the little small decisions that you can't really quantify until it actually happens. So we are able to, thankfully, be able to put some money back, back in here and get that profit for AMD. Again, we only have 2 stocks today. And today, where's the, yeah, we'll go over there. Here we go today. You see Yannick in the back there. He's got his flow going on. You know you're a bad man when you're wearing sunglasses in the office, staring at computer screens. I mean, this man is serious over there. That yellow hat is also killer, making me look like a fool. Here goes Tesla all the way back down, and without any further ado, it's AD.
Not seeing any news on this one, but I wanted to point out Wells Fargo here, very strong on pretty good volume as well, up over 2%. I did see there's apparently some bullish options here, so some call options for Wells Fargo. Also a good amount of social media interest for this one as well, especially in the last 10 minutes or so. So WFC after earnings last week, very strong today, guys.
Wells, there was some bank earnings, but at the end of the day, I mean, you're probably not trading the banks in today. But good luck if you are. I'm going to back off this 151. Tesla seems like it's curling at 150.5. And, oh, watch out, NVIDIA. Only have so many charts up, but NVIDIA just made another. If this is a hammer candle reversal, you want to watch out for your chips. And again, this has been big time trend down. Let me just double check because I'm in ARM and I'm only in chip names right now. Yeah, well, SMCI is actually holding underneath $800, but it's trying to make a little bit of a bounce here as well. So if there is a reversal coming in, do not want to get trapped at the bottom. I might tighten my stop. I have it at 50s on ARM. I don't want to move it just yet. We haven't talked anything about Bitcoin, but I look over and Bitcoin has moved $800 from the last time I checked it when the market opened, and Coinbase has dropped $7 in that time. So Coinbase is taking it on the chin and about to go red. I guess this is kind of like DJT. There's not going to be a breakout to be had. I said if we held 65,000, one of the ideas I liked was a potential breakout trade on Coinbase. But you know what? Just because that was a condition that would have put me in a long trade, if it doesn't happen, I got to look for something else. So VWAP retracement will be in play for this name. Your breakouts that we're looking for pretty much, like they're all dead. You know, like I can't get short Rivian at 9. Doesn't really matter. So you just have to stick to, you know, what's working. ARM is still down around that 99 level. I want to bid 99s and then see how far it can go. But this could be one of these trades where if 99 breaks, you're looking at the 95 right quick. That's just the way the stock has been. So watch out for, I think, SMCI and NVIDIA. They're what's moving the chips as we speak. Tesla, I might move a little further away from the 151. That's the only adjustment I want to make here. It just seems like it's not quite getting there. It's strong, but I don't want to be too early on a move, and I haven't gotten back into this. It was a decent out to get out, but remember something. Like my style of trading is typically that I'm taking it from station to station, so that only looks good the days that it doesn't flush down to 146, which is plenty of them. And I know that. I know that for the way that I trade, I'm going to miss out on a lot of moves like that so I can capture this one and reload. So it is what it is. Like I said, like Sean says, stay in your lane sometimes. There's a note on, well, it doesn't really matter. There's some small news coming out on TSM, but it's really just like a continuation. I know we haven't checked them out, but yikes. Intel reports next week, and they haven't had a bunch of good reports. If this is what's happening now to the chips, what happens when they talk about how much money they're not making?
Exactly.
Like that's like think about this. Remember TSM actually had good earnings, okay? I'm just laying that out there. Intel reports in 1 week. You know, I'm just gonna say this now. I actually told Sharif this. I had sold Intel. I had covered calls that failed me. There was an intentional sell that was like last year, but it was profitable, but it was covered calls, and they got called away. And then I sold some Intel at 50, and I was gonna put that money back in at 30. I'm not doing it. And you know where I put that money? I was like, could I put it in SMH? Maybe. Could I put it in the Qs? I've been buying the Qs already. No. It was something that you and Brendan said on the podcast. Check out the podcast when you can. Saturdays, well, Sundays if you want. Doesn't really matter when you do it.
Check it out now, last week's.
Exactly. Check out last week's. This was actually not the one you taped. This is the one from last week.
Yeah.
No, but it was when you said you were talking about the diamonds. I was like, wait a minute. I don't know where I want to buy Boeing again. I don't know where I want to buy Intel again. I want to park that money in an index till I know what I want to do with it. Why not the diamonds? And so I put it into the diamonds.
There we go.
And I wouldn't have normally done that. I would have just slapped it into the Qs like I always do.
Yeah, so hopefully we're providing some entertainment and some random advice.
It makes you think of something. It's like something new that just makes something sparks in your brain. You hear a topic or a stock or an idea that you wouldn't have thought about, and then suddenly you have that opportunity to have it matter to you. It's not about like listen to everything somebody says. It's just what can you learn from it, right? Like I think that's the value of the pod. Yeah, for sure. We're going to be doing lots of stuff with the podcast. And then we'll be able to pay, I'm telling them, and then we'll be able to pay for the heat in here.
Yeah, the heat will be good. I don't have to have freezing hands. I think that would be really fun to be able to have that. What's up, Red 101 and everybody else?
Red 1?
Yeah, Red 1 is in the chat right now. So shout out to Red 1 and everybody else. Look, guys, just in these two trades, we're like, multiples up here today. Like, it just takes these couple trades. So this has been, again, hands off for right now. Goolsby is now speaking. It's 10:30. And again, today is one of those days. I'll leave it at that. I hope you guys can sort of, be able to pick up on body language and the way that I'm talking and we're talking. Today is and I'll just speak for myself, like a very, very, very good day. So and for everybody. I mean, every day that we're able here to trade. Goolsby speaking right now, but it is time to go over to the desk. It's 10:30. Let's go speak over with Miss Adara.
One comment from Fed's Goolsby just coming out now here is that it makes sense to wait to get more clarity before moving rates. He just started speaking at 10:30, so I will let you know if we hear anything else of note. Of course, it is worth mentioning the main story for crypto right now is going to be that Bitcoin halving expected tomorrow, April 20th. But also interesting note here with regards to Ethereum and ARK Invest, Cathie Wood's firm there, buying some Ethereum or adding to some Ethereum positions here. So ARK W adding both Pro Shares Ether strategy, about almost $3 million worth of shares and almost $1 million worth of shares of this ARK 21 shares active Ethereum ETF. So basically, Cathie Wood loading up some Ethereum ETFs for her ETF. So nice look there for Ethereum and Cathie Wood. We have Bitcoin here trying to make a bit, this is the 15-minute chart here, so we had a little bit of a slump here trying to get back above that 64. Earlier today, though, well above 65,000. So interesting, lots of movement here to talk about. We had that drop much lower, below 60s, now trying to recover. So Bitcoin in a bit of a state of flux amidst geopolitical tensions and ahead of its halving coming up here. A lot of these other crypto names, crypto-related names, pretty positive here. Solana up about 3%. We have Cardano up 2.33%. Lots of nice positivity here as all of these other crypto names wait for this Bitcoin halving. It'll be interesting to see how those impact those names. And we are brought to you by Benzinga Pro. You can sign up today for 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders. Just use the code TTV, capital letters, and you can actually use the link in the description to go to checkout.
It's always Blue Ocean.
All right. Yeah, shout out there as Neil was just looking at some Chinese names there that we haven't really looked at today. Yeah, what's good with Alibaba?
Alibaba. So, okay, first of all, let me start here because I'm already on the Pinduoduo chart. Because Pinduoduo is at the low of the day, so that's what's kind of important. The market's weak. Pinduoduo is at the low. Alibaba, on the other hand, is holding VWAP. Now, understandably, if you're skeptical until it breaks out of the 69, I wouldn't disagree with you. But if we do get a reversal, BABA 69, red to green, when it's at here on the, look at what the daily chart looks like on Alibaba. So for, again, I'm still in the same two shorts, but whatever, they happen to be working. So if you're, the daily looks like a wick down, potential breakout. So it's setting up a reversal pattern on the daily. It's strong relative to a peer and its peers, I mean the market as well. It's holding VWAP. It has an obvious breakout level. There's a couple of ways to play this. You can scalp off VWAP. You can take a 69 break if it does work to the upside. Lots of opportunities there. And I see you in the chat, DJK. BABA is super cheap. I know, but it's been super cheap for a long time on a valuation basis. And that has, I feel like that hasn't been the reason to buy the stock for a while. It's a reason to buy the stock, but simply it being cheap has done nothing for it in the long term. Believe me, I know. I'm 0 for 2 swing trading Alibaba, and I'm not swing trading anymore. I think it's a long-term play or it isn't. If you believe it's cheap, then you should be holding it for the long term, which is what I've shifted to.
So I still have, I came in here today with a blaring headache, and there was a chance that I was thinking I wasn't feeling well, and you're gonna have Obi in this seat here today, but I feel fine, but I still got a headache, so I don't know what's up with that. But you know what? If we're gonna do this every single day, then I'm hopefully gonna have a headache every day. Oh my God. There he goes, drop my pen. We are very, very much now, just to let everybody know, I'm in cruise control right now. It's Friday. I want to have some good vibes into the weekend. We've already talked about what we've done to this market here today. You know, it's not the easiest day out here. There's 3 or 4 positive traders, but that doesn't matter. You got to wait for the opportunities. And I just think right now, although I want to go short, I'm not sure the opportunity is here yet for that. So I'm just going to basically rest on laurels now, wait to see if there's anything going on in this market, and wait for another pop-up. So we are still in about 30% of this Tesla trade here. I mean, look what I'm talking about right now. I'm sitting in these trades, and we're just ticking up. We're just stink face. You know, so let's just stay in the short.
830.
I mean, we talked about it. I broke down
800.
Yeah, oh yeah, Nvidia's hitting 700. I broke down this AMD trade with you guys at 152. It's now $1.50 in the money right now. I mean, you guys want to talk about education and all that stuff? You guys want me to do an education segment? I mean, there's so much here every day. We break it down for you live. You know, these are live breaking down of trades, not like cherry picking or anything like you've seen some other stations do. Oh, this is what I would do if this happened. How about breaking something down as it's happening? Not like, oh, looking back and reviewing trades that we don't even have. You know, I think that's important when you make mistakes and victories. You look back and you review your trades. But actually, and this is the hardest part about trading, it's actually putting the trades on when you're in the fire, right? And so that's part of what sparked what we're doing right here, is to show that there is, you know, capabilities of actually sitting here putting on trades that are somewhat profitable and can be done while educating at the same time. So that's what we're doing right here. I hope you like and subscribe to all of that. And so let me do that first, and then we'll get to the real reason why everybody's here. Come on, AMD, bring it down, as well as Tesla, bring it all down. Why everyone here is they want to know what's for lunch.
I peaked already.
All right. Thank you so much, Brad Gober. I mean, we only have, I'll take the GOAT comment. That is fine. But realistically, we also have this. Where is the guy? He's not even here right now, so shout out to him.
Probably in the meeting
It's
somewhere.
Brendan. But right now, we are $2 in the money on AMD. We are $1 in the money on Tesla. These are all reloaded positions.
Bye-bye.
And we're 10x. Look at Tesla right now. Tesla downside right here. But what is for lunch is, again, if you're here, then you have chicken dinner winners on your plate. That is for sure. Bye-bye, Tesla. I should be bidding Tesla here. Oh, I am. 149.05. Let's see if Tesla comes into that level. But you know what? We don't need 149.05, although we're going to get it. Let's just punch out right there at 10s. Ring that damn register right there for another profitable trade. We are now out of Tesla there at 105. We'll just hold AMD, as this looks like it wants to go lower as well. All right, what's for dinner? It's Cajun Country. Cajun Country roasted chicken. It's like, it's Cajun Country, baby. Roasted chicken leg with red-skinned potatoes.
Ooh.
And then sweet, sweet, sweet peaches and cream corn. I will be stealing.
Peaches and
Not stealing. I mean,
it's a good song.
I'm pretty much paying for it. The food today, that corn we will take. But I'm hoping for tuna on the salad. I will take Fabian's corn. Thank you, Ramin.
That's fair.
That is fair.
I
So-
heard Adara say she's scared. What are you scared of, Adara? Scared of peaches and cream corn. To each their own. I'm not going to steal from anybody because I think there'll be some leftovers on the other side, so I will go that route.
There will be tons.
There's usually some, and I have no problem with peaches and cream corn because that
the best.
sounds. Okay, I'm not going to curse. It's delicious. Let's just leave it at that. It is absolutely delicious. The shorts it's getting nasty out there in the market. The only thing that didn't just break a recent low when I look up is SMCI, but that was already down 14%. ARM just took 98s. This is continuing to flush. Now, obviously, in the moment, I looked like an idiot when I sold at 122. I was only an idiot for a month and a half when I made a fresh high, but that stock it sucks. SMCI is holding out. At least it's trying to hold out the bottom. NVIDIA just made a fresh low. It's trying to bounce off 815. I think, if you look at where the bottoms could be, NVIDIA has now lost. I mean, it already lost the 50-period moving average, but it's lost the support that was at 834, and this will be tough to see because of the wicks. It's like 770 is like the next actual somewhat level on NVIDIA were it to get down there. So it is getting, like we said, pretty nasty in chip land. At least most things, anyways.
Yeah, getting nasty? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Unless you're Reddit today, I mean, what's up?
I just want to, I mean, even on here, for Tesla is, like I was saying, probably, what was that? We'll discuss when we get back from the watch of sectors with Adara.
Also, just worth noting for the market as a whole, Fed's Goolsbee saying that the golden path is going to be more difficult for 2024 and just basically saying they're going to have to wait to move rates until they get data that's moving in the right direction, saying housing data is particularly of concern. So some notes with regards to Fed's Goolsbee that might provide some insight on that move down we just had in the last few minutes in the market. Lots of bit of a move down for a lot of these tech names as well here. Most of the Mag 7, if not all of the Mag 7, trading to the downside here. Meta and Nvidia notably weak here. Meta and Apple both on watch with regards to that story coming out of China, with some of Meta's WhatsApp and Threads being removed from the App Store in China over some security concerns. So interesting note there, both of those names to the downside. In terms of upside moves, though, finance sector generally pretty strong. Health technology, some strong names here as well. Energy minerals amidst this geopolitical conflicts. We do have some moves up in some of these energy names. Health services, utilities, transportation, with the exception of Uber, also all pretty strong. And communications moving to the upside here. And VZ Verizon on watch with its earnings before market open. On Monday, guys.
So you'll see. Okay, there you go. I actually just trailed out of ARM, so we're just in the Intel trade. It bounced off that 98 at the same time as. Whoops, that was an SMCI chart that I wanted to be able to show you guys. At the same time as this was happening on SMCI, these are both 3-minute charts, but higher low back through 800. So I put a trailing stop in if it couldn't hold, and we got out. Now remember, the last time I trailed out of this thing, like I was getting back in underneath. So like if you think about it, like you give up, well, okay, technically I took more shares here, but like the point of the trade is, technically I take more shares here, but the point is I give up about 30 cents by getting out there on a trail and then getting back in there. But if it's going to trend up, at some point I'm looking back to VWAP, which is conveniently at $100 now. But SMCI has been the vehicle, and it's now showing signs of bouncing. If it gets to VWAP, then we can have something for like a patient reload. So let's let it settle back down. The NASDAQ's still at the lows, but SMCI is trying to make a bit of a, I guess it's a dead cat bounce because it's down. It was down like 14 or 15%. So I'll call that a dead cat bounce pretty much every single day. So nastiness, but I want to take some shorts only back into VWAP where we can get it. And then another name, which I did say I would take a shot at 165 on Apple, and then I talked myself out of it. It's trying to put a higher low off of 165 now. It would have been a good failed break on Apple. Down 1%. It's showing some signs of making a bottom as well.
All right. We're $2 in the money on AMD. We did put another trade on at 149 break of Tesla. Yeah, my hands are freezing, so I'm just chilling out right now. But yeah, ask me anything you guys want there in the chat, if there's anything at all you guys want, because I mean, I'm going to stay on the same thing here. I've only traded 2 names today, and it's really paying off. My focus, everything like that is starting to pay off, so I'm not going to throw money away here on names that I don't think are setting up for anything. Let me just check in on Uber again, because I thought Uber was pretty low in and around 70. Now we're at $69. Wow, I got to unzoom this. Wow, yeah, I mean, you know, it ain't Intel, but it's falling. $82 into 70 right now, into some sort of a base. I like Uber for sure. They added to the S&P 500. I think it was 6 or 7 quarters now in a row. EBITDA, good name there. Reminds me of the other name that I like on dip buys here. I'm not ready to buy anything yet. I still think that there's more to come here. If Netflix can be down, what was down 7, we haven't looked at this at all today, still down 7, you know, I am a little nervous for what's coming there right here. Okay, here's some questions. Hey, what's up, Dan? I mean, congratulations, Dan. You saw me tweet that out last night. And you guys know that I've been bearish, and speaking confidently. I feel like that's the one thing that I'm trying to do, and doing more and better for everybody is like showing you the trades, hitting them with share size, and then letting you know when, you know, we've won and when we've lost on these, and then, you know, how much, or where are we? All right, so Dan Emmons, here's some people tagging me in the chat. So talk about Amazon earnings. Sure, we could do a little bit of that too, Paula. How do I feel on Palantir? I take Drake every day over Kendrick. It's not even close. How fast do the Leafs go out in the playoffs? Well, they start tomorrow.
Come on, son.
I hope that the Leafs can at least go to the second round, deal with hopefully Florida at that point. But we have to get some, get rid of some of those exercise those demons against Boston.
You got the hockey hat on today.
You know, exactly.
It's look, man, around here, it's like if you're in Toronto, it's a party when the Leafs are in the playoffs, and it's all about how long that party is going to last. And you don't want to look past the next round. That's history has taught me that as a Toronto fan. Forget about the Leafs. Just a fan of Toronto teams. Don't look past the current opponent, no matter how good your team has looked. They got to get past Boston first. Sebastian, if you're looking for nicknames, man, everyone calls. It's weird. Like our high school friends call me. Like I don't have like a professor nickname. Someone had that one time in high school, but they call me DJ, and which is weird because I've never been one. Randy's a DJ around here. But I'm out of Intel. It broke that 3480. I'm on the offer right now of ARM at 100. Chart. If we come for a second. Yeah, there we go. Say chart once. We broke here. I jumped out of Intel. So I'm going to go red on it because I was pretty aggressively holding this consolidation. And I'm going to wait. Because if it's not, like if it's either the breakdown here flushes to 34 or it gets back up to 35.20. Right, like there's that short that you look for at VWAP that breaks down, or there's this short that you wait for it to go another. That's almost a full 1% for Intel. It's a $30 stock. For it to go 30 cents from here to the next level, that's 1%. So I'm going to let it get there. As far as ARM goes, I will look for the 100 retrace. Tesla is approaching 151. Yes? No? Yeah, it's getting close. So it's getting close to that 151. We'll see if we can run that one more time in there. DJT's trying to break VWAP. If I short this, I want to make sure it's on the curl of DJT. This is trending down, but still actually up 3% to its credit.
Yeah, we're giving, being that impatient trader that we mentioned that we potentially were being, we're going to have to hope that Tesla comes back down and get out of a little bit. I'm just going to hold this to 150.50. I mean, that's the 50-period moving average or so right here on the 20, and it is this high. We should have just waited for this. I mean, Neil was right, like saying, is it near 151? We should have waited to get a little bit more in.
151 to warm me up
at
right
this,
now.
Yeah, exactly. At this level. So we'll wait. And we will figure it out what happens here with Tesla. See if we can get a little bit out here if it does fall back in before breaking 150.50. So halfway through, we're going to get out of this one, and we'll take the dollar hit on this. So again, we'll wind up probably giving back about like 20-25% of what we made, which is way too much. So that's why I'm trying to get something. That's if it breaks, and it looks like it might do that. Let's see if Tesla just has one more push back in here. We don't have nearly as many shares as we had done before. So still, losing trade is a losing trade. We don't want to have any of those on board. Look at that. It just resisted 150 there again. So I don't know. Maybe there's a buyer here. We'll take some out. We just got 04 there. We'll take some out as it falls back in. So a 50-cent hit is much better than a dollar hit. So we'll take out 20% there. See if we fall back in. I have another bid in the 80s in case we fall. And then we'll see about trying to let the rest of it roll through. So right now, Tesla in trouble a little bit on this short. Market making a move right back up to the 50-period moving average. So yeah, right now, let's not give back this day, and we're not. So getting some out here on Tesla. Now that I talk like this, I'm going to take another piece out right there. All right, I'm going to cancel my 80s. We just took an 05 or 06. Let's see if Tesla falls back in. Our average price, remember, was 50. So we'll see what happens here with Tesla. Hands off, man. And let's see if we can get it down to the downside.
Yeah, it's like hands off the steering wheel. I didn't get
going
this
in full self-drive.
Full self-drive-ish, right?
Yeah, like, with Tesla.
Because you still got to be in the car. It's
I'm just gonna be like this, just chilling out like we're doing right now.
Actually, you know what's interesting?
Take me to Starbucks.
I've seen some people in their Teslas, which you're supposed to be attentive when you're doing it. I've driven past whatever.
Of course.
They're very, very chill. And I'm just saying, if I don't have a Tesla, if I had one, I would not be that chill. Like, it's just, no, like, I would not be doing all this just because you have, like, the full self-drive on. Like, I'm sure it's fantastic, and I can't experience it. One of these days, I should ask my neighbor about it. They just got a Tesla across the street. There's a bunch in my neighborhood, but, like, literally across the street, they got one. I just can't do that. Like, I like to be in control when I have the ability to be in control, or at least be ready to go. I did not get filled at 99.75 on ARM, and I'm trying not to be impatient here, but see what it's doing? Like, it's giving a consolidation, which could be a trap to short it down here. All right, I'm not going to do it. I'm going to wait. It's 10.50. That's not the time to compromise on price. What we shouldn't compromise on is the opportunity to go to the desk for money talks.
DXY looking like it's trying to break below the shelf of 106 that we've rested on the last few days. Decidedly moving to the downside here is the US dollar. Not a lot of data at all on the horizon for today, but we did have some comments from Fed's Goolsbee saying that the golden path is going to be a little bit more difficult for 2024 and that it will take longer to get inflation down to the 2% goal, though Fed's Goolsbee said that he expects it to happen in a reasonable amount of time, saying that there's been more success in the employment mandate than there has been on the inflation mandate. So only Fed speaker on the horizon today. Just some notes here coming from Fed Goolsbee. Interesting as well, next week, the earlier parts of the week's first 3 days, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, a little bit lighter on data and Fed speakers. But then on Thursday, we get the preliminary quarterly GDP number. And then Friday, we get the PCE print. So Thursday and Friday, some key inflation data to keep an eye on ahead of the next Fed decision meeting in less than 2 weeks on May 1st.
Come on, Tesla. Tesla's working, man. Here it comes. All right. I see you. A little bit of a move down here. I don't know if it's going to be. Someone had a good point there. Where was it? Here. What's up to Anthony G? Yeah, the 0-day trade options are definitely play effects at these key levels, and that's. I mean, it's a good point for sure, but it's also. I mean, something that we are well aware of. I mean, that's exactly why most of the time I'm looking for trades around key levels. I sit here and I talk all the time about this is an optionable level. You've heard me say things like that, and the 0-day has even made them more important. So you are dead right about that one. Shout out to you, Anthony, and shout out to Adair, who's got something over there.
Yeah, another comment here from Fed's Goolsbee coming in worth noting. So when asked about a possibility of a rate hike, his response was, don't think anything's not on the table. So basically what happened here is as Fed's Goolsbee putting a potential rate hike on the table if needed, don't think anything's not on the table with regards to rate hikes, says Fed's Goolsbee.
I mean, okay, like that's just...
I just can't wait till he says he's data dependent.
Yeah, no, but that's basically the same thing. Like it's you're
exactly.
It's the way in which you evade the ways in which you evade the question. And kudos to them for being loosely creative about the ways that they'll evade questions. And that's what I appreciated about Powell when he got asked about trade, which he can't comment on. You know he can't comment, so he made a joke. It's like, okay, fine. Instead of always giving us an answer that doesn't tell us something, make light of it. And that was pretty cool of him. And plus the joke was a compliment to Canada because he said, we have a very important export, and that is comedians. And we got some great ones. We're at 64.7 on Bitcoin as I look over. If you see me do that, I look at Sean's screen right there for Bitcoin. And the reason I'm saying that is because Coinbase just bounced $7, which is not nothing. That's a good 3%. It's into VWAP. This would be the area for patient retrace. ARM doesn't look like it wants to give me a fill anywhere close to 100 right now. So this looks like it could be the next thing. I want it to press higher, but I'm keeping an eye on Bitcoin. I want to see Bitcoin kind of make a top as well before I look for that curl. And I can look at it in IBIT, but it's nice to, IBIT's great, but sometimes you want to see the actual spot price at a key flat level like 65,000.
As we get ready to leave you guys here, we're going to go to the Midday show, and you'll learn all about trading, education, and stuff like that, and you'll be able to see Sharif and Adair kill the markets with their trades as well. But the idea here would be for me to try to stay net short, but we are getting a little excited here because the market is trying to head to VWAP, which is interesting. I think that would be like a TQQ short. So I've talked to Adair about the TQs and the SQs. We'll see which one she chooses and pick your poison either way, man. The same thing, a triple levered ETF right now. Yeah, just looking, actually there isn't really too much here. I mean, you could short VWAP, which would be fine. I mean, it actually makes sense because you're right into that level. In the middle of the day, it's not that you can get caught offside. I don't mean the word offside. It's just the market could get right now. Like, see all these wicks that are high wicks here? They just keep on failing and back in, failing. Like all of these high wicks are on red candles. You know, it's like tries to get back up and then the sellers just hit it down and then that winds up closing red. So like this is kind of some of the stuff that I've been doing, looking at things like this, you know, trying to stick my neck out a little bit on making calls for everybody. And today we're going to go 2 for 2. Hopefully we'll end the show without an LFT because we're 80 cents in the money right now on AMD. And although Tesla, we took a hit right here for sure. We talked about that. I'm still waiting to make that back. If we get to 149.50, then we've made it all back because we take out part of it there for 50-cent hit, and then if we can get it back in right now, then we'll be close enough to make, well, we'll make it all back because we still have 60% of the position. So here it comes back in. Let's see if we get a lower take. We're now flat on Tesla and looking for lower right there. So thank you, Sebastian, for that. I mean, you know, amazing knowledge. I'm just sitting here as an average dude talking about all this stuff, which is why I'm feel very, very blessed that we've now done, it's our 23rd podcast. And we've done 20 in a row, Brendan and I, and we're very, very proud of what we've been able to do. So make sure that you guys do hit the like and the subscribe, and definitely check that podcast out tomorrow when it drops. And here comes Tesla. I hope, you know, I hope we can get this fill. We are bidding in the 50s right here. Here it is pulling back in for Tesla. I hope we talked a little bit about, you know, some of our confidence in holding this. But again, this could be a spot where you may want to take some out as we did get a nice move back up to the upside. I'm bidding 50s. So if that comes, that'd be good. So just a couple more pennies and we'll be able to get this fill. Needs a couple more than that. See, when I see stuff like this, I start to be like, oh, I might not get the fill, but guess what? Rubber band, man. We've got this right there, right now. So shout out to everybody, man, leaving you guys on a high note. This is exactly what we're doing. See what I mean? Again, we can teach and do at the same time. We sat here, we worked you guys through AMD, broke down trades. We worked through Tesla, broke down trades. This is all live, you know? So there is not another channel that will do this for you live, breaking down these trades where you can actually see the fills in and out. 2 trades today, 2 bangers. It's a big day. And yeah, 10:58, Neil. Kill him with kindness here into the close.
Yeah, we got to. It's one of those days where you're having a lot of fun. If the Leafs do what has happened on the show today, Boston's not going to stand a chance. You know what's weird? I used to be able to name a few players on every team. I actually can't name a guy in Boston. Believe it or not. I know they have a couple of good guys, but it always slips my head. I wanted to trash talk one of them. What I will say is, weirdly enough, the Austin Matthews of crypto names today is not Coinbase, which I just showed pop off $7. I want to leave you with this. Mara's at the high of the day when Bitcoin's underneath 65,000. I always talk about relative strength and weakness. It's kind of a theme around here with terms of what you're trading. But this is much stronger than what I see out of, I'm going to pull up IBIT because that's the chart that I have. Like we're rolling over at VWAP. If we break 65,000 today, I think Mara's the one. And I was looking at Coinbase I actually said Coinbase would have been my breakout trade today. But I'm going to pivot to what the market is telling me, and the market's telling me that Mara is the one that looks a little bit stronger here. So you're up. Everyone said the halving was going to be bad for them, but they already got cut in half. That's already happened. So let's see if this one can break it out the top. I also like Micron at VWAP. That was a new one. So if you see me pop into Micron at about 109.50 or so, that's underneath VWAP. And ARM 100, we'll go back to that one if ARM even gets to 100 again. But that's not even a guarantee at this particular point. So Mara, kind of a new stock we're looking at. Looks like a 16 even break if we get above 65,000 on Bitcoin, which we've been hanging around pretty much all morning long. I just feel if we're not breaking underneath on Bitcoin when the market's dying, then we can maybe retake that 65,000. If that happens, I'm shifting from Coinbase to Mara breakout.
Here we go. Hopefully we get a drop down in AMD right now. There's only 20 seconds left. Thank you so much. A big shout out to Ramin, working wonders by herself today. So thank you so much to Ramin. A big shout out to Adara, killing it as per usual. Shout out to Brendan behind us. Shout out to Ty. Big shout out to Bears versus Bulls. Probably we don't say that enough. And a big shout out to everybody today that once again, man, thank you for supporting the Sticky Note. I'll keep doing it for you. Now AMD is now $1.50 in the money. Tesla's trying to come back. It's been a hell of a day. Without any further ado, Mr. Sharif is over here as well. He's ready to rock and roll, looking more handsome than ever. It's Sharif, it's Adara, it's Midday Madness. I ain't going anywhere either. See ya.
Yo, 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 what is up, beautiful people? Happy Friday to everyone. Couldn't be a moment too soon. Hello. What is up? Welcome to How to Trade. A little bit befuddled. That's the word I'm looking for. We already have some people ready there in the chat. Stephen Knights, whatever, man. I don't know. Matthew Booth, Bears versus Bulls. We got Chantel Street, Ace Ventura, Andrew Chow. Hello to you as well. Hope everybody has an awesome Friday coming up. We'll wait for everyone to come on over from the other stream, and then we'll start shouting everybody out. There we go. Now they're coming in. Jeremy Newman, Bob Dubb, Delov, Mateus Lane, Easy Trader, Draco, Zach Griffith, JC Finance, Charon J. We got Hamster. We got Michael Lloyd, Britt Benden, Stupid Bitcoin, Fiddleback, as well as Martin Currency. We got Derek Thompson, Ronaldo, Pillsbury, All Tank, Paul Goodson, Sixto V, and then we got Derek B as well. Shout out to the OGs in the chat, Ryan, Fat Figga, and our friend Elon Musk. Good morning, Derek.
Good morning. How are you?
I can't complain. Everything's good. How about yourself?
I am good. Yeah, I'm just living life. It is a Friday. And right now I'm in this little NVIDIA short, or NVDL, sorry. So just taking kind of a shorting the pop type appeal. If we break above this 20 area, I'm getting out of here. The plan is to take minimum 20 cents. If we can get back down to 80s, I'm okay there. If we drop a little further, I'll be aiming for 60s or 20s. I don't have a large enough position to scalp this out because I'm still getting used to adding more size, getting comfortable adding more size, I should say, as I venture into live trading. But I'm happy with the trade right now. I'm happy with the risk management parameters that I've set up. So we're just going to let NVDL go to the downside.
Yes, ma'am.
I see triangles. That looks nice.
Yeah, we're trading NVFY. We'll cover the small caps shortly, but for the moment, let's start the lesson du jour and get those wheels going there, baby. Last day of small cap trading. Today, we're going to talk more about the emotional side. We already covered all the other trades. We're going to talk about FOMO. Fade the FOMO, baby. So today's lesson tackles the ever-present danger zone, FOMO, or the short version is FOMO. It obviously stands for fear of missing out. This emotional roller coaster can be especially tempting in the fast-paced world of small caps, no doubt. Here's how to stay cool, collected, and potentially avoid costly mistakes. So as we typically do, we'll just define some of these basic terminologies for our new viewers out there. FOMO is essentially a psychological phenomenon where you fear missing out on a profitable opportunity. You see a stock skyrocketing and you feel pressured to jump in, ignoring your trading plan and potentially entering a risky trade. Stick to the plan, they say, right? So that's essentially what we're talking about here. Having a plan and not sticking to it as a result of some emotional manifestations. The dangers of FOMO are multiples, but we'll get to some just basic ones here. FOMO-driven trades can be absolutely disastrous. You might end up buying at inflated prices just before a correction comes in fast and furious, or you chase a stock that's already past its peak. Been there, done that. Remember, emotions cloud judgment. All small cap stocks can be particularly volatile, and this always takes me back to that area or that part of, I believe, Godfather 1 or 2. I can't remember what it was, which series, which movie in the series it was, but it was basically Michael Corleone basically talking about his brother, Sonny Corleone, and how he thought he was a bad Don, not because he lacked intelligence or anything, but because his emotions clouded his judgment. He just got too angry and he always wanted revenge rather than trying to see the bigger picture. I guess that's really what comes to my mind here. So your emotions cloud judgment, and here's a visual manifestations of that, right? So you have your FOMO time. Thank you for throwing this in there, Dara. You have extreme positive sentiment at the high risk. You're feeling great. All of a sudden, the stock starts coming down, and then you find yourself in that state of denial. No, it'll go back up. It's just a quick correction, and it doesn't go back up, and it keeps going down and down and down. And then the denial turns into panic, and you start really getting emotional here. This is when the emotion starts picking up. You start seeing doom time, panic turns into depression, and then the cycle starts again. You see, you get over it, you see another good looking stock, and you follow that same cycle, starting with a FOMO time, feeling great, maybe a couple of pennies in the money, and then all of a sudden you find yourself in that precarious positions again. So try to keep that in mind when you are trading. So how do you fade the FOMO? So here are some strategies to combat the fear of missing out and make rational trading decisions. First things first, discipline, absolutely key here. Stick to your predefined trading plan, have a clear entry and exit points. I'm talking about where you're going to get in, where your stop loss is, and where your profit taker are. You always have to have those three ready before you punch long or short. And they should be based on technical analysis, not emotions. I'm enough in the money. 50 pennies is enough for me. No, well, where is the technicals telling you to get out, right? Wait for confirmation as well, another key strategy here. Don't chase the stock that's already on a tear. Look for pullbacks or areas of consolidation or consolidation phases, I should say, after strong price moves before entering a trade. And last but not least, focus on value. This is more for the long-term minded investors rather than swing or day traders. Obviously, this requires an element of fundamental analysis, and not all of us are obviously equipped to do that. So if you are, good for you. Developing a FOMO-resistant mindset. So this is kind of where we get to the crux of the matter here. So building a strong trading mindset can help you resist FOMO. First things first, know your limits, right? Set clear risk tolerance levels and stick to them. As you would advise yourself to stick to your trading plan, stick to this as well when it comes to your limits. Don't invest more than you can afford to lose. So a couple of things I just wanted to chime in here. Obviously, we're on a trading floor, so we have a daily shutdown. We also have individuals higher up to account to. So it's not like us trading at home where we can kind of blow up our entire account without no one to account to. And also, don't invest more than you can afford to lose. I've used this example before, but I've had friends message me and be like, hey, you know, should I take out a second mortgage on this, or should I pull out credit card money to invest in that? And my answer to them is always no. You should only be investing what you can afford to lose. And so it has to be disposable income. And focus on the long term as well. Another really important point here. Don't get caught up in the day-to-day noise. You know, a lot of people printing. You start feeling bad about yourself. Develop a long-term strategy and stay quiet about it. Nobody really needs to know what you're investing in. You know, you make the mistake of telling individuals, and you know, they kind of sometimes throw it back in your face. So stay quiet about what you're doing. You don't have to let everybody know what you're investing in. Look at the long term. Forget about what everybody else is doing, and learn from your mistakes. We all make them. Analyze your past times where you had a bunch of FOMO and you took FOMO trades, and understand what triggers you. You always hear about things being, individuals being triggered and that kind of stuff, but what actually triggers you to make those mistakes when you're trading? And just really learn about yourself, I guess, really what I'm trying to tell you here. And develop coping mechanisms when something's against you, but it hasn't really hit your stop yet, so you can't get out of the trade, or you shouldn't get out of the trade, but yet you're feeling that bad emotion. You're gonna have to figure coping mechanisms to help you deal with that. So everybody's gonna be a little bit different in this regard. So just kind of experiment, see what works with you. And this is part of the whole learning process, learning to trade. So much psychology involved in day trading or trading in general. And consider the risks, right? It's easy to be swept up in the rallies that often accompany small cap stocks, but make sure to remember some of the inherent risks like halts, price swings, etc., involved in trading small cap stocks, right? So we know that these small cap gappers, they're around for a good time. They're not around for a long time. So make sure that your trading plan takes kind of that adage into consideration, right? And here are some additional tips for you guys. Take breaks. Step away from the charts periodically to clear your head and avoid getting overwhelmed by market movements. Hello there. I like that.
I like that outfit.
Yeah, I do. It's very ominous.
Oh, ominous.
Check out the walk and talk coming up possibly here, guys, on the Katina Man's Instagram account. If you follow him, there could be a walk and talk coming very soon. So take breaks. Like I said, step away from the charts periodically, clear your head, do a walk and talk like Sean just is about to do. and talk it out. That's part of the other great feature of working on a trading floor here is you get to bounce ideas off so many different minds, all of which are involved in trading. So it's not like you're talking to your friends about it who have no experience trading whatsoever. That's the beauty about being on the trading floor here. Now, if you're at home, you may want to chime in with individuals in the chat. You may want to join a Discord group, whatever it is. Try to have like-minded individuals, either physically or virtually, and bounce ideas off them, see what they think. And practice makes perfect. Paper trading also allows you to experiment with different strategies. Are you a breakout trader? Are you a mean reversion trader? Are you a momentum trader? Are you a range trader? Who are you, right? It also helps you hone your skill in what essentially is a risk-free environment because you are using fake money. And put things into perspective. I mean, really help try to wrap your mind around what you're doing. If you miss a big move, try to put aside your FOMO and consider the potential joys of missing out. I like that. JOMO, you may have missed out on a profit opportunity, but also avoid potential reversal, possibly a halt or another pitfall that could occur when you rush into a small cap trade. Been there, done that. And remember, FOMO is our natural human emotion, but it doesn't have to control your trading decisions. By developing discipline and a strong mindset and utilizing the tips that we just gave you, you can fade the FOMO. And I love how this is it's structured and make some rational choices in the exciting yet challenging world of small cap momentum trading. Adara.
Yeah, so I think too, with shout out to Jomo, that came from a poll that Fabian and Ramin once did, FOMO or Jomo. And so the joy of missing out, why I want to say that as well as I don't have a lot of small cap experience, but I talk about this a lot when I was in the sim. I traded a little small cap by the name of Axla. And this was my first day trading. I was like, I think it was maybe even my first trade. And I saw it moving up and I was like, oh, I want to get involved. I want all the smoke. I get involved, small size, mind you. And that's probably why I didn't get stopped out with this. But then it halts about $1 to the downside. And it's like, Adara, the movement had already happened. Right. You just got in because everybody else was involved. I had no level. I can tell you confidently, I had no levels. I had no idea what I wanted out of the trade. And so it just didn't end up working out. So obviously that's kind of a lower stakes example. But I think it does speak to A, why it's important to try things out in the sim. And B, FOMO is not all it's cracked up to be, and I just wanted to kind of say that. Also, I like thinking of the long-term element on there too, because I know with some of these small caps, like Rail Vision, I remember RVSN, that was moving up for like quite a few days.
Yes.
I know some people were mentioning, long-term potential for that, and then unfortunately did kind of go back to being a small cap, right, which is really hard, and I think that's why I appreciate that especially in regards to small cap that you mentioned long-term as well.
Well said, well said. Great additions, commentary there. Let's get to some small caps because, well, we're talking about small caps all week. So the one that I traded today was NVFY, but it is since become untradeable. We'll see if this one becomes tradable in a minute. Now, the only thing that this one didn't have on my checklist was a definable pre-market high. Kind of didn't do anything in the pre-market. The first print where there was any discernible price action or any discernible volume was right at 9:30. So I had no level off which to base this. But what I did have was the fact that it was dipping into the volume-weighted average price and that it had been respecting the volume-weighted average price since the bell. So what I did was I took a little bit of a dip trade there off 346, rewrote this about 30 pennies into the high 60s, low 70s there. But now it has become untradeable because VWAP on my chart is at 3 1/3, and now it's doing the dance here at 3 1/5. Below 3 1/4. Did hold up here at the 20 period. The 20 period is the yellow solid line on my chart. 313, it's doing 319 right now. Still not tradable for me, but I'd like to see what it does at $3. I don't typically like the whole dollar level all that much if it's below VWAP. Like you're not gonna see me take a dip off 3, but I want to see if this holds up maybe and retakes the volume weighted average price. Now, we had, I don't remember which one it was, but we had a small cap gapper yesterday that broke decidedly below VWAP, but then somehow reclaimed it later in the afternoon. The other small, by the way, NVFY up 52% was way more at the highs. The other one that's going on right now, INDO. This is a continuation play. This has been in play for a few days, and it's back again today. Definable pre-market high, above VWAP, above VWAP and above the pre-market high. So the pre-market high there we could see was right at 4 a.m. It got into 4 3/4, and we didn't touch 4 3/4 till after the bell. So that's the level I have off which to work. INDO is that Indonesian energy company. Just don't forget that, okay? Because it features later. So 475 was the pre-market high. We broke above that. We were wicking below the volume-weighted average price for a while, but we did hold 4.5 generally. Now we're really making a move here into 5.5. We just printed high a day, 545, up 31 2/3%. Again, look for something more retracement like on this, rather than trying to chase it at these levels. Personally, I like that 5 level. Number one, it's the whole dollar. It's above VWAP by almost like 10 pennies, which gives me a bit of room between the entry and the stop, so I can put my stop below VWAP. And also, it had trouble with 5 at 940, and then again at 945 and 950, and you guessed it, 955. It wasn't able to break that $5 level. So we know that that's a level of resistance. Let's see if it comes back after clearing it by some distance and uses it as support. We'll have to wait and see. So $5, an interesting level on me for INDO, so much so that I'm going to put my alert at, let's just put 507, because 7 is a lucky number. We'll see what we get there. WISA was also on the board. It's kind of V-shaped retracement right there off $8, and now at 6 2/3 below VWAP, not tradable for me, but keep your eye on it. And Donald John Trump, it's been in the headlines for I don't know how many days now after that big retracement. 3 days positive now, DJT, as it knocks on the door of 37.5. Technically, the high of the day is 37.19, but as you can see in the pre, it was a little bit higher than that. Got to about 37.5 or thereabouts. Anyway, the closing print on DJT yesterday was 33 1/5, and it just, you know, it broke it, double bottom right there ever so briefly, right back up it goes. But again, this one having trouble reclaiming the volume weighted average price, which on my chart is $35. So we'll keep an eye on DJT as well. And then I had another one here, RWAD, but this one it's done. So at least for now, it doesn't look like it's tradable. So we'll keep eyes on some of these small caps, Adara.
Yeah, our one got really chop and churn, and honestly, I might need to look at that because if there is a range, someone might be interested, and it would be me. Right now, I am in 2 trades. I am long IBIT. Right now, we're basically exactly at my point of entry. I liked this because, so initially, I was actually going to try to cancel this order because I looked again at Bitcoin, and I was like, I don't know. And then also here, IBIT's right below VWAP. But then I was like, Adara, we're still seeing this uptrend, higher highs, higher lows. I want to wait and see what happens here. If we kind of break in here, I'm going to get this about 10 pennies. I'm going to have to cut it loose, but I'm happy with this trade right now. We're trying to get at least 37, so I want about 17 cents, which for me is, I think, a decent size. I also want to talk about this SoFi short. Shout out to Kyle Burdett for pointing this one out to me yesterday and then again today. And the thing is, too, because he was putting out the double top, but I think you always have to have your own reason for entering the trade. For me, my reason I like this trade beyond, and again, thank you to Kyle for pointing this out, is because 724 was one of the huge levels I was watching yesterday. That's actually where I ended up leaving my short. Because look at the 724. This, to me, was a kind of a chop and churn area that we had that I did want to have my eye on. And so then when you see that 724 rejection, and we've been spending quite some time knocking at the door at 725, and SoFi will open it and then shut it Jerome Powell style yet again. So it has been a little bit of a bamboozling kind of trade here. My IBIT, oh, that's in VDL. I'm getting confused here because they're almost the same amount. So I'm going to have to switch my side charts so that I know what I'm looking at. Kind of coming down here. But actually with NVIDIA in mind, I do want to mention this NVIDIA trade because I was really proud of what I did with this. So I was saying, this was kind of one thing I was noticing yesterday is I've talked about this a lot with it regards to NVIDIA when I was trading NVIDIA in the sim with when I don't scalp at NVIDIA, bad things happen, for me at least, right? Other people can totally do the hold style, and it's just not something I'm really comfortable with. So and I said this as well with this NVDL trade. I said, we're gonna watch and see what we do, and if we kind of break here, depending on what we do around 70s, I wanna take at least 80s, but I'm gonna watch 70s, 60s, et cetera, see how we do. When I noticed that we were struggling a little bit here at 70s, I decided to get out, and then I'm happy we did because I got out there because then we popped back up. Now we're falling a little bit lower in NVDL. I probably should have taken that range short again at 34s, but I didn't. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. That's okay, right? I'm not going to FOMO into this. If we see other ranges I like, I'm going to get involved. IBIT getting a bit dicey here for me, and IBIT, we're going to wait. We got a couple pennies here. I want to see us bounce. If we don't bounce, I am bouncing out of the trade. But SoFi, I'm happy with. SoFi coming down to the downside a little bit. Also, I'm really proud of what I did with SoFi. I have enough for 4 beak wetters here. I have 2 of them set. The other two, I'm kind of interested to see what we do at 14s and then maybe save about 12s. But I am proud that I gave myself enough shares to kind of run around a little bit. And I'm only, also I didn't mention what my risk management was for this. We're risking about into 26s. So we're risking about 4 pennies. I'm trying to get minimum, I think 4. So I'm okay with that risk to reward, especially because that'll be about a quarter of the position. So enough yapping for me. Those are my trades, and I'm happy with how the day's going so far. It's been a fun week. How are you?
Sounds good. We just saw Neil in the chat say Tesla was back at VWAP. So we got long TSLL for that VWAP hold. Tesla's been putting in higher lows. I mean, let's be real about it. The Cybertruck may be out of control here with the accelerator being stuck and lodged. But the fact of the matter is, since that low that we put in, let's see, what was that, 715? We made the low there at 145.25. It's been higher highs and higher lows. That could come in and change at any moment. Like, we don't have to stick to that. But yeah, these higher lows and higher highs have been quite telling. So we'll see what we get there. Now, the other thing, Apple back at 165. So another possible range dip trade here on AAPL. But let's be real about it. Apple really hasn't respected 165 to the T. The low on the day on Apple is 164.82. So it's shown its propensity to break the whole dollar level by more than a couple of shekels, to be quite honest with you. So AAPL presenting you opportunities with what that 165. Now that 165 is supposed to be a key level of support. I mean, when you look back, it's 165, right, Neil, on the daily? 165 on Apple is the daily. Let's have a look. Why ask? Let's just look. It's just under 66. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Because I remember being 200, 165. Yeah, so it is 165 over here. That takes us all the way back into the trough that we put in last fall. So October 2023, we got into 165.22. So these are October lows that we're back to on AAPL. And we danced with that level as well in September, just a little bit higher though. Neil saying that there's a short seller report coming in on S-Bucks. So anybody interested on S-Bucks will have a look there as it's doing things. Let's go ahead and have a look over here on the blotter, SBUX. And I didn't take any profits there, sadly, on TSLL. Let's go ahead and set up a profit taker up here, and we'll see what we get. So S-Bucks, 1 second. SBUX. Let's find out. Oppenheimer reiterates perform. I don't see anything either. No, I'm not on Bizzing. I'm on my platform, but I don't see any. I see a whole bunch of analyst entries from 6 till 11. Do you see anything there on S-Bucks?
I have my Benzinga. I'm not seeing anything right there for Starbucks popping up. Yeah, Oppenheimer, same thing that Neil said.
Same thing, okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing it either. So we'll keep eyes on that. I'll keep eyes on Apple at 165 as well.
Yeah. So yeah, Apple at 165. Remember that 175? You had that great range on that on Monday, I think. So it's crazy that we're talking about like a $10 difference in Apple. I mean, Apple has been feeling a little bit of the heat, a bit more of an Apple crisp right now. Getting a little, not an apple fritter like how Neil likes. It's a little bit more of crispy, kind of getting burned by these markets just a skosh. But right now, this iBit, I'm okay with it right now. I like look at how well we held this 75s. I was going to give it to 73s, and iBit's like, you don't even have to worry about that, girl. Also, SoFi, we're getting out of SoFi. I'm okay, a little bit of an L. It's exactly as planned. So as long as you execute the trade how you plan to execute it, I'm okay with that. My one thing that I am that I've noticed myself falling into a little bit is trading too much with my P&L. So I'm trying to be not doing that, right? If I like a setup, I want to be able to take the setup. And I had that NVDL trade I was really proud of earlier today, but I don't want to stop trading at all just because I'm happy with what we did here, right? I'm going to absolutely be watching the 3360 on NVDL, and on NVDA it's going to be it's a little less of an even number, about 819 here actually, because look at this. We had this beautiful little doji earlier, then we dipped down a little bit. Look where we are resting. We're resting our feet here at 819. To me, this could be an interesting little level. I want to see what we do. If we continue to reject off, okay, it's probably too late. I think it's going to be a short. As I'm yakking, it makes up its mind. That's okay. I hadn't made up my mind yet, so I didn't want to rush into that trade. Yeah, no worries, Kyle Burdett. I took it on my own impetus. We lost a couple cents there, and I always appreciate everybody's, input, because it does help you kind of have the basis for your trade. And honestly, my thing with SoFi, as I was kind of mentioning earlier too, I really did like the fact that we were having this issue getting above this level that was so spicy earlier. So yeah, it's okay.
Very nice.
Didn't work out. Where's the next trade? IBIT, if you want to make up your mind, I would greatly appreciate it.
All right.
There you go.
Shout out. All right, we wet our beak on some profits there on AAPL as it holds 165 at like a nice little 10-penny winner. We're printing nicely here on TSLL on that. So shout out to Neil for calling out that VWAP dip on TSLA as we're nicely in the money on this bad boy. Wet our beak on some profits there. Now it's looking to break through the 580 level. So we'll see if we can make it up at least into maybe 583 or thereabouts. I don't really have any other trades, but I see Anurag asking, can you please look at ARM, flat bottom break, gap fill? Sure, let's have a look at ARM. Obviously, ARM had a very tough last few days, to be quite honest with you. And yeah, it's not looking much better today. Okay, so I'm gonna include the pre-market action on this just because we need to be able to see it. There we go. Okay, so now we got the pre-market action on this bad boy. And as you can see, the closing print on ARM yesterday was essentially 105. We gapped down quite aggressively into 102.5. That's just at 4 a.m. We hold that as a top for quite a bit. That is until the bell comes in and then down goes ARM. Right? And the thing is, I sat down today and I mentioned it to Katina, man. I'm like, $100 on ARM. He looked over to me and he says, okay, what are you going to do about it? And I'm like, I'm not going to do anything about it. I'm not going to trade ARM. I don't trade ARM well. And I think he asked me that because he kind of knew that it was going to go red. And more right he could not be. It already dropped $5 since, the top. It's $8 from the high. So tough look on ARM. Anurag was saying what? Flat bottom break with the gap to fill. What are you talking about? Let's go to the 4 hours, see what you're talking about here. Oh, I see. So you're talking about this gap from the earnings. And that takes us back to February 8th when this thing starts skyrocketing. So what level are you looking at, Anurag? $80? Because that's where I see the gap fill there. The high of the range prior to that earnings breakout was $80. So we're at 95.60 LOD today. So that's $15. That could be an interesting gap fill on a swing, Anurag. Good look for you there. I don't know if we gap fill this. I mean, obviously there's the adage of all gaps get filled, and whether you believe that or not, a different story. I should probably tell you a couple of things, though, with respect to this bad boy over here. Look where we are in the RSI. We are really depressed, really in oversold territory here on the 4 hour. So this is interesting. I mean, and it doesn't mean just because we are at the low area of oversold that we're going to get bought up. I mean, we could really actually fill that gap. Good look there, Anurag. I didn't even notice that. Shout out to you, my man, for pointing that out.
Yeah, I'm just getting out of this this IBIT a little bit earlier than expected because my thing was I noticed we kept rejecting this 9 EMA and I was like, Adara, if this sells off, it's Bitcoin. It's going to sell for the viciousness. So I got out here, happy with it. Not a winning trade. We also did lose a little bit in that SoFi, but that's okay. SoFi, so good. Not in that trade, but definitely in this market. So please just punch. And again, for me, I think risk management is a really key part. Also, it looks like IBIT might now decide to give up its ongoing battle with the 9 EMA and continue to the upside. That's okay. That's okay. One thing I did notice with regards to Bitcoin, although it's kind of not doing that necessarily right this second, is look at this little rangy area we have. That's what I should have been playing with IBIT instead of what I did try to play, which was a higher high, higher low type look. If this range comes back into effect, you can bet your bottom dollar that I will be getting involved. Shout out to the musical Annie for some reason. But yeah, let's see what happens. This Tesla is looking like a nice little long. I like this. Ooh, this is not. Yeah, I don't have anything to get involved in this right now. But shout out to Sharif for being in Stressel, Bessel, and he's making it the Bessel. NVDL. See, I was talking about. Okay, it didn't come in quite as I wanted. I wanted 60s on NVDL. We're at 53s, so I don't love that. However, if we can get another candle kind of holding up at this area, I will probably go long. And I say that because look at this little doji here. Look at how well we held this, and look at how much we're kind of stagnant at NVIDIA at this level. We even actually earlier on this little green candle, we bounce off of it, and then So I think this, for whatever reason, 60s is something with NVDL, and that's going to be 819 on NVDA to translate. Because yeah, NVIDIA and its little sister do have a very, much like Tesla and its little sister Tesla, NVIDIA and NVIDIA, as I'll call it, they do have, there's a pretty strong correlation here, so I want to see what we do. This 60s is going to be make it or break it for me. And I don't know why I said make it or break it. I will either go short or long. I will be getting involved in some way. Also, IBIT winning the Oscar for most bamboozling trade. I got out. We struggled for so long. I got, maybe this was a sign, like, Adara, we didn't break below. Why did you get out? So maybe this is something I can learn from. That's okay. We lost a couple pennies on that. But I am, you know, you have to be taking the trades you're comfortable with. And in that case, I was more comfortable getting out there. It's all good. Ready to see what else happens. It also looks like Bitcoin and IBIT want to break its range, which is not fun for somebody who likes ranges, but you have to, you don't choose what the markets give you. You just have to take what you see. And right now, I think this NVIDIA is going to be, we're going to do something here. I haven't decided what yet, but we're at my level I like.
I like
and something will be taking place. Thank you.
All right, let's have a look at AAPL. Got stopped out for the last remaining amount there as it did break below that local area low, but right back up above 176, 165 it goes on AAPL. Look, man, these markets are quite bamboozling, so let's be,
Sorry, no, my mic was doing.
yeah, I gotta tell you, you know what? I'm not going to be looking long for much longer here. I know these levels are coming in. Their key level is 165 on Apple. We kept talking about that, but I really feel like we are headed down. So we're going to be looking short. Now, the other one that I really like here is Microsoft. Now, we were taking a range trade on Microsoft in the 420s. Today, 400 held, but for how long? I mean, it didn't even hold exactly. We had this hammer candle show up. This is a mistake by me. I should have definitely known about this 400 level on Microsoft. In fact, I charted it to the high side for some reason, looking for a possible rejection on a pop. I don't know why I was thinking that way. I should have been looking for a possible bounce off that 400. That was quite obvious. But anyway, I think we may be coming in to this 400 again. Now, is this level better than the level, say, on 165 on Apple? So questions to be asked on that, but I definitely am going to be looking at Softy if it makes its way into 400. So that's another interesting trade there for MSFT. Let's see what else we got going on. Let's flip back to some of these small cappers. Anything going over here? INDO did come into that $5 level, but yeah, still not quite making its way down enough. Michael Moore Biding. Sorry if I butchered your name. Sharif, can you do me a favor and look at NVIDIA time and sales? There has been a buyer who constantly spams 100 lots above the ask for hours on it. Michael, you're probably not wrong. I'll have a look for you, but I don't think it's an individual actually sitting on their desk and doing that. That's typically an algo that's doing that kind of thing. So let's flip over here. Well, we'll do the NVDA. Here, there you go. So let's see, above the ask. So you were saying that they're spamming 100 lots. So over here, you'll be able to see the size. This is the time in sales. And so this will actually show you the share size itself. Whereas on here, you're going to see the lot size. So right above the ask, so we're 78, 75. Well, it's changing every second over here. To be honest with you, what I'm more interested in, Michael, are the ones that are printing ones. The size where there's ones, because that's a liquidity algo, and that's searching out for liquidity to see what kind of response it gets. And that's you always see that on the Apple time and sales as well. So I'm not exactly sure what to make of this 100 level, this 100 share level at the ask. To be honest with you, I haven't watched it enough. We'll do a little bit of watching, and then we'll see if I'm able to see anything there for you. But for now, yeah, I'm not really seeing anything right now. Let's see, right above the ask. Yeah, a bit kind of tough to tell right now. Never mind, it stopped yesterday. It went for like 3 hours straight. Okay. Let's see what else is being asked here. Ivan, look at Tesla. Don't you see head and shoulders on the 1 minute? Let's have a look and see what Ivan is talking about. So Tesla, what I saw initially, Ivan, was higher highs and higher lows. So what I ended up seeing, so I see what you're seeing here. Do you see a head and shoulders on the 1 minute? I don't see it on the 1 minute, Ivan, but what I do see is an upward channel, kind of. And especially with all these lows being incrementally higher than the previous one. Now you're not getting that huge flat top break, but you are getting higher highs nonetheless. This is the IB high, 930, went right into pivot points at 151, exactly 150.94. But look at the subsequent highs, they're all higher than each other. So I don't know, I personally don't see a head and shoulders on the 1 minute, but if you see it, have at it, my man, and let me know how it goes.
I was gonna say it also looks kind of upward trending to me because I like the first thing we were talking about this, we were both sitting down and like looking at Tesla. So I think it does have a bit of an upward movement there. I do think it could go 0 to 100 to the upside.
Real quick.
Just the way, real quick. Shout out to Drake. That song was like 14-year-old Adara's jam. That was
Really?
I at one point could probably rap the entire first part of that song. I don't know if we still can, but at one point
I
we
want
did.
to tell you something that Neil used to do Freestyle Fridays. I'm sure you've
I
heard
heard
of it.
about that.
Wow, look.
I mean, it's on the table, Adara. It's on the table. You
I
want to
will.
do it,
I'll have to
hey.
consider that. If I think of a song, I'll have to consider that.
All right.
But yeah, right now, this IBIT range, still ranging. I've not been able to get in. The timing on this has been very ill-fated. I'm really trying to kind of get involved at the top end, but I'm too late. Bottom end, too late. Also, I did miss my NVIDIA area. And this thing is, too, I still like, to be clear, I still like the IBIT range. I still like the NVDL trade off the 3360. But you know, one thing too, I want to keep in mind is I still want to respect my levels. I like earlier as well that you know, Sean and Neil were both kind of saying if it doesn't come into a level, it just doesn't come into a level, right? And I think earlier I used to take, because I know I really like how Sean will always say a scared trader is a deficient trader. And I think earlier in my brain I used to think, oh, that means like you have to take something the second you see it. And it's like, no, it just means that if you see something you like, have the confidence to take it. But if I don't see anything I like, I don't want to force myself into taking it. So that is why I'm just kind of waiting for my levels to come in here. Sorry guys, I wish I was involved in something, but I do not want to. We're talking about FOMO today, so I think it would be a little bit hypocritical of me to FOMO into something right now. Also, sorry, but there was a super chat earlier from Mac Jones.
Mac Jones.
Shout out to Mac Jones for the $1.99 super chat mentioning DJT and potential short squeeze. So we'll take a look at this DJT. Yeah, right now, okay. I think we kind of given up the ghost a little bit to use a Sharifism here, because look how many times we've knocked on the door of VWAP on a wick basis, and DJT is like, no, thank you. Look, once, twice, OB thrice. We are struggling with this VWAP area for whatever reason, and so I think to me, especially like these candles, it literally, I think these wicks are showing, hey buyers, you're not welcome at VWAP. So I think for whatever reason, there is some kind of intense vehemence with which the stock does not want to be involved. So I want to keep an eye on this. But to me, I do think that we would kind of need a VWAP break. And even that, it's not even like we're breaking VWAP and seeing higher lows, because we're not. It's really inconsistent. All I'm seeing here is this continuous struggle with that 35. Lately, it's been 35 for VWAP, earlier 35.40. But for whatever reason, this is the psychological level with which DJT is having a little bit of a battle here. Okay. Also, NVIDIA, if you fail this thing, I don't know why I'm pointing so aggressively, but if you fail this area again, someone is going short, and I am that someone. And we're giving this 10 pennies, and we're going to get involved. And this is what I mean. Like, this is what I'm saying. I think this is when a scared trader is a deficient trader kicks in, when you have your levels you like. That's when you need to get involved. Because when I didn't have my levels, it's like, what's the point? We have our levels. We are waiting till 70s. I like that level. A, we rejected off it earlier. B, actually, no, we just keep having a support resistance area for whatever reason at 70s. So that is where the buck will stop for N to the V to the D to the L. How are you doing over here?
I'm looking at INDO, Adara, because it came into 5, and that's the level that we wanted. We were looking for a defend of 5, seeing as it was the IB high, and it was also the volume-weighted just right at the volume-weighted average price. It's trading 509, 505 now. The spread's opening up. 5 pennies on a $5 stock. That's not what you want to see. So I'm a little hesitant to get into INDO because I did get caught in a small cap gapper yesterday, and I chosenly got into the halt, obviously, but it dipped aggressively on me, and it caused me to do things I didn't necessarily want to do. So I'm going to be a little bit cautious today. As you say, what? Once burned.
Once bitten, twice shy.
Once bitten, twice shy. Yes. That's the one.
It's a weird analogy. I didn't make it up.
I like it. There's one in Arabic too that says if you get burnt by the tea, you try to cool the yogurt or something like that. It's kind of it's not as eloquent, obviously.
Neil looks a little confused.
What?
Did you put the yogurt in the
Are you making fun of my culture, bro?
You making fun of my culture, bro? Hurt? No, man. Nobody said anything about hurt. I said burnt. So you blow into the what's called yogurt because it's cold. So it's kind of like an oxymoron. You don't need to blow into something that's cold, smarty pants. Come on now. Why do you always give me a hard time when I'm on the show? I don't give you a hard time when I'm on the show, bro. It's Friday. All right. Anyway, moving on. I'm looking at this $5 area on INDO, and we'll decide whether to get in or not in a few minutes.
Yeah, so NVDL dancing with this 9 EMA. It's honestly more, it's like tightrope walking here. I wanted 70s. We break above to 75s. We do not do so with the viciousness. I'm comfortable staying in this for the time being, but my eyes are on the prize here. And I just said that because it rhymed. Right now, we're literally just on whether or not we need to leave this trade. That's all my eyes are on. So we're watching this area like a hawk. I think we're going to reverse. And if we reverse and hold this, I'm going to flip long, actually. That's going to be the plan. So, yeah, we're going to get out. Adara, you have to get out. So we're going to leave. That's cool. I am interested in potentially playing this reversal, though. If we do end up popping off this area, I'll take 70s long. But right now, you can't take a long until you get out of your short. So we're out of the short, and it's probably going to be like IBIT, and the second I get out, it goes back again. We're a little bit red on the day right now, but that's okay. That's okay. You know, we're still up on NVDL, and again, I'm trying to play my P&L less and more just trades I like.
Nice, Adara.
You know, NVDL, if we're going to have this little bounce area, if we're going to be a little bit of a bouncy castle, I might, hopefully I'm not too dull to enter this bouncy castle because I am interested in getting involved in this NVDL bounce. IBIT's coming to the top of the range. Things I like are in play right now, and I am very excited to get involved here. Yeah, I don't know if this, yeah, I think we're going to take this NVDL. That is for darn sure. How goes your Tesla?
Tesla is fine, but I want to show INDO because this is why I was hesitant to get in at 5, guys. So we had that level, and it was dancing in front of 5, and it was showing you that there were buyers on that side. But like yesterday, you know, I had a level that I liked, and initially there was a level of support there, and then the bottom just dropped off big. And like you can see there, 25 pennies, that quick, it drops off from that $5 level. Breaks VWAP, breaks all the support levels. So I'm keeping my eye on that, but that's not going to be a trade that I want to take today. Yeah, now it's not tradable because it's below the volume weighted average price. So Tesla goes well. Well, I'm looking at getting in NVDL as well. I'm not going to just jump into this, but we did put a bit of a higher low there, holding up at 815. Prior to that, we were holding up at about 813, 812.90 is technically the low on the day right now. But keeping my eye on that. What else we got over here? You know what? We still have Apple at 165, quite frankly. So sorry for the dark pool prints over here. We'll bring in the side chart. But this is what I'm looking at, man. How many times are we going to keep finding support at 165? Tell you, I'm not going to take it, though, because it's not really moving up. Sure, it's holding up above 165, but what's the move here? To take 15 pennies? Because, I mean, it's rejecting off the 10 period now. The best case scenario is it moves about 50 pennies or thereabouts, because that's where VWAP is. And it's already shown you its intention to reject VWAP. So we'll keep eyes on AAPL, see if this one wants to get away from the lows, Adara.
Yeah, so we're in NVDL. We're basically about to be out of NVDL if we break below these 60s. I got into the long. I did say I would flip long if we held that area. Now I'm just thinking I was a little bit too aggressive with my out or my stop for the short, but that's okay. You know, like I'm still trying to get used to the whole, I think one thing that's really hard is knowing when you have to exit a trade because of your risk management principles, and then it just turns out you set your exit in an incorrect place. But that's okay, right? Like I had my impetus for leaving. I left, and I can't complain about that. But right now, I am happy in the long so far. We're going to take out some of this around 80s. We're going to take about, actually, let's do like 90s. I'm looking at this chart again. I think 90s is going to be, so we'll do like 87s. And we're going to take out part of the position there, but half the position, and then we're going to save pieces for dreams. Dreams do not go any further than 34. Instead of do not pass go, do not collect $200, will be do not pass go, I don't know. It's a Friday. The analogy died a little bit there, but that's okay. We're in this NVDL. Also, too, I want to say, because I just realized through what you were saying, I kind of have a question. With stuff like, would you say with regards to the lesson today being FOMO, that having your rule for your small caps, does that help you avoid FOMO? Like if they're below, I
Oh,
was gonna say.
certainly.
Or
I
if
mean,
it doesn't
how
make
many
pre-market
times have
high.
you looked up at the scanner and seen like something up triple digits, but you look at the chart and it's trading below VWAP. So yeah, absolutely. I gotta agree with you on that. It's definitely helped. Tesla is back at VWAP though, so I've already put my stop for my break of the level on NVDL, but this one is now starting to put in lower highs. So we were putting in higher highs. That trend has changed a little bit here. So we may have to look the other way here on TSLA, as it looks like it may be giving up the ghost at this level. I'm not going to just jump into it quickly. I want to see VWAP, the price action close below VWAP aggressively. And by aggressively, I'm talking about like 25 pennies or something like that. VWAP right now, my chart is 149.39. It's trading at 47s. We're break even right now on the remaining portion of the TSLL trade, but already taking the majority out of it, keeping my eye on Tesla to see if it does hold that VWAP area. The other trade that I was looking at was this Microsoft trade, and we wanted to have another shot at that 400 level. It doesn't look like it's going to give it to you right now, though. Right now, it's finding a bit of support at 401, coming back into that 401.50 level. And if it does make it up into the volume-weighted average price, this could be an interesting short because, well, it's showing you that it's going to project off that level multiple times today. Right now, VWAP just a little bit above that 402.5 at that 402 and 2/3 level. So another level to look for there on MSFT if you're looking short. Some of these ones getting a bit of a bounce here to the high side.
I stole a corn. I just wanted to let everybody know that.
Oh, nice. Oh, so it wasn't part of the salad?
No.
Captain Corn. All right. Shout out to the Katina man. Looks good, baby. What do you got over there, Daryl?
Yeah, I'm in this NVIDIA right now. I think we might be rejecting a little bit at 80, so I think I'm going to get out at least half this position and then save pieces. But yeah, so basically, I'm liking what we're seeing so far. I might have to get everything out at 80, so we might just scalp this out because I don't like the rejection that we had at 80s. I also don't like this little candle down in the queue. We're going to watch and wait, but I'm going to take at least half out here because that just feels, for my scalping nature, the right thing to do. I feel like usually if my instinct is kind of to scalp out part and I don't scalp out part, I find I usually regret it, whereas I do not regret when I do scalp out, I never regret it because at least I took some profit. Do you know what I mean? So for me, and I think that's one example of sometimes having JOMO. I have, and there will be times where I have FOMO, I scalp out way too early and the move goes way higher, but at least I do still have some profit, right? As opposed to not scalping and not having profit. So there we go. We took out some of this NVDL. I think we're going to keep the rest of this position and see what occurs. But also thank you very much to Ahmed Amwala for the, you were right yesterday, I did look it up, it's Durham, the AE Durham at $10 super chat, long QQQ for possible bounce. I see what you mean here. I'm on the 5-minute chart. We do have that little wick to the downside here of buyers overwhelming sellers, just a skosh. Right now we are knocking on the door of that 9 EMA, but as much as I have, and I've said I'm a little bit too reliant on this level, potentially the 9 EMA. For me, though, the bigger thing is going to be, look at this double bottom, this massive support we had earlier at 419. To me, that will be a more key resistance level, and that's also why I want to scalp out of my NVIDIA before we get to that 34, because I think if we get a little bit dicey here at this 419 on QQQs, I think NVIDIA and her little sister NVDL will certainly react in some way or another. So I want to be definitely watching that. I am trying to get out of NVDL at about 94, so I'm pleased as punch about that. Very happy I flipped to the long, because that's something I do a lot. Sometimes if my trades just don't work out, I'll leave them be. But if I have, I'm happy I was able to flip to the long because I still had the catalyst I wanted for the trade. And look, we kind of get near 419s. We get a little bit scurred here in the QQQs. NVDL feeling the effects of that as well, so I might have to see what happens here. Carlos Dart saying the market's about to range. I sure hope so, as someone who is a bit of a range trader, but I think right now I'm not seeing any huge ranges yet, except for, and I keep missing out on this, IBIT. Adara, this range keeps happening. You keep missing the timing on this. So I'm going to be watching this again. The thing is, though, too, and I've done this before, where I think a range is going to keep going, so I FOMO into it, and it doesn't last. Okay, we're going to do this. We're doing it. So I do like this area. Actually, okay, I'm going to wait to get out of NVDL just because I don't want to have all this going. But I think this IBIT range to me is just kind of too good to pass up.
Yeah,
Bitcoin's
great look.
Looking really similar.
Great look.
Thank you.
Eddie R, a look at Mara. Yeah, I mean, look, it's on the way up. That's what it's doing right now. Nice little move up here for MARA. $15 or thereabout close. I think it was like $15.04. So just above that $15 area. And now it's about $1.50 above that as, where is Bitcoin at right now? 64,656. Okay. So look, it's a good look. You have the RSI coming into overbought territory right now above that 70. Looking at that 80 print, you're near the top end of the Bollinger Band. It's a good look. I mean, 9% to the good on the day. It's just you're not going to see me jump in all that quickly into it. But yeah, shout out to you, Eddie R. Good luck there. What else we got over here? Anybody else doing anything? KH, he says, apparently he told me. All right, brother. Sounds good. Thank you for telling me. Tell me again next time. Keeping an eye on MARA. We'll see what this one gets on the day. Tesla holding the volume weighted average price, so it's precipitating me to hold on to my TSLL trade, but it is now a bit of a tighter range. Let's be real about it. So we have about a 149 1/3 to the low and a 150 to the top, and that's been happening since about 10 past 11. So the last 40 minutes or so, Tesla's been in about a 60 some odd penny range, having trouble with that 150 area. Initially though, obviously we had the higher highs and higher lows. That's come into, that pattern has come into question. Now, let's go into what's really at the lows right now, which is by the name of AAPL, breaking down again below that 165. And I'm sorry for these dark pool wicks, so we'll bring in the other chart over here. And this trade on Apple looks excellent if you're taking the short off the 10-period EMA. You're going to have these outlying events when you get a break of the 10 EMA, but look where it's stopping out at, the 20 EMA. So, you know, usually when we have these retracements, most of them come into the 10. Every now and again, you'll have one that comes into the 20. So I guess it's kind of hard to account for that because you don't know what's going to happen. But right now, we are at lows on AAPL below 165. Something tells me, though, this gets bought up and closes above 165 by the end of the day, just so that you know, the technical level will be there. So we'll keep eyes on that. All right, Tesla now breaking above that 150 area again. Not by much, though. Let's see what TSLL is doing while it's doing that. Yeah, right back into 580. Really nothing to report too crazily about. Let's look at NVDA. People yelling about NVDA, taking a bit of a bath over here. Okay.
I got out.
Yeah, I mean, taking a bath meaning like it's not good. Yeah, that's what that means, right, man? Anyway, so right off that 822, where is that? Where'd that make it to? 822 3/4, all the way down to 816 2/3 there. But it really is still holding that lower end of the range. For whatever reason, this 817, let's just say high 816s, it's been a bit of a bottom for the past half an hour or so. So we'll keep eyes on NVDA. Maybe we'll get a trade on this one at Arrow.
Yeah, I mean, we have Surya asking here about the DIA. This is something that I feel comfortable trading right now, just especially as I'm new to the live. I wouldn't feel comfortable taking like this almost $400, but I think this is certainly a nice little chop and churn, nice bounce off the VWAP. And honestly, I love this range. If anyone knows if there's like a levered version of this that is less expensive, I love this bounce off VWAP range on the Dow. This is gorgeous, and this is something I actually would want to trade. So thank you for pointing this one out, Surya. Yeah, I did get out of this NVDL, and I want to explain why. And this is why I always say, Dara, just scalp out everything. I feel like for me, part of it too is I said I don't really have FOMO, but I must, because what I'll do is I'll stay in hoping for more when I should have just scalped out. So this was an example of FOMO staying in this trade. I should have just scalped everything out. That's okay. We're still up on the name. We're down in the day, but we're up on the name. And like I said, trying to trade a little bit less with P&L, so still happy I took that risk. And I really like that partial exit. I should have just taken everything out there, but that's okay. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. We got that IBIT range, and I was really pleased as punch about this. Took about 10 pennies on this. If we bounce here off that 75s again, I'm taking this long, but it looks like we could maybe break a little bit lower. So I don't want to rush in to anything here. NVIDIA also kind of forming a bit of a range here, or at least on my NVDL, it's about 40s to about 80s, more or less. So again, we could be breaking lower. It looks like we are. Isn't it so fun when you talk and as you're talking, the stock decides to be sassy?
It does.
And be like, that's not what it does like a little finger at you. It's like, well, what are you saying? I'm going this direction. I will move in that direction.
Don't you let it talk sassy to you.
Do not let it do that. Yeah, for a second I thought the oh no was about something else. I was like, oh no. But yeah, so right now, this NVDL, we're keeping an eye on it. Happy with IBIT. was able to make a bit of profit on that. And we're bouncing once again here at these 75s. Oh, Adara, get involved. Get involved, Adara. So indeed, we are.
Apple's tanking.
Apple's,
Apple,
Ooh.
164.68, now low of day on AAPL. I fixed the wick there so you can see it a little bit better. There is 165 really giving up the ghost, especially these last two 1-minute candles here coming off that 164.94 all the way down. Now new low of day, 164.65 now is AAPL. But you know what? The overall market is kind of this way. Guys, SMCI is down 18%. Okay, it's at 760 right now on SMCI. Let's pull up this bad boy and have a look at the disaster that is SMCI. Let's pull up the volume histogram so we can see where the volume is taking place at. Okay, Tank City it is right there holding the low end of the Bollinger Bands. But look at this. Look at this. Okay, so something interesting happening here. We're getting higher highs on the RSI and lower highs on the price. Interesting. We're also getting higher lows on the RSI as well. So is this something to be interested in, or is just something to say, I'm going to dismiss this? Because right now we are at day's low on SMCI, 759.09. And if you were to look at the price action, RSI divergence, how many times have we talked about that this week? When these two indicators, well, the price is not an indicator, when these two elements diverge, usually it sometimes means that, you know, the downtrend or the uptrend, in whatever case we're looking at it, might be coming to an end. So this is very interesting here. I'm probably not going to trade SMCI, period, but that's something to keep your eye out on, guys. RSI price action divergence right now on SMCI. That's while it's at day's low, by the way. Apple printed more day's lows as I was talking, and Tesla is right back into that volume weighted average price. So now we're break even yet again on TSLA, but it hasn't broken VWAP decisively. So I'm going to continue to pack my patience in here, but I'm very much cognizant of the range that has been taking place on Tesla now between VWAP and between 150. It's not holding strict, but the fact of the matter is there is a range to be had here. But for how long? It doesn't have to go on forever and ever. Oh, we just broke 17.3 on the NQ. So big drop there. We were trying to hold up 17.3, and there it goes. It is gone 17.292. I think we're like well over 1,000 points off the highs. Let's go into the daily here and see how much we are off the highs. So from that local high that we printed over here, 18.7 it looks like, all the way down, we are down 8.25% from the high into the low today, 17.181. That was the overnight low. From where we're at right now, though, we're down 7.6% from the high that we printed on March 20th, 18.7, to where we're at currently. Now, keep in mind that an official correction happens at 10%, so we're not that far away from it at the moment. So keep your eye on that. But 17.3 here just gave up Adara.
Yeah, this was interesting to watch here on my IBIT, because every time I doubt the tenacity of this range, it flexes his little arm muscles like Adara. I am still here. So I stayed in this. I was watching to see what we did at 70s, because that was, to me, a very interesting area on both IBIT. And then in terms of if you're looking at Bitcoin, it's going to be about 64,350 on BTC. But yeah, I'm staying in IBIT because I liked that bounce. We bounced with the viciousness, with the swiftness. Also, I guess shout out to any Swifties because her album came out today, so I said swiftness.
Hold on, what happened with that? Did you hear about this?
Oh my gosh, my dad is so sweet. He sent me bad reviews for it right at midnight. Like, I wonder if the man stayed up to send bad reviews.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
Oh.
Did you hear that it leaked?
It did leak.
And then people were like, her actual Swiftie fans came out and they're like, we're not going to listen to it until she releases it on her time.
That's what that video was. Okay, because my dad said he saw some students watching some video because he's like a teacher, and he was like, I don't know what they're watching, but I guess that was the leaks. Yeah, that's interesting. But no, I thought it was like bad reviews, because yeah, apparently this album has not had the best reviews.
Oh no?
Yeah.
Eek. I'm sure you're happy about that.
I was, which I think is why my dad sent them to me. But yeah, so interesting. Yeah, sorry, I forgot about the leak. Yeah, but But yeah, this IBIT here, happy with it, just IBIT. So we're gonna have to wait and see what happens. But yeah, this range has been really proving itself. So I do not want to go chasing waterfalls. I like the strength of this, and I would like to kind of continue to see it hold up. So there we are.
Wow.
Yeah. What else?
Well, we're at lows on everything right now. Well, not everything, but a lot of stuff. I'm still waiting for that 400 to come in on Softy. But look at Apple, absolutely give up 165. I think this is is this 52-week lows on Apple? Let me find out exactly what the 52-week. Okay, so 52-week lows on AAPL are as follows: 162.14. So we're $2 away from that 52-week low. 162.14, 52-week low on Apple. 199.62, 52-week high on Apple. So we just printed 164.35 exactly. Now I gotta tell you, if this thing makes its way back into 165, do we short here? Like, this is really interesting. Now, we were talking about 165 as a level of support. Now, is it resistance? So Apple absolutely flushing to the downside and taking the market along with it. The market we were talking about below 17.3 just popped up again there at 17.3. Well, just below. I think it got into 17.290 or so, popping up. But again, dead cat bounce. I'd be looking to possibly short this at 17.350. We had a bit of a top there, let's call it that. So initially we had support at support level 2 on the pivots on the NQ June contract. And then we gave up the ghost at the 17.350. And then we started using it as a level of resistance from this side. So essentially from 10.20 to about, from 11.20 to about 11.50. So if we come back into this level, is this a short? I may look to take this on the TQQs. But yeah, this is very interesting over here on the futures. Even though holding the 300-point level, I think that there is definitely a resistance at the 50-point level. Now, Tesla right back above the volume-weighted average price again. So there is something to this range here between VWAP and the 150 level on TSLA. AAPL, though, bouncing a little bit over here. Let's check out some of the other names that we had. NVDL holding just above 33 bucks. That happens to coincide with that 813 level on NVIDIA. What else we got over here? TSLA will break even on at the moment. INDO still below the volume-weighted average price. So we'll keep eyes on some trades here, but packing my patience for now. Jay Lee, AMD 149 now. Oh, goodness gracious. Goodness. Let's have a look at AMD. Let's bring it in. There it is. So, wow, look at this, Jay. At holding the low end of the Bollinger Bands and giving way that 150 didn't really seem to matter all that much. Initially, we definitely had some support at 150, especially that 150.50 area. That was the IB low right at the opening there, and then we kind of troughed out, defended 150 again, defended it a few more times here at 10 past the hour, and then really gave up the ghost. Now, what's the trade? I mean, we could look to short on the pops, and the pops here would be probably 150. I mean, anything into 150, maybe you're looking short, owing to these 3 areas of defense here, knowing that this was a support level, is it now resistance? So shout out Jay Lee. Good look there with you. And I know the Katina man had AMD short too. Dan Emmons, 200 NQ points on the NQ short. Shout out to you, Dan. Let's see what else people are talking about over here. Pretty Panda. Can stocks ready for next leg up? Be careful in those. Be careful in the close. I'm not holding over the weekend. Okay. They just used a lot of words I can't say. What else we got? Kyle Burdett, NVIDIA about new low of day. Apple, remember how we were headed for 180 a few days ago? Oh, I do remember that, man. I also remember being at 18.7, and now we're at 17.291. So yeah, the whole market really here, Kyle, is giving way. But I mean, we were up so aggressively all year.
Yeah.
Right? So.
Well, I was just thinking, I remember you had like that great like Microsoft area you were pointing out last week, all week, that 420, 421. And then earlier today, you're talking about Microsoft 400.
We are.
And I was
literally 50 pennies away from that. Yeah.
It's intense. Yeah. So I just think it's interesting how, with the swiftness and the viciousness with which this market will move on in any kind of basisness. But speaking of things that could need a swiftness or a viciousness, IBIT, you want to get going? You were ranging, like we could get in this range per candle, as Sharif says, was so nice earlier. We could get literally in and out of the trade. And now IBIT is taking its sweet time, slowing down. But I have no reason to leave, so we're going to stay patient. Patience is not my strong suit, unfortunately. But that is something I am working towards. And I think being impatient has certainly gotten me before, for example, earlier on this IBIT trade. So being patient is going to be the key here. Just staying calm, carry on. Breathe. It reminds me of as well of that tweet that Sean was sharing earlier today about be patient and stay calm and everything. So that's what I'm trying to do in this trade. But right now, one thing you don't have to be patient and wait for is Neil's lesson du jour.
Welcome to the lesson of the day, brought to you, of course, always by Real Trading. Hey, one of my favorite lines out there is wet the proverbial beak, right? So I'll shout out to the professor and Adara. Because we use it a lot. And you probably, if you watch the live show, you'll hear, I'm going to wet my beak at this price. And it's not to say that it's a good thing or a bad thing in all situations. It's more about what it means in trading. Because the discussion today has been about FOMO, the fear of missing out. Right? Like nobody wants to miss a good opportunity for a trade. You get antsy for a lot of reasons. FOMO could be, I'm missing an entry point, but it's not quite at my price. So you get in. FOMO could be, I'm in the money on something, I'm not taking it out, but my first target hasn't been hit yet, but I see myself in the money. That could be the same thing. Like there's different ways in which you get FOMO, and really why what the beak even existed is like a topic or an idea or a concept is for that reason. So what I always found was one of the easier things to do is if you have an overwhelming tendency to want to get a piece in early, then sometimes scratching the itch or wetting the beak can help train you off of it. So in a situation where you don't want to get in at it's not at your exact price, you're feeling like there's a little bit of a curl happening in a stock, you always have the option to get in a smaller amount. Now, getting it all in early probably doesn't make any sense. But if you wet the beak, that's going to satisfy that little urge in you to make the execution if it's not the perfect spot. And the example I'm going to put here is, Tesla shorting into previous day resistance. So there's 151. It isn't quite at 151. And whether it works or not isn't really the point. But at the open, it got to the even dollar level, looked like it was running into some problems just above the 150. So it's an easy spot to say, oh man, I want a little piece in here. I'm trying to execute. But if you execute everything off 150 or 150 quarter just above it, instead of holding for the real top at 151, A, even though it works, you just give up some of your profit. B, the more important thing is the actual strategy that you're working off of has been violated because you didn't take that perfect entry. So what'll end up happening when you actually make a decision, it helps to train you. So if you put it all in at that one spot, it goes up against you, instead of risking 30 or 40 cents, it goes up against you 70 or 80, it still works out. You're still profitable on the day, you took it all too early, and you don't necessarily have that information that you lost something because you didn't end up making both decisions to check each one. If you wet the beak early and then still take your fill and get the rest of your position up at the top, well, now you have two decision points that when you're going back over the trade, it's much easier to not just look at your P&L, but you can say, hey, when I wet the beak, that wasn't a very good decision. Maybe it was a bad idea that I did that. When you make a decision in the market, you give yourself something to evaluate. Now, in terms of getting out too early, that's more like scratching the itch. There's no such thing. Taking profits is taking profits. But sometimes if you have, let's say, a breakout trade, sometimes a breakout on like NVIDIA, it'll immediately go $1 or $2. You want that first out, should be at $1, not at 50 cents. I do that a lot. But if you see it go in the money 50 cents, and you're like, oh, I see that profit, and you just get out of almost panic, that's not the best idea in the world. So again, wetting your beak in this particular case would be sizing down or having a smaller amount that you're willing to take at that first profit point because you know you're going to see that P&L and then want to grab that profit. Or I'm going to see, and use the example of Tesla again because we're right here, or I'm going to see that previous resistance level show support at 150. I know the move is back into VWAP. The first out usually is a retrace into VWAP. But I know that 150 off 51 could be a thing. So I'm going to make sure that I'm planning before I get in to take some out in front of it. And once you've wet that beak, again, you have a decision point that you can now evaluate. And that's an important thing. You make a decision, you can evaluate said decision when you're reviewing your trade. You had a reason for getting out at that point, you can evaluate if it was a good one, but you're gonna hold on to something. If it goes the whole way and you get it all out, fine, that was part of your plan. But if it's like, oh, it's in the money, I gotta take something out, wet your beak with a small amount. And one of the other ways, and one of my favorite ways of expressing this is an extreme example. And this is a trick that on IPOs, I was talking to a few traders about back in the day when we first started trading IPOs. One of the more simple, I don't have an IPO to pull up for you guys today. I think there might have been one, but it doesn't really matter. The point is, if you're taking something like this, a gimmick trade, sometimes you're just gonna go long off the open, right? So imagine Tesla's gonna open like right here, like a 148. Or let's use a more extreme chart like in NVIDIA, right? Let's say it's going to open up right here like 830 bucks. One of the things that you do on an IPO is sometimes just take that opening print. You take the opening print, you throw a stop underneath like the big support level. So if a stock opens at 830, maybe it has an 825 support, and you just throw your stop underneath and you're going to rip and run. A lot of times, because it's that gimmicky of a trade, you're risking $5, you throw an offer at $10 or $15, and you're really, regardless of whether you think the company's good in the IPO, you might just be holding it for that move, and you want to get it out. So it goes to the first resistance, you're like, oh crap, there's size on the bid or the offer, that's my reason for getting out, and you throw the offer out there. Fine, it goes from 830 to 840, you get it all out in one shot, that's your trade, your risk reward is fantastic, you win. But if your goal is to work on trying to hold them for extended moves, but you still want to have the principle of that range trade, then what I used to do in that spot is if I was taking an opening print for 1,000 shares, the second it would open up, first of all, I'd put my stop order in. And then the next thing I do is I would just change my default to 900. And what that would do is my downside is protected for everything if it breaks. If it breaks, I'm just getting out of all of it. But by changing my default shares, it guarantees that when I fire an order to take that profit in front of resistance, I'm automatically holding the last 100 shares in that situation. And that is going to get held back into my previous stop level where everything was. And if it breaks out, then I get to hold that little bit of a piece. And what that does for you is it allows you to trade the original strategy where you're taking the move, you're not really comfortable holding for more, you don't like the notion of holding for more, maybe you haven't judged whether it's good holding for more. It allows you to take that move, you wet the beak, in this case for most of it, but you force yourself to hold that last piece. And then if it breaks out, you suddenly get to make actual decisions with something when it continues to move. Otherwise, you're just sort of always paper trading it each time, which has its own value, but it's not the same thing. So wetting your beak can mean a lot of things, scratching the itch can mean a lot of things, but it's a process by which you make a decision at a point where you feel the urge to, but you don't do so for everything. And that allows you to evaluate the decision at that point. Maybe it makes you better at holding it, realizing you got out too early. It certainly allows you to bank some profits. It takes that pressure off. You can relax a little bit more, which is a good thing for when you're evaluating your move. So whether you call it scratching the itch or wetting the beak, I think it's a valuable tool to have in your toolbox. We use it every single day here at Real Trading. And you're probably going to hear it a few more times in Learn to Trade, which I think is fantastic. You're always trying to get better, and that's the lesson of the day. Wet your beak.
Neil. Eloquent, informative, and awesome as always. Caught that quick, didn't I, Ram? Yes, thank you for that. As Neil was dropping hot lines, the market decided to also drop. Not hot lines, just drop in general, baby. Look at that. Microsoft blow through 400 like it didn't even matter. Last time around, we had a nice little hammer candle that formed at that level. Nothing this time. What's going on, Katina, man? $5 on what? The Katina Man is $5 in the money on AMD. If you are following along with Neil and Sean's trades, make sure to head on over to More Trader TV Live. Thank you, Ram. As you'll see Sean's positions and entries on the right, Neil's on the left, and we have a plethora of other information there that I'm sure you'll find useful for your day trading journey. As we were talking, Tesla did break, finally, below the volume-weighted average price on a closing basis, which precipitated me to get the remaining balance of my TSLA trade out. And we are blowing through levels like they don't even matter. We have a possible 800 NVIDIA coming in here real soon, guys. And so that's going to be decision-making time at the $100 level. I mean, it doesn't seem that long ago. We were just talking about 1,000, but here it is, 800 on NVDA, about $4 and 2/3 away. It's just a smidge below that support level 2 on the pivots at 801 and change. So keep your eye on an NVIDIA 800, but it doesn't really matter what is trading on the day. Everything is down and to the right. All the Mag 7 names, Adara, are in the red. Chips, though, really taking it on the chin today. It has been a bad day for the microchip semiconductors.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy you got out of the NVDL when I did. Like I said, I was a little bit grumpy about this. I was grumping to Sharif off camera there. I was like, should have taken my whole position out of NVDL here, but that's okay.
That was you being grumpy?
Yeah.
That was a very happy grumpy.
Okay, well, I'm happy to hear that. That's good to know. But yeah, so that's all good. I mean, I'm happy to hear that. Yeah, the thing is, Sharif would hear me. I was singing a song about ranges. I want ranges in the market. I was like, give me a range. So the market, I guess, wasn't a fan of my singing because it's not giving me any ranges.
Oh, 6? Oh, Tesla, $1.20 in the...
Another one. Money.
Sorry, Sean.
Another one.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that was a super chat for that, yeah.
I did see that.
Thank you,
Neil
Kyle.
was dropping hotlines. Go ahead, Adair.
Yeah, sorry, I was going to say thank you, Kyle, for the super chat on that.
Yes, big
also,
Kyle.
I cannot believe I am doing this. I'm a little bit nervous doing this. I do this with a lot of trepidation. I'm getting involved in AMC. Because honestly, look at how well it's holding this 318 level. I was thinking to the markets asking for a range, and AMC's like, well, you know, we have something playing at 2:30 p.m. No, I'm joking. But the point is there was an opening here. There's a screening, a range available for me. And when I say range, I mean because it's not a perfect range, mind you, but you do have that support here at 318 that I really like. We had resistance, clear resistance here. Now it's forming into clear support. I like it. We'll see what we do at 314. We're giving it a cool 4 pennies. I'm comfortable with that. Trying to make minimum 6. So that is a very weird mathematical risk to reward ratio, but I'm happy with it in terms of the P&L. I might have missed this opportunity. I'm going for 318s, but that's okay. I have the little order there ready to go, sitting pretty. So hopefully we get involved. Tank City, says Kyle Burdett. We also got another super chat from Mac Jones. Saying Trump to speak on naked shorting at rally tomorrow. Yeah, we'll take a look at DJT in the place to be and see how that's going. Also, yeah, I think this AMC really did go without me, but that's okay. That's okay. Just looking for ranges. If I don't see anything I like, I'm not going to take it. A little bit red on the day, but happy. We're not too down. Just less than like a McDonald's cup of coffee, so I'm okay with that. DJT, are you going to really give me the range trade right now? I don't know if I trust this, but look at how we're just hovering here. This 34 to 34.50. I don't know if I feel comfortable trading this unless I see something that's really, really catching my eye, especially with this kind of heading down in the market and the fact that we're so below VWAP. I was mentioning this earlier too for another super chat, I think for Mac Jones. We cannot break above this 35. And I think now we're breaking below the bottom of that range at 34. So I don't know if this is something I'll get involved in, but getting a little bit compressed here with these lower highs and higher lows here for DJT. We'll have to see in what direction this will decide to break. But yeah, certainly the market's like, hey, we heard it's a Friday. We're going to give you guys a little bit of excitement, a little bit of spice, a little bit of viciousness and swiftness to head into this weekend. So, I mean, I'm here. It's been quite the market to look at. That is for darn sure. I like that light bulb there from Sean.
What's the idea? What's going on, Katina Man? The idea was this morning at 8:30 when he said short, so make sure you're hanging out with us every day, baby. 8:30 a.m. live every day. Get the sticky note. Get on it every day. We are live. Well, every trading day. Let's talk about SMCI here because, well, it's down 18.58%. Look where it's been getting short at. So I just made this observation. The 50 period has really been a nice go-to area here for the short the pops kind of thing. This takes us all the way back into that 933. That was the first time we retraced into 50. We had it again over here, 1030, 1045. Again, another attempt at the 50 here at 11 and change, say 1145 to about 1135 to about around 1150. We had another attempt over here at 12. And so this is interesting here. If SMCI makes it back into, say, 763, 764, this could be an interesting short on SMCI. It's been, I mean, how more beat up could it get? But let's be real about it. It is one of the reddest days we've seen in a while here. The NQ is down 1 3/4. I got to tell you, though, big difference here between the ES and the NQ. The NQ is a full percentage point lower than the ES today. So it really is the tech world. Let's call it the Mag 7 and microchips that are really bringing the NQ down. And the Dow is actually green, believe it or not. The Dow is actually up 0.18, and the Russell is outperforming both the ES and the NQ. The Russell's only down a third, not even 0.29 for the Russ. Anyway, keeping an eye here on SMCI. I want to see if this one makes it back into 762. It's almost there, guys. So here's a curl up here on SMCI. I was looking at the 50 period. It didn't quite make it to the 50 period the last few times, so you may want to short a little bit before this. But goes without saying, this is a very volatile stock. It is very spready, and it's also very expensive. So if you're going to take anything on this, just manage your risk well or don't trade it at all. Otherwise, you could find yourself in some trouble. Use smaller positions if you're having trouble. If you're having trouble with the day, try to use smaller positions on this, by the way. Okay, so we'll keep an eye on that. Now, while Neil was dropping hot lines, a new small cap gapper showed up here. TWG, this one trading above the volume weighted average price, but range per candle is ridiculous. And it's having these huge wicks up and then huge wicks down. It kind of slowed down a little bit over here midday, but not really. So I'd be looking for anything off VWAP here with a tight stop through the break of the 50. Because it hasn't broken through the 50 on the VWAP breaks. It's held above the 50. So if you're looking to get in maybe a 230 dip trade with a 220 out, you risk 10 pennies on TWG. Let me give you the details on this. So it's 70 million market cap. The float, wow, I don't actually have the float on this. Well, or 29 million shares, excuse me. 71 million market cap, 29 million shares. Is there a catalyst? I don't actually see a catalyst on TWG on the day. Anything from yesterday? Yeah, we had something yesterday. Top Wealth Group Limited announces closing of IPO. Thank you. Yeah, no, it's okay. Thank you for showing me that. Yeah, so this one IPO'd a couple of days ago, it looks like. This one IPO'd on the 16th. So big move up here for TWG, Adara.
Yeah, it's certainly not a twig today. A large, I guess, a scepter. It's a scepter in this market there to the upside. But yeah, this NVDL, I'm taking it short. I want to explain why I'm taking it short. Also, I am a little bit nervous about this short, but I want to explain my impetus for doing so. We had this big pop here into that, up from the bottom here into this 3270, and then we kind of fizzled out. Initially, I was trying to get involved in the short when we tried to retest it at 1370. I put 72, so I was 1 penny shy. Did not get involved, unfortunately, but that was the impetus for this NVDL trade. The Qs look a little bit stronger here, so that does make me a bit nervous, but look, I want to look at this volume analysis, okay? Massive sell-off here in this red candle. Look at this volume compared to this next little green candle. This is lower than the last few candles we've had. So to me, that my take on that is going to be we have a little bit less, at least on the Qs, volume to the upside than we do to the downside, at least for right now. Profit target for this is going to be this 32.35, but we know what I am about. If we see a little pause earlier, we will indeed take some scalps because we have to be scalp nation over here. Not scalping earlier, or not scalping all of it earlier was what got me a little bit chopped up in this earlier NVIDIA trade. We try not to make the same mistake twice. To quote that song by The Who, that was the theme song for one of the many CSI reboots, won't get fooled again. So we'll not let NVIDIA, or NVDL in this case, get us chopped up again. Once bitten, twice shy, or in my case, once bitten, twice aggressive. I don't know. We tried something. I like the look here in NVDL, and I'm
nice.
Exciting times. I want to see if we pause at this 32 we're getting out, but I think we might actually go lower. So really happy I had the guts to take this trade. I remember Sean's tweet earlier that be confident, be calm, and be patient. I'm not great at patience, and I'm not always great at being calm, but I think the confidence and the patience here kind of worked out, especially because I'm not always that patient. It was a little bit roundabout, but I'm happy with this trade. We scalped out, took about 20 pennies on NVDL. Whew.
Very
It's gonna
nice.
take a little bit of a moment to breathe there. Sorry for all the talking there, guys, and all the yapping here in these markets. How are you doing?
Good. Just looking at TWG as it just made a huge move up there into 270, prints new high a day, and then true to form, coming right back down into that 60 penny area. Be careful with this one. We said the range per candle is kind of wild, and right now the 5-minute candle on a $2 name has 40 pennies worth of range. So, you know, trade this one carefully. TWG on the NQ. This one is what's it called? Is an IPO. Sorry, I haven't slept a lot the last couple of days, guys, and I apologize because there's been a lot of stuff with work. So you're gonna have to excuse my slow mind today. AGBA also coming in here into the volume weighted average price, another small cap gapper. I just saw this one, $102 million market cap. The float on this one, 16 million shares. It had a big day yesterday. We saw that. It kind of sold off there and faded off into the afternoon, closing below the volume weighted average price though. Today, 8:30, for whatever reason, starts pumping again. We come into yesterday's highs, or 1 or 2 penny off the yesterday high. But again, like yesterday, we break down below VWAP. And today, we just reclaimed it here. So right at that 140 level, we get a dip trade, a rejection off the $1.50, comes back into VWAP at $1.40. So keep your eyes on AGBA if you are small cap inclined. As I was talking about AGBA, TWG skyrocketed up into $3, and now it's dancing with the whole dollar level. Is this going to halt? So TWG looking for a break of the whole dollar level at 3. We'll see if we get it. I don't know where the halt parameters are on this name, but awfully strong here comes TWG. I was supposed to say DJT, but that would be obviously wrong. Let's look at some of these large cappers quickly. Everything's still in the low end of the range, so I'll stick to my small cappers here.
Yeah, I think too, I was thinking the same because this NVDL, I'm not touching this until I see what we do at this previous level, this 3270. If we reject that, I will be taking it short and I will be scalping it out like what we did with this trade earlier. And thank you guys so much for the support in the chat. Really appreciate it. If not, though, I'm going to kind of wait and see. I was singing to the markets asking for a range, and I'm happy they gave me that little trade there on NVDL. And I'm honestly, Sharif can attest, there was actual singing happening there when I was like, range. But yeah, so we did not also get involved in AMC. Really proud of the level I highlighted, though, because it did bounce. We missed my entry by, I think, like half a penny or something, but that's all right. More opportunities. Right now, I don't have any entries on here, though, just because I don't like that we didn't make a higher high. And there's not really enough movement here for me to want to take this range unless I took it with an exorbitant amount of shares, which is also not something I'm comfortable doing. So that's okay. I think, honestly, NVIDIA breaking down here below, this could be a little bit spicy, but not necessarily something that is necessarily within my oeuvre unless I take a little bit more of a look of it and have a plan. What else is going on here? Let's look at the Qs and see what Q&A here with the Qs. What direction are you going? I don't know. But yeah, so also I think too, one thing I'm really learning is especially like looking at the NASDAQ and seeing how that impacts the trades. That was something Sean was mentioning to me as well a couple weeks ago in terms of if you're looking at Mag 7 names and wondering what direction, see what the Qs are doing, because that can sometimes help you with that. I think helped me with my NVIDIA trade, especially looking at this lower volume on this other candle, which ended up actually closing red, but initially was green, to kind of show me that, hey, I think the volume is a little bit stronger in selling, which is why I felt a little bit more comfy in that short. So yeah, I mean, I think really we talk a lot about confluence and combining different economic indicators, and I think that this is one example. Volume can really help, especially if you're not sure about direction. Yeah. Like these little candles have different colors, and I find that really helps you in terms of are we seeing the buyers more in control, the sellers more in control. Kyle Burdett as well in the chat helped me with that as well in the past, just like, hey, look at volume and see what's happening at what moments. So interesting times in these markets. Jameson mentioning a sell-off in the banks. So I want to look at this. I would mention this earlier on the desks. I was flummoxed by this move up in Wells Fargo. Like we've fallen back a little bit here. We're still up over 3% here on WFC. I didn't see any news on this, but there was weirdly a lot of Twitter hyping for Wells Fargo, and also they had some call options that I saw. So yeah, I think the rest of the banks. Let's look at JPM and see how they're doing. But yeah, Wells Fargo. About a week after its earnings, deciding to have a good time. Yeah, a lot of these banks actually look strong. JP Morgan trying to make a new high here, so this could be interesting. Lots of nice little looks here in these banks. And let's look at AXP, who I know is not your best friend here. American Express, on an American Express to the upside. Black card and check, ready to go to take a flight to the friendly skies.
Do you know why I have beef with them?
The Hawaii thing.
Oh, so you know about it. Okay, cool, yeah.
Well, it was
just shafted me like while I'm on
crazy.
vacation. I have no buying power all of a sudden. It's like shutting my buying power while I'm trading. You know, I'm just like, what the hell's going on over here? They fixed it and they were nice after that. All right, guys, everything's tanking here. 17.2 is incoming, guys. We are like 9 points away from it. The Katina man hitting the bear emoji, and more accurate he could not be. We are now almost 2% negative on the NQ on the day. What a big move down. These 100-point levels really haven't mattered all that much. 500 didn't matter. 400 didn't matter. 300 didn't matter. Does 200 matter? I don't know. I see a bit of a pattern here. So let's see exactly what we get. I'm looking to short AAPL if it makes its way up into the 10-period EMA on the 5. I've got my dip trade, or what, not dip trade, I guess pop trade, you could call it that. But I'll be cognizant that we are in front of the 200-point level, because if we do, for whatever reason, find support at 17.2, then we need to be careful with that. So let us start the lesson du jour. We are talking, guys, today about the FOMO aspect of small cap trading. And I got to tell you, this is a real thing. Let me just go all the way to the back here. There we go. It's a real thing. Especially because they move so quickly. They give you very little time to make decisions, but let's get to the lesson of the day. So fading a FOMO, a guide to avoiding emotional trading in small caps. Today's lesson tackles the ever-present danger zone of FOMO, or the fear of missing out. This emotional roller coaster can be especially tempting in the fast-paced world of small cap momentum trading. Here's how to stay cool, collected, and potentially avoid costly mistakes. All right, so what is FOMO? We're just gonna give a very rudimentary explanation, as we always do with some of these terminologies. FOMO is the psychological phenomenon where your fear of missing out on a profitable opportunity. You see a stock, in the context of obviously trading, you see a stock skyrocketing and feel pressured to jump in, ignoring your trading plan or the plan that you had kind of gotten together before the whole thing happened. And what ends up happening is you enter a potentially risky trade. So some of the dangers of FOMO are FOMO-driven trades can be disastrous. You might end up buying at inflated prices just before the correction comes in, or you chase a stock that's already up well past its peak. Bit of trouble there. Remember, emotions cloud judgment, and small cap stocks can be particularly volatile, causing more emotions to come into the whole thing. Again, the Godfather scene, I really want to harp on this, when he talked about his brother being the old Don and not a good Don. He ended up getting shot up on the expressway there at the toll attendant. Sonny Corleone was just too angry of an individual. His anger clouded his judgment, and he couldn't make good decisions. His brother, Michael Corleone, not so much like that. He's a bit of a cool character. And here's a graphic illustration, thanks to Adair for throwing this in. There you go. So your FOMO time initiates, oh, I'm panicking. Initiates over here.
Oh, I'm panicking.
Because my screen went red, right?
Oh, yeah, no, I like the delivery. It was good.
I know, I'm panicking again. Anyway, I can see it over here, so it's all good, Ray. FOMO time starts over here. Well, because the stock is on its way up, you're a couple of pennies, a couple of dollars in the money, you're feeling great, and extreme positive sentiment. This is when you're most in the money. Then all of a sudden, you know, the curve, the price starts changing on you, and it starts correcting in a way that may not be to your liking. And then your initial feeling here after that positive excitement, extreme positive excitement, is denial, initially denial, right? And then that denial sadly sets into panic. And that's when you really hear your judgment really gets clouded. So instead of punching out of the position and taking a little bit of a loss and reserving your capital, you do things that emotions do, not rational thinking does, which is maybe dollar cost average into a big loser, adding to more red, right? And then this is the worst part here, doom time and depression, and then the entire cycle starts yet again. So I'm having issues with my monitor here. I think it keeps going in and out. I'll message Randy once I'm done with the lesson over here. Yeah, I know, right? So the whole cycle starts again. That is obviously unless you can get your mind wrapped around the idea of trying to stay away from FOMO and sticking to your trading plan. This is what we're trying to avoid here. So how do you fade the FOMO? And by fade, I mean obviously get rid of the FOMO. It's a joke. It's I guess, a trading adage here. Here are some strategies to combat FOMO and to make rational trading decisions. First and foremost, discipline is key. Stick to your predefined trading plan. You should know your entry, your exit, both your exits, your stop loss in case of something bad happens, and where your profit taker is. You need to have 3 clearly defined positions before you get in: entry, exit, and stop. Okay? Have a clear entry and exit based on technical analysis, not emotions. Wait for confirmation. Don't chase a stock that's already on a tear. Look for a pullback or consolidation zone, or consolidation phase, I should say, after a strong price move before entering the trade, and focus on value. This is more really fundamental analysis related here, so we're not going to harp on that. Here's how you develop a FOMO-resistant mindset, though. Building a strong trading mindset can help you resist FOMO by doing things like knowing your limits, set clear risk tolerance levels and stick to them. Don't invest more than you can afford to lose. You can do multiple different things. You can have a daily loss. Like I know on the floor over here, we all have daily losses or shutdown. But at home, you may not have that. And so you may feel free to overtrade. Maybe by setting a maximum loss per day, you help avoid that a little bit, right? And also, where is your max loss for that particular stock? Your max loss your stop losses for small caps shouldn't be the same as your stop losses for large caps. They don't trade the same way, and so you shouldn't be having the same stops for them. And focus on the long term. Don't get caught up in the day-to-day noise. Develop a long-term trading strategy and focus on achieving your overall investment goals and learn from your mistakes, right? We all make them. Analyze your past FOMO trades and understand your triggers, what triggers you. I know personally, when a position would go against me that I had this crazy conviction behind, I had this habit of DCAing until you really got into trouble. And so that's something that I've tried to avoid. That's just my personal experience. What were your mistakes that you kept repeating over and over? Do you know what they are? Have you gone past and looked at what you did wrong? I mean, a lot of it is easy to forget because you're so emotional during the time. So you may forget some of this stuff. Journaling definitely helps with respect to remembering those mistakes. And consider the risks, right? It's easy to be swept up in the rallies and easy to get super hyped up. That often accompanies the small caps because they're so volatile and fun. But make sure to remember some of the inherent risks like halts, like the one that I got into yesterday, or sudden price swings like the one that affected me yesterday, involved with trading small caps. And here are some additional tips. Take breaks, step away from the charts periodically to clear your mind, clear your head. Sean does his walk and talk. We all have our other, little tidbits that we do there. Talk it out as well. Talk to other traders. We're blessed at this firm to be able to have so many different traders on the floor that we can bounce ideas off. And we have the big kahunas who give us great life advice with respect to, to sticking in the trading game long term. But you may not have that at home. So make sure you're interacting with people in the chat, joining a Discord, whatever you have to do. Just talk it out with other like-minded traders. People who don't understand trading are not going to be able to give you that great of advice. Practice makes perfect also. Paper trading allows you to experiment with different trading strategies. Are you a dip trader? Are you a momentum trader? Are you a range trader? What does your personality
like, what's best suited for your personality, I guess is what I'm trying to say, okay? And also put things into perspective. If you miss a big move, try to put it aside. Put aside the FOMO. Consider the potential joy of missing out, the JOMO, I always love this. You may have missed out on a profitable opportunity, but you also may have avoided a potential huge reversal that would have eaten away at your profits. Just remember that. And last but not least, FOMO is a natural human emotion, but it doesn't have to control your trading decisions. By developing discipline, a strong mindset, and utilizing the tips above, you can fade the FOMO, Adara.
I like that too. And one thing I want to say too is FOMO doesn't always come in one package. I was talking about this earlier. I was like, oh, I don't feel like I have FOMO. And then I ended up only scalping out part of my position on NVIDIA because I wanted more, because I was scared of missing out. So my FOMO manifested in a different way. So I think make sure you have your FOMO check and understand, sometimes here we'll do a spice check. Sharif will have me do a spice check with the meals. Make sure you do a FOMO check because FOMO is not always going to manifest as rapidly buying into a trade. Sometimes it can be a little bit more of a situation of you just don't leave when you should because you get a little bit greedy. You want more of that money. You want more of the hot dog cannon. And it just, you kind of have to be cognizant of that. Also, so NVIDIA, we had a short, we tried to short this here because I noticed we kind of came up to that level, rejected a little bit. I wanted to take a bit of that short. We lost a couple pennies on this. It's okay. We're slightly down on the market, but still green on, or not down on the market. We're slightly down in the day, still green on the name. I tried to take this again though, because I noticed this was that area I had that short earlier. We come up to 70s again, and I was more patient this time than I was in this short. I waited for a couple failures of 70s. I said, Adara, this level failed before. Get involved. So I did get involved. I'd like to see us break 50s. We're really struggling with this break below 3250s. And let's see what level that corresponds to on NVIDIA. It's because it's an 807, so it's a dollar level, which is maybe why this is such an area in NVDL. Not sure, but you always have to, if you're going to trade stuff like NVDL or Tesla, you always have to keep an eye on what their big siblings are doing in the Mag 7. So that's what I'm trying to do here. NVDL, let's go. NVD, let's go, I guess. But I want to see what happens here on this NVDL. Going to be cognizant. You know what? I want to be able to look at other stuff for people, so I'm just going to punch out of this here, take my 10 pennies. Please just punch. We could have dropped a little bit lower, but that's okay. We're just trying to take the trades that we feel comfortable with. And NVIDIA, I'm always a little bit more comfortable if I'm scalpy. In general, I'm more comfortable if I scalp. And I also think that goes back to what Sharif was saying, too, with regards to making sure you know what kind of trader you are.
Yeah.
And everything.
Well, you kind of figured that out as you went. So I don't think you jumped into anything. You really took your time and figured out what kind of trader you want it to be. All right, Apple just broke into that 164.50 area, broke the 10 period, and didn't quite make it up to the 20 period. So right back down. That's an ugly looking candle there if I've ever seen one. Big topping tail candle. The other thing I want to mention, we're awfully close to 17.2. And so anybody who was looking at the overnight low and saw exactly what happened there at, what time was that yesterday? 21 Central Time, so 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Look where we got to. So we closed up the day yesterday at 17.5. Let's just call it 17.550, okay? And then by the overnight low, we got to 17.181. Well, we are almost right back at that level. Even though we retraced all the way back into yesterday's close by 8:30, we have now almost come all the way back down into 17.181. But I've been watching what we've been doing here at 17.2. It looks as if we're getting a bit of a hold at 17.2, not unlike the difference that we got at 17.3. So we're a little bit higher than 17.3 when we held above it. We had this one candle come down into that 17.307. We haven't touched 17.2 quite yet, but we're still below all these moving averages on the future. So I'm not inclined to take any sort of long here whatsoever. But yeah, keep in mind that we have been dancing in front of that 17.2 for quite some time. Now, there is no discernible uptrend on any of these Mag 7 names, maybe a little bit here on NVDA as it now curls back into that 810 area, but it's still below the 10 period. What I want to see, though, is if this 815 area on NVDA, and I won't trade NVDA, I'll trade NVDL, but if we curl back above 810, above 812, where the 20 period is, into 815, well, this 815 area is staring at me in the face.
because we troughed out there earlier on around 10:30, 10:45, and we had a bit of a consolidation low there on NVDA. So keep that in mind if you are looking for possible trade here on these Mag 7 names. Let's have a look now at some of these small cappers that we were talking about. We were talking about TWG. I see a ton of topping tail candles here. That is not a good look for a small cap gapper. That usually is the look before the short comes in and a big huadunk down, typically a V-shaped retracement here. I'm assuming this one requires shorts to be bought. Let's find out. Let's just put like a tiny amount of shares and say go short $4, $4.25. Let's see. So it gets rejected, which means that we need to buy shorts for this, obviously. So TWG, you've got to secure shorts for that. But these topping tail candles, so far trying to hold above 3. There goes 3. So the move is coming in here to the downside on TWG. This one IPO'd a few days ago, but presenting us with opportunities for trades. AGBA, I mentioned this one not too long ago, saying that it reclaimed the volume weighted average price, right back below it again. So not going to trade this one. But INDO, true to form, has reclaimed VWAP. And it is at that pre-market, or sorry, the IB high there, right at $5. This one, though, looking awfully like a head and shoulders, so maybe a short through 4.5 here, which is where the neckline is hanging out. But you're going to have to see a retracement off this level for that right shoulder to develop here on INDO. We'll keep eyes on it. Obviously, I'm just going to jump in because I see a pattern. But interesting stuff here on these small gappers. As I look up, I see a new one coming into the foray here, NKGN, 51%. What is this? Let's load it up and find out.
No.
Oh, we'll find out right now. It'll tell us.
I remember.
NKGN. Yeah. NextGen Biotech. So you were not wrong. What is this doing? It's done about 500,000 shares. Careful, it hasn't done too much shares yet, but the volume just started coming in at 12:42, so this is about 3 minutes ago. This one talked yesterday about biotech announces upcoming presentation of their cell therapy in neurodegenerative disease. Okay, so this one has a catalyst from yesterday, but for whatever reason, it just started moving now, up 50%. Be careful with this one, though. It is a little bamboozling. Havana Woody, Sharif, the other kind of FOMO is buying back too soon on a pullback after taking a win. Couldn't agree with you more, Havana Woody. That's one quick way to give away your profits there. Make sure to sound technically. Philly, I don't know. Can someone talk about Palantir? Sure, let's have a look at PLTR. It's not one that I don't think the Big Kahunas traded Palantir today, but let's have a look at it. No, they did not. So let's have a look. Here we go. So Palantir, obviously a bit of a downtrend for a while now, trying to hold up above 20. We're below all the averages here. I mean, we're curling up, I guess, off that 20.5. Some topping tail candles coming in to that 20.5 area, all getting bought up. We'll see what happens here, but I don't really have a read on Palantir other than to say, we were really holding up the lower end of the Bollinger Bands. We were making lower highs and lower lows on both the price action and RSI, so there was confluence between both of them there. Now we're curling right up a bit, getting out of that oversold territory on RSI. I guess on PLTR. No catalyst today for Palantir, so not really inclined to trade it. Manuel Palma, AMC testing highs with some volume. I know you were looking at AMC earlier, right?
Yeah, I'm still looking at AMC, but first we're going to take a look and thank our lovely sponsor. Thank you so much. This part of the show brought by Pandimensional. Look at this website. Like, I'm having so much fun playing around with this. So Pandimensional, researching and strategy in the stock market does not have to be difficult. With your personalized AI investing co-pilot from Pandimensional, you can easily discover stocks and effortlessly test and execute your trading strategies. Get quick and digestible stock market insights with Pandimensional's AI chatbot, and backtest and forward test strategies with Pandimensional's AI simulator, all on a beginner-friendly platform. Try it now for free. So thank you very much to Pandimensional. And now, without further ado, Manuel Palma. AMC is actually an esteemed member of my side chart right now. So we'll talk about that in a moment. Because I was trying to get, I mentioned this earlier, I wanted 320s. Because look at how well this held this resistance then support. Then we try to test this again, and I don't get involved because I kind of was like, oh, maybe we're petering out a little bit. I should have gotten involved. And this is one case I stand by why I didn't, and that was because we were a little, was a little bit taciturn, a little bit harder to read. Then it decides to break to the upside, and I'm like, okay, do your thing, 21. AMC, the popcorn, popping to the upside here. Really a nice look, higher highs, higher lows. That's my whole technical read on this, but absolutely keep an eye on that 320 level, 319, 320. I think if we break below that, given how intense this area was earlier, I think things could get really spicy. Very spicy. So let's see what happens here on AMC. Also super happy I covered NVDL where I did. We took our 10 pennies and then, it's actually, NVDA had a bit more of a pop, I think, or maybe I could interpret it differently. We only popped a few pennies here, but I'm still happy I'm out of the short. I want to wait and see what we do. I don't really have a read on this right now, though, so I'm going to stay out. Right now, just after those last two NVDL trades, one positive, one a little bit red. We're slightly red on the day, but we're basically flat, and we're always excited to see what the trading opportunities hold, trying not to rush into anything here. The Qs, like literally sitting so pretty on the telephone line here of this 9 EMA. This could be an interesting point here. I want to see what happens because we do want all the smoke. Also Palantir, we were just mentioning Palantir there for self-ability. And I want to take the short. I want to take this short because I like that we're kind of ducking below this 9 EMA.
Yep.
I was watching this area earlier. We like 57s. We take 57s. We short. And I'm going to be basically, what do I want for my stop? We're gonna give this to 62s. We're gonna give this that wick there because that was a pretty interesting wick. So I want to give that its space. We're risking about 5 pennies. Trying to make, what's the bottom of this? 49. We're trying to make about 8 pennies, so I'm okay with that. Like I said, someone yesterday was asking in a super chat, I believe it was Pop and Short, about figuring out your risk to reward ratios, and I think it really depends on a person. I usually don't use a ratio. I'll just say as long as I'm trying to make more than I'm risking, I'm comfortable with it. So you have to find the strategy that works for you. I'm comfortable with this strategy, and with that in mind as well, we know how I am in terms of how I plan the trades. If we get to 48s, I'll take them out here, but if we struggle a little bit earlier, we shall scalp. So we're gonna have to see what happens here. Palantir trying to be a little bit spicy. I'm not a fan of spice. I do want all the smoke, but maybe not the spice in this market here. So Palantir, if you want to make a move back to the downside, please just dang punch, I will be. And it looks like this actually might be reversing long a little bit, but that's okay. I don't have a reason to leave yet. Trying to stay calm, stay cool, and again, not trying to trade P&L, trying to trade based on ideas I like, and I did like this idea, so I'm gonna have to stick with it.
Apple back into 165, guys. So let's see what we get here. Do we reject that level? I'm short Apple trying for that 165 rejection. I'm gonna give it a couple of more shekels into the volume weighted average price, but I'm keeping my eye also on the market. And I was looking here for 17,250 rejection, and it didn't come in. So we're retracing at least a little bit here on the market in general. So I'm gonna look to, so I'm gonna punch out of this Apple position because it looks really strong here. I'll look to get short again, possibly at 165 and a quarter, 165 and a third. That's where the VWAP is hanging out at the moment, but you're seeing a nice market curl at these levels. So we'll have to wait and see exactly what we get on these bad boys. Yeah, interesting look here on the market in general. Apple just skyrocketing up off that 164.07, $1 off the bottom there. But I'm not really convinced in this Apple long. But you had to think that, there were going to be algos that want to push this above 165 because that had been the local resistance, support level, I should say. And I was thinking maybe we probably close above 165 on the day. But I'm going to be looking short on Apple if we get this 165 and a quarter, 165 and a third. What you can do is you can place your out maybe above the $0.50. To me, though, the right out would be above this high over here, this high that we made at 1050, which is at 165. Let's say 3/4 and 2/3 in and around that area there. But Apple on the way up, look at this, into that 165 and a quarter area. And you're seeing a couple of nice bounces here, even Softy coming possibly into that 400. So there's another possible trade to be had there. You could look for that 400 rejection on MSFT. It was initially an area of support, but if the market's going to curl back up here, then it doesn't really matter 400 on this or VWAP on that. It's going to keep going. So watch out here for a market reversal. Do we have any like auctions or Fed speakers? Or like that?
We have the Baker Hughes oil rig count at 1.
Okay.
And that's it. It's
So
been a
we'll
really
just
light day.
We'll keep eye on oil. Oil's up like 0.44 right now. Nothing really doing too much there. Obviously, the belligerencies overnight had an effect on oil, but I think it came right back down. All right, so Apple's at that 165 and a fifth. So let's keep eyes on AAPL here because it is at the volume weighted average price or awfully close to it. Be an interesting short if we hold up at these levels, Adira.
Yeah, I think, you know, speaking of shorts, and this is what I talk about, you know I throw around this word a lot, the viciousness and the swiftness. This is what I mean. So we had this kind of pop into 62, and then we kind of fizzled out, right? And I love that that's where we rejected. That was my area I was going to get out, right? Because of this little wick earlier. That was completely arbitrary. It was, well, not completely arbitrary. I say that, but it was a wick I liked, but anyone could have used whatever level they wanted, right? But I always find it interesting. I picked this level because of that wick, and then PLTR ended up actually having this weird confluence and this weird relationship to that wick. So it's always nice when that stuff works out, I think, right? You know, I talk about my micro ranges and my weird little lines that I draw on my chart, but when they come into fruition, that is always sweet indeed. I am noticing we do have this little curl here, this shelf at the bottom, which makes me think this could potentially be a long. But I like the short. I got into the short for a reason. And if we do flip long, I might use the 62 area support. We'll see. We'll see. But I don't want to make any assumptions. I just want, you know, I don't have a Palantir or a crystal ball. All I have is this Palantir chart. And right now, look at how much we are struggling with this level. To me, this we do look a skosh bearish here on this little candle. So I'm going to keep an eye on this, especially with the confluence of the 90 EMA, which as we know is a level I like maybe a little too much. So we're going to wait and see what happens. I can't believe it is already 12:55. So we're going to start the lesson again a little bit.
Sorry, just want to cover Apple. What a rejection off the volume weighted average price on AAPL here. We got that right at top wick, and that's where we're going to cover right there. So I was a little early to the party. I tried to take 165 and I ended up getting cut up a little bit. The real level was the volume weighted average price. Look at that topping tail candle on the 5-minute. Let me just show you this real quick. That's an interesting level right there on AAPL. Comes right into VWAP and down it goes. But maybe it might retrace a little bit. So that's why I was able to scalp this trade real quick. Nice 165 and a third rejection on Apple. Also, that 400 came in on Softy as well. So look at this candle over here. Where do we get to? 399.89. So 11 pennies off a $400 name is awfully close. So you can just say we touched 400. 11 pennies it is what it is. And then it gives you a nice $1 move down, not a 30 penny move, Apple, on Softy. So now whether or not we end up rejecting 400 on the day, that's a different story. But there was something to be had at least for that specific micro trade there. AAPL, MSFT, I guess you can't really call them predictable levels, but you know, there's something that we had our eye on. So we'll keep eyes on both Apple and Microsoft because if 400 and 165 and a third keep rejecting, then we'll keep taking it. Yeah, it's okay. I didn't mean to put pressure on you. I'm looking at the chat over here. Let's see what people are up to. What are you guys looking at in the chat right now? Let's see what we're talking about. I'm just looking for some names that you guys have put in the chat. Smita Patel, CXAI, any thought? Is it doing things on the day today? Let's find out. I feel like this one has been calm a little bit lately because the AI names have kind of chilled out. Well, not a bad look, Smita, 12.25%. Who could say no to that? Especially if you're along this name and bag holding, right? Let's look at this daily chart so we can figure out some levels. So this is the daily on CXAI. You can see kind of hovered at that buck for a long time and then really got its feet under it in, looks like late February there. So interesting level here that we opened up at Smita. The fact that we held that 3.25, I would suggest to you is no accident. It is the top end of the range from February 27th all the way until April 1st. We were really hard pressed to, number one, be able to close above 3. And when we did close above 3, it was at 3.25 that we were really topping out at. And then obviously we got into $7 on the first of this month, retracing down now. But lo and behold, we're holding up at the previous consolidation area top. So it's not a bad look there. You're holding up at the 50 as we have been for, I guess, since February 26th when we reclaimed the 50-period moving average. Intraday, though, how do you trade this? Let's look at the 5. Okay, so the 5 not showing me too much here. Let's flip to the 1. Okay, so this one, what is this one doing? Retracements into the 20, which is the yellow solid line on my chart, have been plenty. The deeper retracements have come into the 50. The more shallow or more perfunctory retracements all into the 20, which is the yellow line. The 50 is the red line on my chart. We just printed day's high, SMETA 363. Look for a retracement into either the 20 or the 50 to get long. I would suggest to you, try not to punch near the highs on this name. It is a bit of a bamboozler right here.
Yeah, I mean, I've just been watching PLTR. We're basically flat on this. I'm just trying to stay calm and let it do its thing. 21. We're going to take out 2/3 the position here around this earlier kind of top and turn area, 52, 53, saving pieces for dreams. But the dreams, they end very quickly. They're getting around 50s. Again, like, I find if I just scalp, things go better. So I'm just sticking with my scalp levels. If we run into a little bit of resistance earlier, I will get out there. What else here? Oh, yeah, NVIDIA. How could I forget about NVIDIA and her little cousin NVDL? Or little sister. So I think as a scalp, I like this. You have like the bottom here about 63, top about 83. If I get the timing right, I do like the idea of kind of scalping or like, you know, cross-country skiing, like in and out of this NVDL to the upside. I think this is kind of, or to the downside. But I think right now with the Qs kind of turning up, I would rather take this long. I don't have any entries on these right now, just kind of waiting, letting it bake, letting it cook. I have it on the side chart for my NVDL, and of course I also have my NVDA in the side chart. So if I see those two doing things I like, we will be getting involved in NVDL. Palantir with a baby pop, but again, nothing that concerns me, nothing to make me leave quite yet. We do have the lesson in a couple seconds here, but I want to take a look as well at AT&T for Elon in the chat, saying that AT&T swing. I actually like AT&T on the daily chart here because I like this double bottom at 1629. And we'll have to see kind of what we do if it looks like we might be able to break this top at 1642 with that move up in La Spy. We're going to have to wait and see. But yeah, AT&T, a nice look. Let's take a look at the daily chart for that swing look. Oh yeah, these last few days, this is a nice swing. Look at this kind of solid bottom here at 1610. Yeah, congrats to you. Don't know where you got in, but that's a nice look for sure. And also, it's interesting. Right now, we're kind of coming into that previous bottom at 1640. If we're able to kind of break above that, that could be a nice little turn of things for our pal AT&T on the daily chart. We got out of Palantir. We broke up a little bit higher here. Palantir was not our pal. not my Palantir right now. But that's okay. That's okay. AT&T trying to, I think if we reject here, that could be interesting because I think that was a clear area of support earlier. How goes Tesla?
Just got into it right now. I kept looking at these topping tail candles into the 20 and 50, which are kind of overlapping right now. So I figured I'd try my hand at this in case these candles were indicative of, selling pressure or buyers fizzling out here. So we'll see exactly what we get on TSLA. I'm also cognizant of the fact that we're almost back at 17.3. So that 17.2 hold ended up at least being valid for now. However, though, this is the area I get 17.3 is a 100-point level, and typically I look at these 100-point levels, but this is the area that's really getting a lot of my attention. It's 17.350, and that's because there was a lot of action through here at 17.350 initially as a level of support when we came into that at 10.25, and then once we broke it at 11.15, we started using it as resistance. Look at all these wicks into that 17.350, which also happens to be support level 2 on the pivots. Don't know if that's a happy accident or that was, meant to be. But anyway, keeping my eye on the 17.3 retracement, looking for a possible short, hence why I got into that TSLL short, obviously with Tesla looking at the topping tail candles as well. Now, I also want to mention that both Softy and AAPL came into those levels that we liked. So AAPL coming right back into that 15 1/4, 15 1/3, where the volume weighted average price is. Initially, you had a nice rejection off this candle, but it's right back there again. We'll see whether or not it is a short there again. And MSFT right back into 400 like we were talking about, former area of support, now acting as resistance. We'll see if the second time is a charm, or maybe even, second time is a charm here on MSFT as it also comes into that key area of resistance. So at least I feel it's resistance. Also looking at Google. So Google was awfully strong today, and I really liked this 154 1/3. And again, it happens to be support level 1 on pivots, but there was a lot of price action there that made me believe in this level. We finally gave up the ghost at 154 1/3 once the market started tanking, but look at us retrace right back in. We're at 154 right now, minus 2 pennies. That 154 1/3 is not that far away. So I want to see exactly what Google does at these levels. Now, Google is a less volatile trade than taking Microsoft, for example, off 400. The spread will be tighter. It moves a little bit less aggressively. So this could be another interesting trade here on Google, on goggles, as the one that Kano likes to say. So keep that look in mind. Keep 17.3 in mind. Keep 400 on Softy in mind. Keep Apple VWAP in mind, and keep 154 1/3 in mind on goggles, Adara.
Yeah, I am. Yes, I got to Palantir. I'm going to go to the lesson, but AMC, This is tough because I do like that we're kind of bouncing a little bit here off that previous area of resistance. And the last time we did that, that worked out. The other thing, though, is I know AMC does AMC things, so I don't want it to get like all swept up in the madness, right? Especially going into the lessons. So I'm going to keep it in my side chart. I'll punch in if I see something I really like, but I'm going to go for, without further ado, we'll get to the lesson for now. Congrats, though, to everybody in I almost said CNBC. AMC, because I know there are some of you here in our lovely chat. CNBS. Also, worth noting, too, we do have a podcast. Check that out on Saturday. I don't know, I was just thinking about that, but check that one out. Lots of fun stuff there. Always a good discussion with Brendan and Sean. But for now, let's talk about fading the FOMO. So what is FOMO? We talk, it's a psychological phenomenon where you fear missing out on a profitable opportunity. Also, while I was doing some notes for this, I noticed there's also FUD, which is fear, uncertainty, doubt. That's another kind of similar one used almost interchangeably. And FOMO can manifest a couple different ways. I think the main one is that usually you see a stock skyrocketing and feel pressure to jump in, so you ignore your trading plan and potentially enter a risky trade. I believe it was Havana Woody in the chat mentioning a different form of FOMO, which is when you make some profits and then you re-enter a trade because you have your winnings and you feel good. I think another form of FOMO that I suffer from sometimes is only like staying in the trade longer than you should. So I scalp some out and then I don't scalp everything out because I don't want to miss out on a bigger move. So FOMO can manifest in different ways, and just be aware of how it affects you because it does affect people a little bit differently. What about the dangers of FOMO? So FOMO-driven trades can be, in a word, disastrous. So you might end up buying at an inflated price just before a correction or chasing a stock that's already past its peak. You want to remember that emotions can cloud judgment. So stick with your technicals, especially in a small cap stock, because they can be particularly volatile. So what are some of the emotional tolls that a FOMO cycle can take? Here we go. So you have this move up. It's FOMO time. Extremely positive sentiment hits. This is the highest risk, but this might be when you end up entering. Then it starts to drop and you start to deny, like, oh, it'll be fine. It'll be okay. Then we panic. Then we feel doom. Then you acknowledge you have to sell. This is when the depression sets in. And I've been here for some of my earlier trades in some of these mega tech stocks before I got a better sense of levels and waiting for the points of entry. Then we drop to the downside and then you're like, hey, there's a dip buy opportunity. And then we see the FOMO cycle rinse and repeat. And of course, this is a little bit more of a bullish cycle. It could happen, I'm sure, with bearishness as well. So just wanted to show that. I think it's kind of an interesting look at some of the psychological impacts of the FOMO. Also, thank you to Scott Thompson letting us know that there's a White House press briefing at 1:30, so that maybe could move the markets. Keep an eye on that. So thank you very much, Bitcoin Trader, for the kind words. First week of live has certainly been a lot, and I think I've learned a lot. But how do you fade the FOMO? So here are some strategies we can talk about to combat FOMO and make rational trading decisions. So for one, you really want to be disciplined. You will have to stick to your predefined trading plan, have clear entry and exit points based on technical analysis and not emotions. You also want to wait for confirmation, right? So don't chase a stock that's already on a tear. Make sure that you're looking for pullbacks or consolidation phases after a strong price move before entering a trade. Focus on value. don't just buy because everybody else is. It's like when, you know, like people will say, oh, like if so-and-so told you to jump off a cliff, would you do it? That's the same type of thing. It's like, don't get involved just because everybody else is doing it, right? Remember when you're a kid, you're like, oh, well, everybody did that thing. And then your mom's like, oh, well, if that person did this, would you do it? So keep that in mind. You have to stick to your strategy. Everybody's going to trade differently. I think that's one really cool thing about what we have here in this community is everyone is going to maybe sometimes be in the same trades, but have different, I hate that the word is impetuses, but impetuses or reasons for getting into that trade, or people will have
too close, eh?
right? Yeah,
It's too close.
Or someone will have, like, for example, you know, a reason to enter, and someone else can acknowledge that it looks nice, but it's just not the trade for them, right? So make sure that you're taking a trade for your own reason. Also, make sure you're doing some focusing on value, doing your own research. This is more for long terms, but I think with small caps, it's still apt because sometimes we'll have a small cap. Rail Vision, RVSN is the most recent example I can think of where we did have that move up, and I know some people were considering this one long term, but unfortunately did end up dropping a little bit lower. So I think that's an interesting point there as well. Develop a FOMO-like mindset is also, she was laughing at the way I pressed the keyboard there, but you have to find a FOMO-resistant mindset. So have a strong mindset to help you resist and fade the FOMO. You have to know your limits. Setting clear risk tolerance levels and sticking to them can help you avoid FOMO because you don't want to invest more than you can afford to lose. Also, focus on long-term strategies. Don't get caught up in the little day-to-day noise. Develop a long-term trading strategy or minute-to-minute or second-to-second noise, I guess, too, if you're talking intraday, as we often do here. You also want to focus on achieving your overall investment goals, not what everybody else is doing in these markets. Also, make sure to learn from mistakes. We all make them. You have to analyze past FOMO trades to understand your triggers and develop coping mechanisms. Also consider the risk because it's easy to be swept up in these rallies that often accompany small cap stocks. That was what I always talk about with my infamous Axla trade on the sim where we got a little bit chopped up there, lost in the sauce, and ended up in a down halt. So that was a little bit of a moment for me, right? But it's easy to get swept with these moments, and that's why you want to make sure that you remember some of the inherent risks involved, like halts, like sudden price swings, especially involved when you're trading small caps. Here's some additional tips to talk about. So make sure that you take breaks sometimes. You know, we have, Sharif was talking about how sometimes he hangs out on the couch in the back. Neil will listen to music. Sean will go on his walk, talk, stock. You have to find a way to deal with the stress of trading, clear your head, and avoid getting too lost in the sauce with these markets. You also sometimes maybe want to talk it out. Talk it out. We do this all the time on the desk here with other traders on the floor. Talk about what happened. Talk about your trading ideas. Talk about your actual trades that you made with friends or mentors to gain a fresh perspective and avoid emotional trading decisions. But practice is going to make perfect here, right? So as someone who spent a lot of time in the sim, I can definitely attest. Paper trading helps you define your strategy, refine your strategy, and hone your skills in an environment that is relatively risk-free. Also, you want to put things into perspective. Remember, we have FOMO, but also, as Fabian Ramin once put into a poll here, we have JOMO, which is the joy of missing out. You know, maybe you missed out on a profit movement, but also you could have missed in a down halt or something that didn't go according to plan, and that's why you have to remember JOMO as well. Sometimes you can you know, just be grateful and understand that not everything is going to go this way, and so maybe you don't want to add in. Also, FOMO is a natural human emotion, but it does not have to control your trading decisions. Understand what FOMO means for you and develop discipline and a strong mindset and utilize maybe some of the tips we gave. Also, this is very kind from Honest Abe. I deal with the stress by watching you guys, LOL. I mean, I'm happy to be there for you. And you know what, honestly, I think this one really great thing about this community is we have a group of people that is kind of there for you and that understands because they're all trading these markets here as well. Also, there was another comment here. 1320 Wolf saying any green candle is like a shiny object. And I think that's certainly the case sometimes in these markets. So that's why you have to make sure your FOMO doesn't set in and you don't get like, oh, squirrel, like running around trying to chase these candles to the upside. Don't go chasing waterfalls, as I am always saying. Shout out to TLC.
Yes, ma'am.
How are you doing?
Doing all right. Watching the future as we kind of wick shimmy dance with 17.3 precipitated me to get into this TQQQ short. You know, I feel like we're wicking off 17.3 and not claiming it. So I don't know, man, if there's going to be a time for a dead cat bounce off a 100-point level, I just love it for it to be now. So we'll see exactly what we get here. But we're using the NQs levels, but we're trading the TQQQ. So sometimes there's a bit of a mismatch between the levels. You try to figure out what price is which on each chart, but it's not always an exact science. So keep your eye out for a break and take of the actual 17.3 level. Not just a quick wick in there. You're looking for decisive buying to show you that we're going to blow through that level. So keep that in mind. Also still holding the TSLA short into this bad boy. Shout out to the Katina man. We know that this dude has been holding. Where are you short Tesla, Katina man? 149.80. The Katina man has been holding Tesla, but I'm assuming he's looking now at a firm short, guys. AFRM short. Keep that in mind. We were talking about that bad boy this morning. Because now they're charging interest on some of their loans. Prior, they hadn't. It was interest-free, and the only way they really made money is if you missed payments. They charge you like an administrative fee and stuff like that. Now they're charging you interest between 5 to 15%, which is good for their margins. Yeah, of course, no question about it. I mean, I find that... Okay. So shout out there to the Katina man with the new Affirm idea. If you're following along Sean and Neil's trades, you need to be subscribed to More Trader TV because you're going to see their trades up there all day long. As long as the markets are open, their trades are going to be up there. And you're not going to just see their trades. You're going to see all the stuff that Adara does there in the morning, all the headlines, all the tickers, all the stuff you need to know, the economic calendar, who's talking when, who's dropping hotlines where, all that stuff on More Trader TV. Make sure you are subscribed to that channel and a viewer of it every day. Otherwise, it's really no point. So that's the look there. Now, let's see what everybody else is talking about. I'm in TQQQ short. I'm in TSLA short. We'll see how they manifest. I've been watching 17.3 on the future. That's what's got me into the short. Let's see how it all works out, Adara. Oh, by the way, did you notice Netflix added another couple of percentage points to its down day? 8.5% now.
This is something else. Whew, Netflix. Yeah, I guess people were not adding this one to its watch list right now. This is and I mean that metaphorically because of Netflix. But yeah, we're trying to kind of curl back up here on this 9 EMA, like a couple of these NQ names are doing. That's also what I'm watching out for. Let me actually look at these Netflix levels. What's interesting too is we're kind of coming into a level, this 359, right? So that was a base earlier. Could it become resistance? We're going to have to find out. This is definitely a bit of a bamboozling chart. We had this double bottom here earlier at about 555, kind of curling to the upside, bouncing off that 9 EMA, but also coming into that earlier support area of 559. Will we do it? Will we make it above? I feel like a sports announcer, but sometimes these markets just move so darn fast you feel like you're part of the game or something. It's all moving quickly, right? So you have to. That's why I always say I talk quickly because the markets move quickly. But yeah, NVDL here. This is what I wanted. I was gonna watch it for 87s. If we recover here, I'll get out. But this is kind of the type of trade I'm taking. I still have my scalp ideas, but I'm also willing to see if we get any lower. The impetus for this short, and to stop using that word, was that we had these this kind of tapering off to the downside. The Qs were moving to the downside. Shout out to Sharif for getting that.
Right down it goes, baby. We called that 17.3. Let's cover a little bit here because, well, it was kind of obvious what it was doing there. The wick shimmy dance into 17.3, so we'll cover a little bit on that. Sorry to interrupt you there.
It's okay. I was just making weird sounds and like pumping my fists weirdly. So
nice.
Sorry for the little. Hopefully that the little squeal there wasn't too loud. I apologize, guys. But yeah, so I got out of that entirely. It was a scalp. I was interested to see what we did at 87. So even just being able to take 75s here, I was pleased as punch about. I was going to give this, trying to get about 13 pennies. I was going to risk about 10. So again, my risk to reward ratios are a little bit weird to mathematically figure out, but I think of it as fractions, right? As long as I'm trying to reward myself with more than I'm risking, I'm okay. So we took 25 pennies on that NVDL. Please just punch. Let's see, yeah, because the thing is too is I think I like this one as well because I'm just seeing what NVDA is doing on my side chart, and if I like what it's doing, I will pull up my NVDL and get involved. Also, IBIT. We were in a bit of IBIT earlier, and yeah, I want to see. I was going to get involved in this, but it was also right before the lesson. I like this 55 little trough. But then we dropped right below, and I said, Dara, you do not want to be hanging out in a Bitcoin trade while you are dropping hot lines. No, no, ma'am. But yeah, this IBIT was rangy earlier, and then we broke below. Happy I got out of this right where I needed to. But if IBIT wants to range again, I was singing earlier, asking the market for ranges. So if it's going to give me some, I have no problem with that. I was looking at a firm earlier too. This is nice. I was looking at this area for a firm for the short, the 31.25, but I mean now we're a little bit higher, so we're gonna have to wait and see. I know Sean was saying this, and that kind of reminded me that I was looking at it earlier. So I am trying to say I would like to clarify this was what I did have my eye on earlier, but Sean mentioning it did kind of remind me. I was looking at this while Neil was dropping hot lines earlier. I started saying that like our language. I feel like we've like.
Well, I mean, we're spending 3 hours multiplied by 5. We spend actually more time because we're together in the morning as well. So there's going to be. I take lines from Neil. I take lines from Sean. It's communal around here. I mean, the language is going to be communal. Communal language, right? I'm long TWG right at 360. The whole idea here is to use this previous area of resistance as support. Right now, we got a beak wetter there at 370. It popped into 380. I have my profit taker at 387. Let's see if it makes it up there. The whole, again, I talked about this level before I got into it. I let you know that this was a resting order. This is that 360 that we had trouble breaking through. But let's be real about it. Just because I scalped some out doesn't mean that level's going to hold, okay? That level could absolutely huadunk. And what I see right now is the market coming back up. So I'm going to have to end my TQQQ trade there as it does take that level. And also TSLL. Possibly on the way up here, Dara, 149.50. We broke through VWAP on a closing basis. That concerns me a little bit. We don't have much left on that TSLL short, but I'm trying to think here, is this a good area to add, or is this just Tesla on the way up in the market in general, possibly curling up here? We took that 300-point level, not on a decisive basis. Let's be real about it. We're a few points ahead of it, so this could be a fake out breakout. I mean, if you consider a 17.3 a breakout. In any event, I'm seeing a hammer candle come in on NVIDIA, and that typically concerns me if I'm short the market, because NVIDIA has been dominating the NQ's price action as of late. We've talked about this the overlap between their charts has been, very clear as of late. Anyway, so I am very close to ending my TSLL trade, as now Tesla 149.60. It's decisively above the volume weighted average price, which on my chart is 149.25. So about well over 25 pennies going to 35 some odd pennies there on TSLL. Adara, I'm going to send it to you because I'm probably have to bail on this short.
Yeah, you're going to have to run out of the Cybertruck.
Sadly.
Yeah, hopefully
Maybe I'll get into the Cybertruck first and foremost. Let's get into the Cybertruck. Yeah. Then we'll talk about getting out of the Cybertruck.
That's true. That's true. That's true. Also, like I said, I feel weird calling Tesla a Cybertruck. I think it's more of a Model 2, like the discount model that Elon was talking about there. But yeah, I mean this NVIDIA Elon. But this NVDL trade. This is like, I think sometimes I always say this: the first couple of times a day that I trade NVIDIA, I like to think that I am comfortable not scalping it. But it's like I am always more comfy in my NVIDIA trades or NVDL when I am being scalpy. So I'm happy with this. This is just kind of, I think, some confirmation. I do want to be scalping a little bit more, be more comfortable with that. AMC is the place to be. Shout out to these apes there, swinging from vine to vine here on the upside for AMC. As you can see, I've drawn some lines here. There are levels I like, but we're right now a little bit too chop and churn for me to really feel the urge to get in there. I don't have a lot of drive to enter this trade right now. NVDL, though, I might get back in as a little long scalp. And again, every time I talk about NVIDIA, I'm basically talking about scalping because I do not like to overstay my welcome in any trade, much less NVDL.
This is what I mean by small cap gappers around for a good time, not a long time. They are outie as soon as they were innie, if that makes any sense. Look at this, bro. I mean, it touches the high, and then it dips right back down, blowing through all the support levels like they don't even matter. And I'm happy I got out here, and I had a resting order to get out in front of 90, owing to the fact that we had topping tail candles through 90, knowing that there was likely a seller on the other side of 90. And look what happens. We get the fill, and it absolutely huadunks to the downside. There we go, 40 pennies on a $3 name in one 1-minute candle, and we haven't seen the end of that. We could see 3 very shortly here. Let me give you the deets on TWG real quick. The float, I believe we see here is 29 million shares, which is small. It's not minuscule like some of these Chinese ADRs that we trade, under a million share float. Sometimes we see 400,000, so it's not that, but 29, excuse me, relatively speaking, is small. And this is what causes the volatility with these small cap gappers, or one of the reasons, the main reason. So anyway, out of TWG, profitable, happy on this one, weighted at a level of support that I liked, wet the beak, and we're gonzino. Now, let's look at this TSLL trade, because this is the last one we have. We're a penny out of the money on this TSLL trade, which is okay. We're short 73s. It's printing 74s. I looked over to the Katina man. I'm like, what do you think about Tesla? So the Katina man is short Tesla now. The Katina man took the short at 149 3/4 or thereabouts, and so that's 50 pennies plus in the money as it comes right back down into the volume weighted average price. We'll see if this one can come into near lows. I mean, 149, we're probably going to have to defend that. Anyway, break even again on right now on TSLL, but for how long? Do we get a VWAP hold? Now, we broke VWAP to the high side. Do we use it now as support? Questions to be asked. If you ask me personally, it's such a red day that I just feel like any pops are dead cat bounces, but that's just my opinion. The other thing that I want to talk about, look how many times Apple has rejected the volume weighted average price. This is an Adair Panera range trade over here, and I don't mean to influence you at all, but this is, you know what I call it that, right?
Yeah.
We have VWAP to the high side, generally at that 165 1/3, 165 1/4. And this is the trade that we had on Apple on that VWAP rejection, and this was an ugly looking topping tail candle. But look what followed. A beautiful looking green candle, and then we've been kind of doing nothing, ranging between the 169, let's call it 165 low, and 165 1/3, 165 1/4 high, give or take that area. So Apple ranging, but what's telling here is it's still below the volume weighted average price, hasn't been able to reclaim it in the way that TSLA just did. So we'll keep eyes on that as well. Also, Softy, we've been talking about that 400 on Softy. It is holding up as a level of support, despite the fact that we had 1, 2, 3, 4 green candles in a row, and then we had one intervening candle over here that's red, followed by 3 more green candles. But we're still at that 140, and we can't take it on any decisive basis. So that 400 previous support now acting as resistance, and has been for the better part of half an hour right now on MSFT. Keep your eye on that 400. It could be another rinse and repeat. I likely won't trade it because it's just too expensive and I could get in trouble with it, but keep your eye on that. David Marcus, welcome to Trader TV. Thanks for joining. I hope I don't know if this is the beginning of your trading journey, or you're a professional or an already established trader and just found us, but we're on every day from 8:30 to 4:30. Every trading day, baby, without exception, literally. Keep an eye on that. All right, let's see what people are talking about. Julia C is saying Meta. Meta's doing things. Let's have a look at Meta for Julia. Not one that we've traded on the day, not one that I've traded on the day anyway. And Adair is shaking her head. She hasn't traded it either. I got to tell you, Julia, I see the same thing here on Meta that I saw on Softy, which is a previous area of support, at least initially, from around 1020 till around 12. And then it's coming right back into that same area that it broke down from, and it's going to use it as a resistance. So look at this area here, Julia, look at this chart, and then look at this one. Some similarities. They're not identical, and Meta hasn't retraced back into that key area of support, but it's on its way. So I would personally look to get short at resistance level, support level 2 on pivots, which on my chart is just a little bit below 487. And I know that's kind of a random area to want to take a short on Meta, but that's what the price action is telling me. It's telling me 487 or thereabouts was a level of support and was for a while until it gave up the ghost. So I'm looking for a possible rejection off that level. Now, Julie, if that level doesn't hold, the next level you can be looking at here is this 489 1/4. That's where VWAP is. And Meta has been trading below VWAP the entire day. Now, I want to mention one thing, though, about Meta. That the 20-period and the 10-period EMAs, which are the yellow and green lines on my chart, they were pointing down from the bell onwards. They have since changed their tune. The 10 EMA is now pointing upwards, and if I can say so, the yellow, which is the 20, is also marginally pointing upwards. Looks more horizontal than pointing upward. Well, why does that matter? Well, that's one of the things we look at as technical traders, which way the moving averages are pointing, especially if they've been pointing one way for a prolonged period of time. It's something that we need to take note of. So the 10 EMA on Meta curling up a little bit here, and anybody who's been watching Meta the last little while knows it's been outperforming the market. It has been strong. And then Zucky got on Instagram yesterday, and he was touting his new llama. He's saying it's better than ChatGPT. Not as good as GPT-4, but he's saying it's as good as a free GPT. So, you know, that's not nothing.
Yeah. Free PT. But yeah, no, I don't think it'll be, we'll have to see if it's a llama red pajama or llama green pajama day for Meta and the market. Shout out to a children's story for some reason. But yeah, this Meta is a nice look here. And it's one that I don't trade. It's one that I also stopped trading a little bit even when I was in the sim, because the spread on this can be a lot. Like I used to call it spread us sometimes because we'd be like 30 penny, 25 penny spread. Right now, we're kind of oscillating between 20 and 30 penny spread. So be aware of the spread on Meta. Also, I do want to mention here for someone, I forget who it was in the chat here mentioning Mara. Can we look at Mara when it's near high of day here? And yes, of course we can. Sorry, I cannot find your name here, but yeah, Mara looking really nice here. I drew this line because to me, I'll be very curious to see what we do here at 1640. That was a little bit of a resistance area earlier. If we come back, test it, and bounce, that'll be really nice. It also comes into almost perfect confluence with that 9 EMA. I don't know if this is the trade that I will necessarily take because I find it, I usually like to look at Bitcoin when I'm trading Mara, but they don't always work in perfect tandem. So we'll see, but it's certainly one I'm going to be keeping my eye on. The biggest level here for me is going to be that the 1640, especially if, you know, Neil says when in doubt, zoom out. Look at this area earlier. We had this happen before when resistance became clear support.
Okay.
Look at this at 16. Resistance, whoop down, all the way up. Look where we fall and rest, 16. I like this. Sorry, I'm getting really aggressive here, but I love charts. I'm very passionate about charts. And I love the top of the 16 coming to rest at 16, coming back into this area like Mara.
Yeah, Ram, this is not an area or a job to make fun of people who like charts, Ram, because there's a lot of people who like charts around here. Ram was laughing because Adara said she liked charts, but I mean, it's a trading floor. I think everybody likes charts. Well, I don't know if everybody but you know, that's my guess. Guys, the Katina man is 70 plus pennies in the money. He took that 149.55 short on TSLA, and it is headed down, guys. It's just broken down again below VWAP here, broken down below 149. Let's see if it's able to hold that 149 level. I'm not going to cover anything here, but let me also tell you about this one. NVIDIA on the way down again. It's awfully close to the low of day that we printed earlier, 802.08. It just came into that 803 and a third, trying to bounce above 804 again. But NVIDIA possibly here, I don't want to say double bottom because that would imply going long, and I'm just not long inclined today. In any event, these areas of resistance earlier or support earlier are absolutely acting as an area of resistance, whether it's on Meta, whether it's on Microsoft, or even here on NVDA, because look at this 802.08 retracement. We make it all the way up into 814 and change. Well, what is that 814? Well, it's the low over here. So it's absolutely being held up. Let's see exactly what we get on the day with some of these names. But I got to tell you, I'm seeing more green candles here on the market. There's just no doubt about that. But they look like dead cat bounces. But who knows? Who knows exactly what we get over here?
Yeah, so Steve Mallow asking, who's the Katina man? Sean is the Katina man.
Oh, yeah.
You can see him and his hat and his outfit and all his trades coming up here very soon. There he is. Shout out to NHL All-Stars 2024. It's a nice hat. Also, like that when he looked up, it covered his eyes. That was pretty good. But yeah, so shout out to Sean. That is the Katina man. Ramin is having a good time with Friday. I love it. But yeah, no, I think it was the way that I aggressively said I like charts, which is why Ramin was laughing there. But I do love charts. I find math really cool.
I like turtles, so it's all good.
Pardon?
What? I said I like turtles. You never seen that video?
No.
What? I like turtles. No?
Never seen it.
Ram, can you do your thing? All right.
Oh,
Kid,
that's why you were laughing.
You don't, oh, yeah. Neil knows what I'm talking about. Okay, Ram's on it. Or are you? Let me get on it, Ram. I'll send it to you. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna look here. I like Matthew Booth saying charts, but it's hearts with a C in front of it. So it's like we like charts. I like that. Also, I see what you mean about the pseudo double bottom on NVIDIA, but you know what I'm looking at is, because we know I like ranges in previous areas, what I'm looking at here is not gonna be the long, it's gonna be what we do here at this little base. It comes out about 807 on NVDA. It's gonna be about, what is it? What's the exact? It's going to be about 3260, 3250 here on NVDL. This was a huge little bounce area that I was having quite a good time micro-ranging earlier. So let's see if we get some other opportunities. I want to see as we come into this 807 area. This could get a little bit spicy for me for NVDA and NVDL. Also a trade I didn't really talk about. I had this little IBIT scalp, and I have to say I'm pretty proud. I feel like one thing that I've noticed that's a little bit different since I've gone live, A, there's been way less fat fingers, which I have to say I'm pretty proud of.
Interesting.
But B, I think my scalp senses have gotten better because real money's on the line, I will be scalpier. I was really happy. I noticed initially I wanted like 69s because what's life without whimsy, and also that was basically the top of this little triangle area. But also, I noticed, I was like, Adara, we're struggling with the 69 area. You might just take 66 and be happy, right? I took 66s because I noticed we were having a little bit of a struggle, and I get out at the top of this candle to the downside, and I would have gotten out because it would have broken below 55s. I was risking about 5 pennies, right? So I think, I have to say, I think trying to figure out what trader you are and honing into that is, I think, really key. So if you're someone who is a hodl or like hold on for dear life type of trader, figure out how to do that. For me, as someone who's a range scalper, I think my instincts and being able to read the book and the chart are really important, so I'm happy I've been able to hone in on that in some way.
Fair enough.
It's my little spiel.
Ram, are we ready? Okay, Ram, okay. Well, let me know when you're ready. Oh, no? Okay. Yeah. I want to mention that, oh no, I was looking at the wrong one there. I thought SMCI was up off the bottoms, but it's not. Okay, so that's not what I was going to talk about. All right, let's have a look at, yeah, okay, play it. No, but we need the audio, Ram. Oh, but then we're not going to be able to, the whole point is, she asks him, like, are you having a good time? And he just says, I like turtles.
His hair is amazing.
Yeah, and she's like, what? What's going on? I didn't know that we, yeah, that's super old, bro. That's super old. I mean, that's maybe why some people forgot about it, because it's super old. All right, now that we've officially digressed from trading, let's get right back into it. And let's have a look at what these small caps are doing, because we were involved in this TWG earlier. So this one actually ended up holding $3. Came into that 310, now coming into that 3 1/3. That key resistance level, though, this could be an interesting short here if you're able to secure shorts on TWG. Looks like it's on the way down. It's trying to fight above the volume weighted average price. I'd personally wait until it broke below 3 and VWAP before I ended up getting short on that name. But keep your eye on that. Darwin, Jonathan reprised the role again. What does that mean, Darwin? For a TNMT promo?
Oh, I guess he used the I Like Turtles for a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles promo. That's what I'm getting.
Oh, no way. Okay, interesting. I didn't know actually that they did that, but yeah, I mean, it would be really appropriate, right? Like, I mean, obviously. But yeah, that's neither here nor there. What's our TSLL trade doing? All right, we're a penny in the money on this, so waiting for that eventual, or that, I'm waiting for a decided VWAP rejection on TSLA. It's not forthcoming at the moment. We're also curling down below 17.3. And NVIDIA is right back into the lows again. Here it is, 803 is about to break, or so it looks. 802.08, that's a low of day on NVDA. In case you want to play, whatever way, 800 long or short, there is NVDL, NVDS, NVDX. You needn't take NVDA if you don't want to risk $800 a share, or you know, it's just too spready for you, so you want something a little bit tighter. The other ones are equally as valid, so keep that in mind as well. All right, I don't have too much on at the moment. I don't know what you're looking at. What have you been looking at, Adara?
Yeah, can I say one thing I'm noticing here too, and take this for what you will. I talk a lot about my little levels that are interesting, maybe of interest to me and only me, but I want to mention this one on NVIDIA because it's kind of interesting. So look at this. We had this big move down here, then we kind of have this bottom and top a couple times. On NVDA, it's going to be about 804.75, right? Look where we came up to, closed that on this green candle and then rejected from. That's right. This level, this 804.75 is coming in again. If you're looking at NVDL, look at this. Look at this little level.
Yeah. Oh, that's very interesting.
Coming in again at these 40s. I want to watch this reject a couple times because I tried to take this short earlier and it did not work out for me because I was a little bit too overzealous and I didn't watch and wait enough. I wasn't patient enough. I watched like it reject once and decided that was enough I needed. Like, oh, come on, and the water's fine. No, I want to see more rejections this time. And that being said, this was like, we managed the trade. It's all good here. But you know, it would have been better had it just actually, I was a little bit more patient for it. So that's the take looking there. Solo Christo saying the Cybertruck is holding on. Yeah, I know. Shout out to, I think, both Sean and I know Sharif is short the Cybertruck there. But yeah, TSLA definitely kind of chopping and turning here at this 9 EMA, doing its thing 21. But yeah, shout out to Sharif there. It looks like Tesla might be Bessel for you today.
It's okay. You know, hopefully we'll do a little bit better on it. That's the desire there. But let me also tell you guys about MNDR. Remember this one, Mobile Health Network Solutions, IPO from a couple of weeks ago, Ram. And this one is doing things yet again, 43% here. And, you know, it's not trading a lot of volume for a $29 name, 6 1/3 million shares, which is not bad. But, I mean, you could tell how sparsely traded it is just looking at the candles. And, you know, they have a way of showing you that the volume is light. Anyway, so this one's making a move into 30. I personally would look for something short here at the even dollar level, especially if it's a $10 level. I don't know exactly how to get into this. I got to tell you the truth. It doesn't seem like, oh, well, hold on. So 28 was an interesting level. It was initially rejected. Then it was used as support. So could 29 do the same thing 28 does? I mean, I don't know. I don't know about this one. MNDR big though. Anybody who's interested in trading small cap stocks, I just wanted to let you know this was moving. And in case you're wondering, it's either a 15.8 million share float or a 12 million share. I have two conflicting data points here on MNDR. So keep your eyes on that one if you are small cap inclined. All right, so we did break below 149 momentarily there on Tesla, but right back above 149 we go. We are now holding VWAP from the south side, so that is good if you're short, but we're not getting the break of the levels with that earlier aggression, definitely. So it looks like the selling slowed down a little bit here. Okay, and then here comes NVDA back. Okay, so now new low of day on NVIDIA, $802 exactly is the low of day. Prior to that, it was 802.08. Now we have an even level hold there, but I think that the better level is going to be that 800, and there it is, 801.60 now, a low of day on NVDA. Good?
Yeah, no, I was just like, it's just crazy move. I'm not even in it. I'm just like looking
I thought you were printing. I was
breathing too aggressively. I'm not in anything, and I'm a little aggressive there.
Oh, it's all good. Yeah, so new low day there, 801.25. And I want to mention what this orange line is, if it looks orange on your screen. This is support level 2 on pivots, and this level has been being respected. So the fact of the matter is, there's probably not a whole lot of reasons why we should be holding up at 802 on NVIDIA other than to say the pivots are there. So that's why I have them up, because sometimes they're important, sometimes they mean nothing. And it's incumbent upon you to figure out whether the technical indicator you're looking at that day is relevant or irrelevant. And that's kind of, I guess, part of the things that you got to learn about trading, right? That's kind of how it is there. All right, Meg 7 names, we've labored them to death. Let me cover Mara, because Mara's doing things today. It was up 10% at the high, and we didn't even get BPI to give us his take on MARAs either. Yeah. Patty, any takes on Mara today, my man? 1450 to 17 range, the same range he mentioned to us yesterday, correct? Yep. Okay, so it's still within that range and it's still within the same playable area that big Patty Ice told us, hey, look at that zoom, baby. Ram. But anyway, Mara is having a good day, and that's likely to do with the fact that crypto is back up well above 60,000, 64,000 and a third is crypto. Look, I don't know. How do you get in on Mara here? I mean, I haven't watched it enough to be able to answer this intelligently, but just to point out to you guys, Mara's moving up. Okay, it's a good day. It was over 10%. What are other people talking about? I saw some people throw up some tickers there earlier. 1 second here, because I did see it with something. Mara, and then MNDR. Okay, so I already mentioned MNDR, which is fine. I just wanted to point that out. I'm not going to trade. I'm not going to trade MNDR. It's just too lightly traded, and it's not for me.
Yeah. I had a level on Mara that I liked earlier, so I'm going to pull it up and see if it's still. So we're actually kind of at it. I found this level here was interesting earlier, that resistance at 1645. We're kind of chopping and turning around it now. So we did have a little bit of an area. This is interesting to me, though, the fact that we cannot eclipse that earlier top, especially with the bounce. I think we're seeing clear support at 1650, but honestly, this might be more of a range. And you know what that means? Someone like me might want to get involved. I'm in NVDL right now. I was, like I said, I like these kind of bottom of the candles waiting for rejection. We had a little bit. I might have been a little too overzealous here. I'm going to give this until about kind of the top of this candle here, so 35s. I would rather not give it that much. If we kind of get really dicey at 30s, I'll get out. And the plan is to kind of get, again, back to the bottom of this range here, scalp where necessary, as always. But this Mara is going to have to take a place in my side chart. Also, AMC. Congrats to all the apes here in the chat. I keep trying to I'm just going to get out of my NVDL quickly. I keep trying to join the AMC party, and AMC does not want me to be there. Let me tell you, look at this. I have my little beak waters ready. AMC bounces near them and is like, actually, I'm good, thanks, and then does not get involved. So thanks, AMC. Good times. I know when I'm not wanted. No, I'm joking. But AMC, definitely moving without me. That is for darn sure. Nice look on this one. Let's see if it makes a new high of day. BTC testing high, says Manuel Palma. Yeah, let's take a look at IBIT. Nice. Which like I said, I was a bit involved in IBIT earlier. So we did take a bit of an L on that NVDA. If it does, I guess we took an NVDL and NVDL. But yeah, this IBIT popped to the upside here earlier. I want to see though what we do at 90s. Because look, this was a huge resistance area. And it looks like we already kind of rejected it. This is not really my type of trade, but if we have another test of 90s and we fail, I might get involved. Also, NVDL, I should have stayed involved here. We didn't have that vicious pop. I guess I got a little bit nervous, wanted to make sure I was covering other stocks and got out. This could be a re-entry point here just because I think this isn't a case, and someone was saying this once, and I think it's a good point. Don't get back into a stock if you get stopped out. And I think that's a fair point, but I think sometimes if the issue is where you put your stop, which I think was the case for me, then I think maybe that's a little bit different, and I think it's something I kind of want to decide for myself. And maybe I should have even been waiting to short it there, right? But I think, NVDL, this has been my best name of the day. Pretty happy with how it went so far. And if we keep kind of seeing this move down, I might have to take another scalp short here because I think the biggest issue here for me was the timing of my entry and the placement of my stop. Vulcan, I think what's happening with this market has just been a lot of uncertainty amidst some more hawkish Fed speak. We did have Goolsby saying today that in a very roundabout way that there could be the possibility of a rate hike, but that's not how he said it. The way he said it was very hyper-specific. So let me pull up the exact wording. It was a double negative. I remember that for sure. He said, oh my gosh, let me find this. It was at around 10:50. Don't think anything is not on the table. So that means it could be on the table, a rate hike. So, because someone asked him, will you hike rates? And he said, don't think anything is not on the table. So that, that was a little bit more hawkish. We did have Fed's Powell in his little chat there with Bank of Canada Governor Tiff Macklem, in which they talked about Canadian comedians, and Tiff Macklem brought a $10 bill from Canada for some reason. So it was a definitely really interesting conversation. I would recommend checking out. You can watch it on YouTube.
Why was he
But anyways, it was so weird, right?
And Brendo said they were talking about hockey and stuff too, which I find to be interesting. And neither of them is a hockey fan, which I found to be even more interesting. So whatever. All right. Long AMD for 149 defend. I was just talking to the Katina man there, and we were both, he said that the better look here is on AMD. And I happen to absolutely agree with him, so we wet our beak already there on that little move up. I actually had a much, much better price on AMD, but I fat-fingered that problem, so that's my problem. Anyway, I'm looking for about maybe into the 50 penny area, 149.5. We'll see if we can make it up there on AMD, but I gotta tell you, I'm feeling less and less happy with this Tesla short, so I am gonzino out of that. We'll take that break even on that move, and I'm going to focus this trade now on this curl up here on AMD, and we'll see also if NVDA is moving up. It just knocked on the door of 805, and the door opened. So we'll see if it can make its way up into that previous crest up there. That took us into that 814 territory on NVDA, but you know, alas, it has been lower highs and lower lows. So if you're gonna be in these longs, just be careful and you know, take the profits when you can get them, because you just don't know when the market's gonna turn around on you. So long AMD at 149.14, looking for a move up into around 149.50 or thereabouts. Let's see what happens. I already put my stop through the break of that key trough area over here. So if it makes a new low, that's it.
If it makes a new low,
keep
you
going
have to
because
go.
you were talking for a while.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Give me a second here. Let me just see what else. Shout out to James Dell. I saw you tagging me earlier, my man. What were you looking at? Let me know. I think you were talking about the future, James. If correct me if I'm wrong. I could be wrong on that. Oh, NVIDIA just made another nice move down there right into 802. So nice rejection of the 10-period EMA. And we're also below 17.3. So keep that in mind. Now, I got to tell you, though, what looks like it's changing the direction of things right now is not NVIDIA and it's not AMD. Microsoft is well above 400. It's back into the 50. I see Google now breaking up as well below this 154 area. It's in that 154 and a third. It broke above the 50. So keep your eyes on some of these, these Mag 7 names. Not all of them, some of them are curling. Even META, almost $10 off the low now is Meta as it breaks through 485. It's on its way into 486, it looks like. Softy is about to break the 50 and head into that 401 area. The dead one is the dead one on the day. It goes by the ticker AAPL. It's been awfully consolidative below 165 or, just below 165 to that 165 and a quarter. So we'll keep eyes on this, but some of these Mag 7 names are definitely curling up here. Tesla not included in that. There goes AMD into the 40s. So if we can get a little bit higher here on my friend AMD, I will hit the flatten button and take that 40 penny winner. We'll see what we get here on AMD. Dara.
Congrats to you. I liked that fist pump I saw there earlier. Yeah, shout out to that. Also, this NVDL, I was saying this in the chat, these micro ranges have been beautiful, and my timing has just not been the best. We had that rejection of 40s, which was certainly an area here for NVDL earlier, and I was a little bit late on it. I wasn't, quick enough on my feet. Then we had that pop up back off the 20 area, which again, I was just not quick enough on. So I think, we have this rejection again. Adara, get yourself involved. There we go. So we're getting involved here. We're gonna try to take 20s. Like honestly, this is super scalpy, because I just want kind of this look. I like if we break above 40s, and maybe I'm a little bit too late to this, then we'll have to be getting out. But I'm just really trying to take this scalp for what it is. This range was nice earlier. I hope this isn't a FOMO type situation, but I have noticed we're having a really hard time with this level, and it was a level earlier. So I just want to be able to take whatever pennies I may take and let the chips fall. In this case, where they may. And congrats to Sharif again for getting out of that AMD. Thomas Johnson asking about a 1-minute cup and handle on the SPY. So let's find out there. Let's spy what's on the SPY. SPY not. No, I'm joking. But okay, this is an interesting look here. We're gonna have to wait and see what we do. But the SPY, okay, let me zoom out. There we go. Okay. So I don't know if the cup and I see what you mean. We have this kind of rounded. This is not super rounded though. It's a little bit more of like a vase and handle. I don't know. And then we kind of come back up here. I think breaking above VWAP is going to be super key. And I think in terms of levels, I want to see what we do here around that 498, 10 and 20 area. That was a little bit of a base, and then an area of kind of resistance and support. I'm seeing a couple times here around that on the 1 minute. Also, we got out of NVDL, so I'm really happy with that. Please just punch. I always feel good after I make a scalp trade. I don't know.
Nice.
It's kind of fun. It's like a weird little adrenaline rush, but yeah.
Good.
Go markets. But yeah, so this 498, I really want to see what we do here because that to me is definitely an area we chopped and churned around. We're getting near that VWAP. I think this could be an interesting level. The point I'm trying to make is I do think, to sum it up, I'm not sure if I totally see the cup and handle, but I see what you mean in terms of we have higher highs, higher lows, but be aware of this key resistance and VWAP are coming into confluence.
Oh, okay.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to do.
I'm short Apple at these levels. Call me crazy, but the market just went above 17.3 again. But there's this level that we haven't cleared yet. It's that 17.315. We're there right now. Apple's right back at the volume weighted average price. It's been rejecting VWAP essentially since 1250. So if it ends up holding here, it ends up holding. That's fantastic. Oh, the market's on the way up. Okay, so the market just went into the 50-period moving average on the 5, 17.318. I mean, we haven't decisively broken 300 with the vigor, but the fact of the matter is, you have to be aware of it. We are above 17.3 when we've been below 17.3 the entire morning. So where's my out on Apple? Let's figure this out. So we're short 19s. We haven't been anywhere above 30s since 11:15 this morning. So if we get above 30, I got to cut it right there. That could be bamboozlement, but yeah, that's part of trading. Bamboozlement is included in the package. So you need not seek bamboozlement elsewhere. It comes included, baby. All right. So Apple at the 50-period. At the volume weighted average price. My look here is a break above 30. I might give it a couple of shekels above 30. Let's just say that. If it breaks it decisively, I'm gone. I'm looking for a rejection of the volume-weighted average price on Apple. Oh, here comes 30. So this is probably going to have to be my line in the sand as the future on the way up here, 17.325 and recovering. The market looks like it might be on the way up here, Adara.
Yeah, I mean, I took this IBIT short because we kind of came into that resistance level. We struggled. Then the market got a little bit of pop, as did IBIT. I'm only risking 5 pennies in this. If we get to 95s, I am out. And I say 95s because that was that area earlier. Here we are, this little chop and turn. But yeah, so for me, why I like 90s in the first place. We had this, look at where we had here this little support earlier, then massive resistance coinciding with VWAP, right? Then we come back into it. We had a little bit of rejection. So, I mean, if I can take, honestly, I'd be pleased as punch if I could take 10 pennies. I want to see what we do at 80s and wait, but I'm happy. Weighty at 80s, I don't know. But we'll kind of wait and see here what happens. I'm happy that I had, the confidence to take this trade a little bit. And what's interesting too, I said this in the chat, a little bit of some twinning happening here with IBIT and SPY looking very similar. SPYBIT? I don't know. Because honestly, so we have the SPY chart here, which had a little bit different, but we did have that, kind of area of support and resistance coming in. I would say SPY breaking above its previous resistance, maybe better than IBIT a little bit here. I got to put IBIT on my side chart so I can see what that's happening there. But yeah, I think honestly, one of the big things too I've noticed trading live is I think it makes me a bit more cautious, which I think is a good thing, but also I think when I see something I like, I'm even more inclined to take it, which I also think is a good thing. So I'm happy with that. That being said, though, BYBIT, I did not like that break above, so we got out. It's okay. It's all good. Happy I got it where I did there. Should have probably had that a little bit tighter, about 95s, but we had that break above with the viciousness, so I decided I wanted to leave. Could have probably scalped out a couple pennies there earlier. Woulda, coulda, shoulda. Good times there. Phony Boney saying American Express is absolutely crushing.
No way.
So let's take a look there at AXP and the place to be. Yeah, that's a nice look. It's a really nice look here. A little bit of a range earlier, this 224 bottom. And then we break to the upside. Again, lots of ranges on the way here for AXP. Then continuing to break above. High of day right now, 203.45. And it looks like AXP is about to break it, knocking on the door. What a market.
Yeah, absolutely. Adara, we are right back at that 17.350 level that we were talking about earlier. This is the bottom end of the earlier support level. This is pivot support level 2. So interesting look here on the future. Do we continue up or do we head back down? I'm going to say we head back down. I'm taking the short on the TQQQs. I just don't believe in this market. Let's see if we can make it down, go down. Let's go. Yeah, we moved up aggressively there, but we are at an interesting area of resistance. So I'm going to try my hand here. Got shafted on that Apple short, but that's fine. We've been trading Apple all day long. And there goes the future right back down. So we cover a little bit there. Let's see if we can make it down back into 17.3. But we did come into that 17.350 level, which was, again, I just want to mention this orange level over here, which we kept bouncing off earlier on. Now we kind of make it our way up there, and at least initially we're rejecting off. I'm not saying that this is, the down move where we break below 17.2 again, but I'm just telling you that there was a scalp trade to be had off this level owing to the area of support that we had. And then actually we used it as resistance. So when we broke down below it at 11.15, look at all these candles here trying to reclaim that level as resistance. And down we go again. So nicely in the money right now, 20 pennies or so in the money on this TQQQ short. Let it go, baby. Come into 17.3. Come to daddy, baby. Let's go. Ooh. And we're going to cover that nice off that level. It was a rinse and repeat. We mentioned this level. Shout out to the Katina man. Oh, thank you, Katina man. I appreciate you, dog. I appreciate you. The Katina man shouting me out. I appreciate him. And down goes the future of 17.350, and down it goes below 50. Wow, that was a quick 70 points. Affirm is on the way down. Shout out to the Katina man there. Big trades when there's only like 3 minutes left on the show.
That's crazy. Yeah, congrats to you. I was trying to get involved, and this is the thing too. I need to remember, if I like a range, stick with that range. This NVDL did not leave this area. I was waxing poetic about it, 32.40. That's what I should have been taking. Should have continued to short off that range. Instead, I took a failed trade off IBIT. But you know what? That's okay. I'm still positive on the day. I'm really happy to say it. I'm proud that I tried to take this IBIT trade even though it didn't work out, because I do need to practice, if you like something, and I did have a reason to like it. We had this continued resistance, and initially we did give up about 5 pennies. Should have scalped out a little bit earlier, but nice look. Congrats to you on that that Q short. That's an awesome look.
Thank you, Adair. Appreciate you.
Yeah, I appreciate
let's see what else we got over here. We were talking. Oh, wow. NVIDIA broke 800. I didn't even notice this. Okay, so I completely missed that. NVIDIA broke 800 viciously here. Bad. That was a big drop there. How much volume? We have 1 million shares on this 1 5-minute candle, guys. This is an $800 stock that just printed 1 million shares in 1 5-minute candle. And I'm assuming that had a lot to do with the tug of war between buyers and sellers at this 800 level. But look at that. We dropped $7 to the T. Below 800, 793 LOD on NVDA today. That was brutal. It's forming a bit of a hammer candle now, but I wouldn't put too much stock into that break. What a move down for NVIDIA there. And a lot of these Mag 7 names that were all curling up, all now putting in a bit of a red candle there. Apple chief among them. And the Katina man showing me exactly why he got short TSLA there. And, I didn't have the wherewithal to stay in the short, there on Tesla, and it absolutely huadumped off that 149.25 top at the volume-weighted average price to exactly 148.50 in that 1 minute candle. 1 minute left, Adara, on the show.
That was crazy. Yeah. 1 minute candle, 1 minute left. Yeah, shout out again. Thank you guys for the support there for Sharif's awesome trade on the TQQQs.
Appreciate you guys.
No Qs about it. Oh, great trade there. Not a question. But also, I think this is a really crazy week to go live, honestly, with all of the stuff happening in this market.
I think you did it very well.
Thank you very much.
Composure, entries, analysis, you did well.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think I'm happy I got to start this week too, because I think the market certainly gave me a lot. It was easy, I think, to get lost in the sauce in this market, and I'm happy. I feel like I mostly was able to keep my little head up above water. But right now, this is actually going to be the end of our time with you guys. But we will see you next week, same bat time, same bat channel. Right now, though, you know where this is going. You're going to be good in a couple seconds here. You shall be headed over to Brendan at the big desk.
See you guys.
Hey guys, welcome back in. A couple hours left in the week here as we get into Friday afternoon. We are trying to bounce here for the overall market, but what a day it's been. Big time selling coming in right out of the gate this morning. To the downside we go. And yeah, it's been all about tech, specifically semiconductors. We just saw that monstrous break for NVIDIA. It was 6+% at the lows there. The entire group, though, downside in a pretty big way. 3.7 for AMD. QCOM, 1.6% to the downside. Intel faring no better, 1%. Even Broadcom down 2.4%. But tech itself leading the way here. Netflix ugly, 8.5% to the downside. We'll touch on that coming up. Meta in pretty red territory as well. If you take away Google, Microsoft, and Apple, those three essentially doing most of the damage here. We are seeing, it's worth noting, significant offset here. This market move overall would be a lot worse without some of these moves in banks. 3.5% for BAC, 3% for WFC, 1.8% for JP Morgan. There's American Express. They reported before the bell this morning. Not a bad report. We'll touch on that coming out. Amazon 2% as well. So pretty mixed board. There is a decent amount of grain for some of the areas of the overall market. 0.6 right now for the S&P in negative territory. It is, as I mentioned here. NVIDIA specifically, there's 6.3% right now. Just made another day low, bouncing off 795. Huge, huge, huge volume alert through 800 there. A lot of stops getting run and taken out, obviously. Let's jump into a few things we were touching on this morning. If you're with us in the pre-market, we let it off with Netflix this morning. My chart seems to be frozen. The overall earnings report for Netflix, not bad. It was the forecast they came out with that was a bit questionable. They were talking about spending going forward and whether or not they'll be able to keep up the current rate. The overall net subscriber add, pretty impressive for Netflix. It was the biggest quarter since 2020, which was decently impressive. But outside of that bounce into 580 this morning, guys, not much to do here so far with Netflix.
I guess you could have shorted it, but I mean, hindsight's 2020.
Nah, you don't want to short today.
No. You could have shorted the pop in Netflix, I suppose, but it was no level to work off of. And we sort of said this was not necessarily a thing I would have traded, but if it had been strong, I had a plan for Disney maybe. At the end of the day, Netflix was one of these stocks that was ramping off those tops, and it was resting at the 50-period moving average at $600. I took it out. You're probably headed into some kind of a trend down. It bounced off 550 support. Like that's a good sign. If it settles down and can hold this line at 550 next week, I think that would be good. I was kind of hoping Disney would hold up, but I mean, I don't know. Like, I want to talk about these, but it's like, what are you going to do? Right before we came on, anybody that was paying remote attention to the markets probably saw what happened on NVIDIA just now, which, I mean, there was actually a bounce happening. A couple of things got into VWAP in there, and then NVIDIA did this through $800, absolutely flushing. Like, I got over and went into Micron short because I was already in it, but this is like insanity for NVIDIA. And it all started, it's not even on there. It all started with SMCI. Like, the rundown is going to talk about the things that were on like the watch list and stuff this morning, but it all started pre-market when SMCI did not provide an update with their, we're releasing earnings on 30, but there was no update. And now we're headed down.
I mean, we talked about today, let's be as patient as we possibly can with these trades. AMC Monkey, what's up, my guy? There's a firm. Look what just happened to a firm. I was, the Egyptian nightmare over there will know that I was pounding the table with the firm trades here at VWAP, then we got this right there, and then it goes like this, downside right now for a firm. I mean, the thing about AMD is Netflix, that's right, we're supposed to be talking about Netflix. Hey, the one thing about AMD is we just got some covered right there at 148 like an hour ago. Did not pay attention to that. But Brendan and Sharif, yes. Guess NVIDIA. Don't look.
783.
Oh, come on. You know it's not.
Okay.
It just broke it.
All right, 790. I thought 790 was pretty violent, but Sharif's expecting more violence.
783.
But look at this break. Unfortunately, I was getting a T, getting locked and loaded here for the end of the day. I wasn't going to take I actually mentioned to Sharif the 800 break is worth taking. But again, when I sat back down, it was 795. I was like, what? But that 800 break was about as clean as whatever. It never, ever, ever, ever went against you. So, my goodness. Sharif, what did you say? 783? Well, guess what? That was a bad guess. No, it wasn't even a bad guess.
He tells the future.
You know, yeah, like Okay, so 3 minutes ago it was 792. Now it's almost 783. So NVIDIA is having itself a day. Right now we're back on IBIT. We're short crypto. We're short Tesla on the reload. And today again, although it's a Friday, today is a good day for the shorts.
Why is the Friday? Friday's always good.
Some days is good, yeah. Some days
Yeah, most.
I'm always happy. I'm always happy every day, but today's better.
All right, let's touch on some Tesla action here, down 1% on the day, but what a recovery it was. Out of the gate this morning, if you missed it, there was a note on the Cybertruck, 3,800 of them. The carpet doesn't work.
That's funny. I don't know how the carpet wouldn't work, Brendo. But yeah, no, seriously though, guys, the accelerator pedal is getting stuck. There is a pad on it that's getting dislodged under, and it keeps going. Elon says they're going to fix all of them. Obviously, we've seen the regulatory bodies in the past really come hard on Tesla when it comes to recalls. Nothing from them that I've heard today.
Like, would you not just, I mean, there's take a pair of scissors and just.
Yeah, I think it should be an easy fix, but you never know.
truck.
Yeah.
Pair of scissors?
Pair of scissors.
What is it? What is this? Boeing's?
What are we talking about here?
are
You saw
we-
what happened to Boeing when they were using dish soap and a credit card?
Attention, Boeing. How do we fix our
stuff?
problems? You see that twine over there?
What are we even talking about? I'm actually, so here's the frustrating thing for me about Tesla is it's sadly my #1 stock, but I had a really bad trail out. And it's like a really bad trail out. I got up and I put a trail on this thing. It was flushing through VWAP on a reload. At least if that's what it looked like was happening. I'm like, okay, I wanted to get up and you can go to the bathroom, that kind of stuff, right? It is what it is. And so I put a trailing stop, like 70 cents higher. I'm like, well, it'll be fine.
It'd be all right.
No, I came back and it's like it was back down. I could have shorted it again at VWAP, but I didn't. And then I was getting myself ready for like the less than a day and that stuff. And I missed probably a golden opportunity to get back in. So the first short's like the best for me, and then I missed it. I know you're still in it, which is great because it's bad for Tesla. But yeah, I don't like that I reloaded it and didn't hold Tesla. We keep talking about penalty box, this and that. It's just another negative story here. I mean, it's not as bad as Boeing in terms of negative stories, but when there's pressure on the entire group, what can you even say? It did not hold the 150. We're holding underneath. It's a Friday, so the fact that it's not running completely away from 150 bucks, I suppose, is not the end of the world. But if we break this 148, which is kind of a triple bottom down here, I don't see why you couldn't look even further. I think this is a VWAP type play this afternoon on Tesla. And Rivian oddly just didn't give any trades today. That was a weird one. I thought there'd be more.
I'm close to going in and buying this NVIDIA dip. But here we go. We had our walk, talk, and stock. I think this is this dude's best look ever. I mean, now I know now he's a little skinny mini, but I think this is good. I didn't even know he looked like this at one point, but there it is.
I think I remember that, actually.
Yeah, nice little move right there. But no, the reason why I went over here to this was because if I go to profile right here, check your notifications, my guy. Right here, we have our #1 trade today. So we don't feel anyways about what we did to Tesla today. We went short. We were short all day. It is your and my #1 trade here, P&L wise. Here's IBIT. Let's get to the downside if we can. That'd be nice. But Tesla, every single purple thing on here is a short. So when we're discussing it and it's near the low of the day, you know that it's just been one of these things. So we're doing a little bit of that here today on Tesla. It's been a good one. We just reshorted it. Sharif asked me about this on the show. I wasn't super confident about it because we were up into this area. So we were sort of looking at 150. We did take a starter position. So we took out half. Now we'll wait. We still actually held this all the way down here as well. So realistically, we still had a piece of this and a piece of this, but we talked about how it accounts for us. So nice move down. We just touched 148. That was $1. That was like $1.50 right there on that reload. So I mean, we're doing pretty good now, man. We're $1 in. We're 50 cents in on a firm. We're now 15 cents in on IBIT, but I'll talk about that, and then we have Tesla. So yeah, man, just an interesting day here. A lot of fun over on Trader TV Live. I hope you guys are enjoying it and able to take advantage of some of these trades here today. Tesla for me all day, every month, pretty much all month has been a short. So I wish for the best for Elon and company, but for right now, there is no positive catalyst. So we're just going to run the gauntlet short here today.
All right, crypto to the upside. I want to show this real quick first. The dollar actually just took out the highs, a little bit of a pullback right now, but dollar trying to rip here this afternoon into the weekend potentially. So yields are moving up along with that as well. There's Bitcoin, a bit of a bounce initially, but we are back down through, or it is holding 64.4 right now. That was a bit of a sticking point if you go back on the daily chart a little bit, but pullback nevertheless after that nice move up.
Yeah, what a V-shaped retracement after it broke 60,000 here, Brendo. Some of the big heavyweights today, Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan chiming in, trying to warn their clients not to expect the same kind of price action from Bitcoin this time around after the halving event as they had previously. They're saying, it's a different macroeconomic condition. There are the financial environment at the time was more stable. There are way more geopolitical factors. The interest rates are elevated. So, that they said, and then it ended up bouncing up $5,000. I just want to mention to Neil quickly here that low of day on NVIDIA is 783.
Yeah, Neil.
Why is it? We both reacted the same way.
I was thinking the same thing as Sharif.
It's hilarious. I know, it's...
Come on, Neil.
It's all in good fun. Sharif and I go back and forth with this. I mean, what are you going to do if he's an Arsenal Cowboy fan? And it is 783.33. So if for absolutely no reason you just bid 783 and hit enter, congratulations to you. Everything would have worked out. It's an interesting coincidence, and let's just leave it at that. I'll let you. I'm gonna after you talk about crypto, I'm gonna work in CGC because I can't think of another place to do it. But yeah, that was a great random accidental call that it was already at 783.
Yeah, I said to Neil, I'm going to load up my account and buy some NVIDIA, and that was down there in and around that 785. But I mean, we sold some Google today and some Meta, so I don't think it's right yet to go hopping right in and start to buy some of these dips. But NVIDIA down 7 with tons of volume right now is very, very interesting. Okay, as far as crypto bouncing and IBIT and all this fancy stuff, yeah, we lost on IBIT all the way up until eventually we got to 37, which apparently is in and around 65,000 somewhere. So we were short early on this move down. We got hit there when it came back up to the 50 period. So that was pretty bad. Like we didn't wind up losing that much because we're not using that many shares. Then some shorts start. Then we shorted again. That lost, but that was at that point. I think that was probably the 200 period. That was a quick loss. So then we're going to go 0 for 2 on IBIT. Then this trade actually worked out. Then we took a reload, stopped out, short again. So I'll let you guys know we're down right now on IBIT, but it's not that much. We did get pretty lucky that this fell back down because, again, I know when I start trading on tilt, and this was on tilt. So, I mean, going short here, just trying to find the areas. Finally, we get one up there on IBIT, and we just use that as our last straw. Thankfully, we put on our bigger position because, again, I was frustrated, which I know is not the right way to do it.
But that's a 65,000 fail, isn't it?
That's what I'm saying. So, I mean, because it's just looking at the stock. I'm going to put one.
No, but that top effectively should be 65,000.
Well, that's what I was thinking. Yeah. I didn't actually look at Bitcoin. I was just thinking if I look down here at 64.
I'm pretty sure that's exactly what it is.
65. So I've actually changed my whole thing about IBIT. I mean, I'm still trading IBIT, but I'm not looking at Bitcoin. Because it's looking at the same thing. So
I know.
No, but to what you're saying, though.
The only thing I care is the level.
Probably 65. Yeah.
But you're right. You trade the price action. I just like the big round levels. And I'm like, the reason I'm pointing it out is because I had an intention to trade a retracement off of one of the big individual levels and then didn't even do it. Because 65,000 was just not, like it was just barcoding at that level for so long that I didn't think there'd be a false breakout. But it looks like there might have been. So I'm going to pivot to... Because
are we going back to ARM?
Well, we'll go to ARM next, but
I'm on the bit of a firm right now, by the way.
So, anyways, not that we actually have a thing about weed or these.
We have the weed Batman.
I know, but it's 420 tomorrow.
Oh, right.
And if you're looking for things that were trending up, obviously DJT at one point was. So this is a 15-minute, and I'll show you why I'm using my trade ideas chart because. My one chart that's not cooperating is my CGC chart this afternoon for whatever reason. But so for the last couple of days, you had the big break, and then you can sort of see the trend. It did make a break out of the high at 820. This dip right back into 770. Then the higher low here is what I'm working with when it held the $8 level. So I did get this into 822, and I'm going to show you why I'm doing this, because kind of not having any data, that's before when I got in for some reason. So I got some out in front of 15s, was looking for the 30 high. It did a wick underneath 8, which just got me in at 96. I'm going to give it to 790. Ignore VWAP, obviously, when it's missing data. VWAP's not going to be any good. So I'm in it. If it breaks 790, I'm out of CGC. Pretty strong. One of the only things that's actually trending to the upside that you're going to find today that isn't small cap. Let's go back to the desk for ARM, which was the sell.
Yeah, it was BNP Paribas coming out this morning with a negative note on ARM. Sharif and I were just looking at NVIDIA as well. I mean, so much room on all of these to the downside still to go here. But here comes 91 right now, just about to be tested down here. Day lows for ARM, guys, off this downgrade.
Yeah, guys, I mean, it's a bit of a tough look here. A lot of the articles that I'm reading right now are talking about the higher for longer interest rate environment as being the reason the market is getting a little weary with the chips here. You see SMCI over 20% in the red. You see ARM well over 13% as well. BNP Paribas getting ahead of this and giving the downgrade to nod.
Again here, by the way, but you talk about it. We wrote ARM down, but you had the trade.
Overrated. You know the overrated chant that people do at like sporting events? That's what I feel like everybody has been saying about ARM for a very long time.
Yeah.
And by very long, I mean a few months. But and the thing about it is, like, everybody's been saying it for a while, but like the stock has been saying hold my beer up until a couple of days ago. So there was the missed trade at 120 on the break. And I will forever say that is like one of the bigger fails out there. When a stock that you think is overvalued, flat bottom breaks like that, you want to have it. So today there were several trades at the open. I had a break. It broke 100 before the market opened. So I got some in, I'm like, ooh, that's before the market opened. I basically just took half out instantly. I'm like, I don't want that before the open. It then punched 99.5 and then ran upside. I had an accidental long, which in hindsight, if I hold on to it, goes $1. But, it's like didn't want it, got out, lost like 10 cents on the trade. And then shorted it when it got to 103. Scalped some out, then I held to 100 again. And then I got out expecting a bounce off VWAP. At that point, all that happened is it then broke 100 and I shorted underneath 100. Shorted it back in, got trailed out at 98. So at that point, it's like, okay, we've gotten out a couple of times. Maybe it's going to give us a shot at VWAP. It does not. It flushed. I shorted the next available pop. And this is where, if there's one thing that sucked about it, was I got into this trade off of 97. And my first thought was, Neil, you're being impatient. At this time of day, it's midday. You should be waiting for some kind of a sign of a curl. So I put a tight stop on it, got out, and then immediately it looked really weak again. And so I punched in for a little bit. But like not with, there was zero conviction in punching into that trade. It was like, no, I just need to be back into it. So I end up scalping it out because that's what happens when you have a bunch of conviction, and it goes to 91. Like this could have been, I think, a much better trade. And it's not about getting in and out there. Realistically, it's getting back in here, right? Like the best setup, this is how I would evaluate it for myself as well. The best setup for getting back in was right here because it trails out, goes right underneath 100 and then consolidates under. This trade goes right back to the 100 break. You can short it at 99.5 and give it to 100 and change, and that's a better entry. That's the one that would have had some conviction with it. The other thing I'm in right now is Micron. I'm in Micron because it showed me this level underneath 108, and we're short that a couple of times. And then when all hell was breaking loose on on NVIDIA. Was able to get this off the 108 level on Micron. If it busts 107, I'm holding to the low of the day, but all of the chips are having a rough one. It's just that ARM, it can always be better, but I don't even think it's done. I think there's a huge gap to still be filled, and they have to report. All of these chip names still have to report. And the sad thing is, or maybe the good thing, is the worst of them is the first, and that's going to be Intel next week.
Yeah, it's gonna be bad.
That actually might be in some ways that actually might be a good thing for the chips that Intel Because that means like you're going to start earnings off with a
that might be
potentially
okay. I mean,
potentially bad. You might have a potentially bad report.
We
in
already had
terms of,
ASML and TSMC. So.
True, yeah. It's
But here today, guys, look, we wrote it down exactly what we wanted to do, just never did it. Downgrade and looking to test 100. I mean, this is the thing. Can we write it differently than this? If the market actually wants to go down, then this is the one to smash. So there's ARM. We don't have it. Yeah, we're pretty. That's a firm. That was a good trade. But Neil just talked about ARM, so whatever. We wrote down this is the one today. It's down 13%. We wrote this down when it was at 104, 105. The break of 100 was the one to smash. I don't have it. ARM, I will get you, and I will get you again. Next time I'm going to take the trade that I write down. ARM, good friend, good trade today, but I'm a buyer at 80 bucks.
This portion of the show brought to you by our friends at Pandimensional AI. Researching and strategizing in the stock market doesn't have to be difficult. With your personalized AI investing co-pilot from Pandimensional, you can easily discover stocks and effortlessly test and execute your strategy ideas. Get quick, digestible stock market insights with Pandimensional's AI chatbot and backtest and forward test strategies with Pandimensional's AI simulator, all in a beginner-friendly platform. Try it now for free. Let's wrap up here with Shopify. I was just hearing CRKN was flying around as well. Looks like a penny stock. Anyways, Shopify was up on an upgrade today. I mean, thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, I mean, it's this analyst here, Keith Weiss, for Morgan Stanley, who really likes Shopify, Brendo. He believes that they're well positioned to sustain a 20% compounding annual growth rate. He feels that the firm's expectations are correct, and the commentary pointing to the modest headcount expansion of Shopify is good. You'll recall they overhired during the pandemic, and then they went through a series of aggressive layoffs to get their balance sheet back in order. He likes this to the tune of, I believe, here, 85 bucks.
Yeah, it was a nice start to the day for Shopify. We've given most of that back. This is that CRKN. Just took out the highs there. There was a volume alert.
Kraken.
Is that
looks like a Fisker chart.
Yeah, we had the only long on our board today is Shopify. This is going to be the loser that we have in our account right now. I try to defend exactly what we wrote down. I like the 70 long there. It worked, then it didn't, then it worked, then it didn't. Then it worked, then it didn't. And at the end of the day, these are all, we had winners, we had winner 3 times, 3 for 3, and then 0 for 3 at the end of the day when it just kept on breaking. This last one was a great take. I was just like, man, how low are we eventually going to go here? And we did wind up breaking 50, and that's where we got out. The low of the day wound up being 69.31. So the long 70, I mean, if we were still in it, it would be wrong. And I don't think we would have cashed out there. But either way, not a good long today for anything. But if there is a name that's been holding up, that's only down 0.49, Shopify. So I feel pretty confident in a long on this name. Would like to see it come back into these lows, and then we'll buy it. But I'm still short. I'm net short everything. I'm short crypto, I'm short Affirm, and I'm short Tesla. Tesla $1.50 in the money, Affirm 50 cents, and then Bitcoin, I don't know, just hanging out. So you know what? I like the Shopify. I'm actually kind of upset that I lost on it, but that's trading, right? We're going to go 4 for 5 or whatever, but we're going to wait to see, or 3 for 4, but we're going to wait to see if we can get that back. I still like the Shopify long. Let's just see if the NASDAQ or the market can take out and hold some of these levels before we go long.
I didn't trade Shopify, but I actually think there's something that is a long, well, it has been a long, because Alibaba just broke $69 and is at the high of the day. And remember, if you watched the morning show, like right near the end, we were pointing out that Baba was holding up pretty well. Now, obviously, right after 11 o'clock, there was this spike and then it reversed when the market was tanking. But Pinduoduo was at the low of the day, and then it held VWAP. I waited for it to get back above VWAP, went long into the high of the day. But if something is at the top when the market's bouncing off the bottoms and you're going to throw in that it has an upward trend, it also went red to green. Baba's a Chinese ADR that I don't mind trading in the afternoon. So I want to look to buy some dips here. VWAP would be great if we can get it in Alibaba. You're just not going to find much that is trend up today. CGC is attempting to do so. And again, maybe my chart will actually be magically better when I pull it up. Not really. Okay, so I just got some out CGC as it bounced off 96 into 808. But that is upward trending. Believe me, you pull up your own chart, it'll look like that. But Alibaba, I think the same thing. And I love the fact that I like it more based on the fact that Pinduoduo is not having a good day. Like I would imagine, a lot of times, sometimes the sector goes the same way. Pinduoduo is down 1%. If anything, I would argue that Alibaba's probably dragging it back into the upside. So Baba gets back to VWAP. I like the long off VWAP.
All right, we're done. News here. It's nothing major, but Elon Musk's just saying that he doesn't want TikTok to be banned. I don't know. Meta's not doing anything. Google's probably not doing anything either. We're in Tesla. Those
that won't matter.
comments like that aren't going to affect Tesla. I would hope not. But we're in it, and Tesla's at the end, near the bottom of the day. There we go, man. PL1 going to continue to do that. We'll just add another $1.50 on that stock. Here goes Tesla back into the downside here. I'm like, it's been such a crazy week, man. Like we'll end the week short. I mean, we're short of firm, 50 cents there. Oh, wow. Yes, sir. All right. The net is starting to get going a little bit here, as that's a good move right there. So we'll go fail on crypto, trying to get up to 65 right now. We'll put some bids a little bit lower, see if we can't get going on this one just a little bit lower than where we are right now. Where will NVIDIA stop? Nobody knows. And today,
783 apparently.
Yeah, there
Double bottom.
83. Yeah, 783 right there. That's been the double bottom, the Sharif double bottom right there at 783. What about a break below that? And then we break through 780. That's something to look at. You could have just reloaded that a couple times at the 50 period. 795. Wow. What an aggressive name that is, man. I mean, AMD
we didn't really look
as
at
well. Again, PL here for me, easily for me, number 2 is AMD. Short, look at this short. And there's the cover there for AMD, but it's breaking lower. Tesla's now $1.50. I mean, the proof is in the pudding. You can see what's happening down there right now. We don't need to raise things up. We don't need to do anything like that. AMD right near 147.70 downside, big time right now. Chips got a drone attack. Yeah, it seems like that is what's happening right now. All the chip names going to the downside. And the thing is like, we missed the trade in ARM, but honestly, it's like what I said, when you're seeing it, you're seeing it. Like we said, this name should have been smashed. We missed it, but I'm glad that it's reacting this way. I mean, that's, we said this is probably, in the last year or so, this has been, in my opinion, by far the best time to trade this whole month. It's been pretty so volatile. Trends have, been holding. Things have made sense to me. Into earnings season, we could get complicated because we don't know where things are going to go based on what they do. Like you saw what Netflix was doing today. I don't think we thought that would be down 8 or so percent. Apple with a nice climb back here, actually. Potentially looking for a short in Apple now, in and around that 167 down here. That's not horrible. 167. That's 167. No, we're not getting anywhere near there. Oh, it must have been 166. Okay, 166, I guess, into this area. What was I seeing there on the 20-minute? Why did I say 167? Yeah, no, that's not what I meant, because that's this morning. We're not getting back up to there. Yeah, it must be 166. 166.50 is the 50 period, so a little bit of a bump up there. You can give yourselves about a 50-cent sort of leeway there, but we still need to get that going. I mean, look, man, a firm's going to the lows. The low of where we've gotten out. That's been a monster. And then Tesla is still going. Tesla right now is breaking the low of the day. We have it written down today that we wanted to short 152. Do you know what the high on Tesla is today? 151. And look what we have. That's us going short. That's a short tick right there. In 5 minutes, we were short Tesla 151 and out 148. So, here we go, man. We're really starting to go to the low side right now. So everything is working out for us. We've been talking about, being bearish pretty much all week. It's kicking right now. The bears are here. Let's see what happens now in the rest of the day.
Probably more to the downside.
Probably.
That just seems like it's a logical thing. We mentioned that a lot of this started with SMCI this morning. Like, the market was probably going to fall anyways, but in terms of the acceleration, SMCI, the story being they reported that they were going to, their earnings were coming on the 30th, but then there was no early look. And that's what people were expecting. So this is a legitimate volume candle. It went like I think it was like $50 on the initial move. And then at the open, like it tried to bounce at 9:30. Like at the open, people were buying this thing to the tune of like $20 on the opening candle. And that was probably a bad idea. It's down at 7:30, and we've been asked a couple of times, like, what's happening to the stock and blah, blah, blah. But that's all it is. They do report, as we said, on the 30th, and $700 feels like almost a foregone conclusion. Maybe it even gets there today. So the only things, like I said, the only things I like long this afternoon, CGC can hold this 8 area. It just got some out for profit. If the market comes down any further, like BABA's trying to dip into VWAP here. It's not really falling all that far, but it's an upward trend, so I really don't mind taking a shot at this. A strong stock, no issues with it. I do still like Micron. If we get an opportunity to pop back in, I'd like to reload this one off 108. Looking for a break at the low of the day. If we do triple bottom here, probably worth taking it out. And the incredible Mr. Lib. ARM, the catalyst for ARM today on the watch list was a downgrade. All of that said, the reason it fell apart is because, you know, when they had the report from ASML, it broke a monster support level. And if you look at the entire chip sector, probably the most reasonable like comp in terms of how their business works, not works, but like the way that they kind of make their money and who they're integrated with, would be to ASML, because ASML, all the advanced chips that go into all of your smartphones, that go into all of your laptops and all that stuff, you have to use their machine in order to make those chips. And it's similar to ARM. Like you have to use their technology in your chips if you want them to be sort of remotely power efficient. So they have like the same, kind of model in terms of how they're going to get affected. So ASML's warning destroyed this name, and it's just gotten nasty. Here to the downside. I think this could be a short to pop, but it's gone so far down, I think you want to pick your spots here. So I like the one, like I said, 108 on Micron, we're going to be reloading. If it breaks the low of the day, I'll look to trail. Still prefer a dip buy in CGC or Alibaba. And you know, that's pretty much it. I think you got to look for some opportunities to fade. I had my eyes on Alphabet here. It keeps bouncing off. Here, let me show you why 153.5 actually matters. So if you go out to a 15-minute chart, before this flush, Alphabet had this key support level where it wicked off of a 153.5, and underneath that it had a big 152 support. So it broke that, bounced right off the second support level, and is now holding the higher low, which is pretty much where you'd expect it to. On a bear day, however, I feel like if it breaks this bottom, you should see the low of the day, because it just rejected VWAP pretty harshly. Like if it had decided to consolidate then hold VWAP, that looks pretty good for a long. But if it fails at VWAP or breaks this flat bottom, Alphabet kind of looks like it has some room to drop that $1.50. But the NASDAQ's at a triple bottom right now. So like generally speaking, if you're being a patient, playing the patience game, that's not a place where I'm looking to enter shorts. I'd rather enter shorts if it's bouncing back up into resistance. So I might have to wait for VWAP on some things. So we'll hold on to Micron. You hold if it's in the money, but I'm not entering shorts while the NASDAQ's at the bottom.
Oh, man. I still have a crazy headache. Like, I don't know. All right, so it's got some more water. So shout out to Hydration Nation. All right, so here comes NVIDIA. I'm going to take a 780 break. I mean, honestly, we should have taken the 800. We weren't here. Now you're going to, like, you're $20 lower right now. You know, you do have a stock. I mean, I'm not taking a whole ton of shares here, but like maybe $5 worth of a stop. Like, I don't know. I'm not going to hold it all the way back up here. Like I said, we've done really well today. It's been a really good day. Like Affirm, like look where Affirm is. Look where we got it. I mean, that was good. We already talked about AMD. We've got iBit. We just took out a nice piece there. We're only in about 20% of that left. We've got Tesla $2 in the money and at the low of the day. Let's just try to put some entertainment in your life. We'll go and try, and mine too. We'll see if we can get some NVIDIA love. If there's a way we can get up to 790, I think that might be worth something there. At some point, somebody, I mean, I don't know who, but I know she's made a lot of money on NVIDIA in her career. But, you know, at some point, some of these levels might be getting bought up. You're down 8% now, or were about 2 minutes ago. And now, since we mentioned going short at 780, it looks like it just bounced off there. Yeah, what's up, Chill Vibes? Yeah, going short at 840. Yeah, I mean, that would be freaking amazing to still have had that one. And then there it is right there, 840 off the jump. I mean, Chill Vibes. I mean, imagine having AMD at 153. It's at 147. I mean, Tesla right now, imagine having it at 151. It's at 148. I mean, NVIDIA is crazy. Imagine having ARM at 106 or 104. It's at $91 right now.
It just bounced off 90. It was about to
you know, I mean, yeah.
When you were looking at that break on NVIDIA, it looked like it was going to be a 90 break on ARM at the exact same moment. They both bounced at the same time.
So.
And SMCI, I mean, if you're keeping track of all of them, you probably are seeing SMCI did, whoops, that's still ARM.
Ew.
So SMCI did actually break its bottom down here. So at a temporary low at ones, it broke 730 even. Like, it's crazy. Like, just to even show you like a $2 move, I have to zoom right into the SMCI chart. So it broke the bottom, got to 728 and recovered. And I think that's probably what got the bounce in some of the chip names there. But at the end of the day, like, I think you can still just try to short some pops. I feel like we've been saying this every single day this afternoon. Short the pops until they stop working. And the chip names at resistance levels. There's been small caps every day that you can try to take some longs in. For the most part, the weed names have been pretty decent. That's why we're in that. And like, that's pretty much it. Matt is saying look at ZCMD. Okay. Actually, do not know this small cap. I mean, it's got good volume, but 28, not 200. Yike. 28 million shares. I see what you're probably going with. You're looking for a break of this barcode. Ugh, that's way down. But if it breaks too, I suppose. I don't generally like these things when they've given it all up and are threatening flat bottom breaks. Yeah, reverse split special that's on the way back in, that's not a long at all for me. And I don't know, maybe it bounced off like 140 or something like that. And, okay, good. See, like as I said that, I'm like, yeah, it just actually broke the low. And well, that would have been nice. Even if I had wanted to short this stock, which I didn't, I guarantee you we don't have free locates. I probably have to go in and pay 1/3 of a cent to short it, which would take at least 20, 30 seconds to do. But yeah, I don't like that at all.
All right, I was just watching. We're almost like out of a firm and all that kind of stuff. So it's not like it's super stressful here for me or anything like that. I'm just going to sit here and watch out for NVIDIA to break the 780. I mean, it just went $5. So that's, or $7. So $5 off the bottom, yeah. So it went to 82s there, retraced up $5 before coming back in. I'm just trying to think about the math. Obviously we take a hit if it breaks and doesn't come back up. But I was thinking about giving it to 785. I mean, you could almost give it to that 786.50. I just think that if it's going to work, it should almost work instantly. Like when it broke 800 here, it never came back. Like look at all the difficulty here at 805. Even 810, it kind of like, I guess it broke it. It went to 807. Then it snapped back to, actually it didn't come up to that much, 811, 812. So, okay. So really the only problem was in and around 805. And then 790, I guess it smoked it down $5. So here we go. Let's see if we can get short NVIDIA. Because we'll do that, we'll put a 785 break long when and if we get short. We might miss the short. I think I'm only crossed down 40 cents or something like that. So, all right, we're getting close. And there it is. And we're not short.
AMD just broke too.
That's hilarious. It just, you didn't get it, did you?
No, ARM broke, but the ARM, there's no volume on the
Josh,
ARM
my
break.
guy back there.
What the hell?
Whatever.
That happened.
There's Josh. Yo, what's up, Josh? Yeah, it went. That went real quick. That went real quick right there. But yeah, all right. That went down $3 immediately. You could get it now, though. I mean, this isn't horrible. If you wanted to, I was gonna say you could have had it right there on a move back up. I think it might have just touched 780 there. I canceled because the minute I missed it, I was like, bah humbug.
The last time I did, see, you know what? I agree with that because
we're cashing everywhere else.
The last time I took I missed an NVIDIA break in the same way and it went like $4 or something right away. Yeah. And I was like, oh, I'll just take it on the way back up. And he took it on the way back up, and then that was like the false, like it did it, the false broke, and it came right back through. And the way back in, you don't get the scalp of the easy money. but you're exposed to the same
Yeah.
break loss. And it's like part of taking that trade is so that you can get that instant win. So I just have Micron there, as AMD also took out a low. 145 could come into play for AMD, by the way. So that could be a little bit of a something. Well, it probably is a something. And then a chip name that we have not talked about recently that has yet to break its next key level to the downside. Marvell's down 6 points, or 4.6 points. But what's more interesting to me is I pulled up a chart, like what has recently broken a big low. Marvell just took out a key level at 63. Were it to get through 62, that has some acceleration, I would think, in it. So it's only breaking support on the daily now, whereas a lot of the other things we're looking at did that a while ago. And that's true of a lot of chip names, right? Like Micron broke its support on the daily a while ago. Obviously, ARM did. Obviously, AMD did like weeks ago. And then same thing with NVIDIA. So I'm going to have the eyes on Marvell here. Just, you want some things that you can pick up that have some catching up to do, for lack of a better term, or they give you some different opportunities, because it's always tricky. Like, are you going to smash NVIDIA down 9% if it goes down another $7? Are you going to smash SMCI down 25%? Because it's probably 21 or 22 right now. But something like Marvell might give us a better opportunity to be able to get in. Interestingly enough, CGC is doing nothing, which I suppose is a good thing. What about your Apple? Never mind, too late.
Yeah, we just took another fill right there on IBIT with the NASDAQ heading to the downside right now. That's going to be a good fill. I mean, we just took that. Affirm we took another Affirm fill, but it is going lower here as well, trying to break the low of the day. We're almost $3 in this trade as well. So Travolta's just like, yeah, man, I mean, what the heck is going on around here? And then there's the move down for Tesla still going. We're short this one. And we have this. I mean, these are all the positions that we've been talking about all day. And we just, love what we're doing around here, and very, very fortunate to be able to do it. Shopify just turns red there. That was another name that we were looking at earlier. Yeah, make sure you do hit that like and the subscribe as we continue to go down, lower. So, all right, let's just see what happens now with the rest of this. Find another trade. We missed the NVIDIA trade, but it's right back, by the way. It's just how low, Always pullbacks to 50 period are something that we like. So that could be something that we'd want to look at as well right now. So yeah, that's I'm looking at to see if anything's hitting different things. Like
I just got Google through. That flat bottom I was showing on Google broke down, so I'm into Google now, or Alphabet, I should say. So look to see if it can make that move into 152.25. There was also something on WISA. WISA? I don't know whatever. WISA's on the move again. This one bouncing back into the high. So bouncing off VWAP. This looks pretty good. Like if you're looking for relative strength, bouncing off VWAP, breaking back out. Bit of a gap. This didn't halt. This is just a gap in the chart. It'll fill back in. So breaking the high of the day. This could be spicy for some kind of a dip buy. Like it broke out $8. If it can bounce in front of 8 or maybe even the 780 level on WISA, like if you're looking for longs today, I just think you probably have to find them in a small cap or a weed name or I don't know, DJT kind of gave up its gains. But you know what I mean? Like you might have to look elsewhere outside of big cap tech. So let's look to see if WISA starts holding kind of a bid. I don't like taking breakouts. I prefer consolidations in the afternoon on these. So if we can find one, I don't mind this.
All right. Yeah, we're going to just have a quick look here. So let's just do this. You guys want to put anything in the chat? It's only 2:43, and honestly, I mean, I'm still looking for more names to get involved with, but I'd really like to find it somewhere else, unless you prefer otherwise. Okay, so that's yeah. I was thinking about something else. So let's go over to Adair, and I'm going to try to find some more trades. But I mean, I feel like a little bit. I don't know, like I don't want to celebrate because I said this morning that I really am concerned about, some of the stuff that could possibly happen over the weekend and stuff like that. So I did sell some stuff in my own portfolio. That's looking to be pretty good. But at the end of the day, I don't know. It's like it's hard to cheer on like when all this nastiness just keeps on happening, and like I don't want to be like, oh my God, I'm short. We're making all this money short, but it is what it is. Let's go over to Adara.
This part of the show is brought to you by IG. You can get as much as 50-to-1 leverage when trading Forex at IG. Currencies like Euro and USD can require as little as 2% margin rates. They also offer $0 commissions trading using a Forex account at IG. And for a limited time, traders can open, fund, and trade with IG for up to $10,000 in funding bonuses. Terms and conditions do apply.
Thank you very much, Adara. That's actually a conversation I had with my dad. No, I remember. I'll never forget like 2000, like the area around 2008.
Yeah.
And it was, you know, like you talk to people. It's like, how's your day going, that kind of thing. And it's like, when all of the worst stuff would happen, that they generally coincided with all of the best stuff for day traders. And like here you have around you, like I hear stories, and not like this person lost their job, or like this was going bad during the financial crisis. But then as a day trader, you were like, oh my goodness, this was great, and you'd feel weird about it. Like I think you have the halving, which oddly enough, usually Bitcoin is making highs going into the halving. This time you're not. And it's struggling to hold 65,000. That kind of smells wrong in some ways. Again, the chip names have been begging for a pullback. I think right now you're getting it. It is what it is. And then you have geopolitical concerns. Let's just hope there's been obviously the reaction. Let's just hope there isn't another reaction on top of it. We get a quiet weekend. You absolutely never know what could happen. The only new position for me is Google, and I don't even want to reload CGC. If it breaks 790, I think I'll just get out of CGC. At some point, weakness bleeds everywhere. And if we have a day where when was the last time? We've had 1.5 days on the NASDAQ where we're like, yeah, we'll probably see 2% by the end of the day. When was the last time we were already pushing to 2.5% and it's not even power hour? If we make fresh lows, that's when you can see a little bit worse. And it's a Friday. Like all kinds of things can happen.
Yeah, we're really remaining short here, man. Affirm just keeps going lower. Tesla's now 250. And by the way, like missing that NVIDIA trade, it's not like we would have had an $11 winner here or anything like that, but it did give that reload again, and now you're down to almost 9%. You're going to go SSR on NVIDIA in a couple minutes. So just be careful. It's very, very violent. Like I'm not hearing anything in my ear about anything, literally.
There's something about UNH, but then
was there? You know, I probably
UNH was really strong, but it was a while ago. This wasn't imminently. No, UNH was actually. If you look at what's strong today, I think you got Pfizer and Procter and Abbott Labs. I think they reported recently. Early this week, maybe last week, they were having a good day. UNH was flying for most of the day, and then there was some stories about the CEO having to testify. Obviously, they're going to have a hearing about the data, the cybersecurity thing, and the CEO is going to have to talk, and then all of a sudden, UNH dropped like $6. But it's still up 1.5%. So it is what it is. UNH at 450 has been a pretty good solid support level. So I just got some out there, Google 153.20s, as it looks like after that flat bottom-ish break. I wanted to pick some more shares up if we can in here, but the low of the day is certainly going to be in play. Jay Walker saying CXAI. I heard Sharif talking about that one today. Haven't looked at that in a while. There we go. I mean, it's at the high of the day, but the volume, as you guys can probably see here, like the volume, it's not just that it's low, but it's really, really dead on volume. You want a stock that's breaking out and testing highs to generally be doing at least solid relative volume to the last hour. That's just not the case there. WISA, that's much, much better. Although, like somebody was kind of messing around in the bid here, right around $8. And when I say messing around, like they were bidding and it looked like they didn't want the shares, like they were spoofing it, and then they got filled. Which usually, I don't like longs when that happens, because I always feel like that person, if they didn't want it or they're a short-term trader, if they cover, you could be down at 750. So I'm backing off of this unless it dips into VWAP.
All right. NVIDIA's getting pretty spicy. I mean, it just bottomed out there at 770. Didn't have a lot of volume on the bottoming out, but you did get that one candle. This is a very, very similar candle to what happened here when we broke down through 790. There's that candle right there on the break, I guess, of 775. If we can zoom back out, I mean, the 20-minute will do nothing because there's no levels here, but I mean, this again is a level. Let me call up Let me see if we can find an anchored VWAP here somewhere. What's Netflix doing? Netflix down 9%, 10%?
9? Oh, that's going SSR
Well,
too?
I feel way better about selling
know what's
a little bit here today.
SSR makes things interesting on Monday because that means, like, if NVIDIA and Netflix go SSR, that means they're SSR on Monday morning when they open up, and you can't hit the bid to go short. Which, if you're looking for a relief rally, that's actually one of the things you like to see, because then it's harder for shorts to get in.
All right. Yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, okay. We've already drawn stuff like this before. So there it is, 671, the anchor VWAP from that October low. 671 is right there. 670, and that would make sense all the way down into where this, kind of gap fill here, support level happened. 725, 726. I mean, there's lots of opportunities to get in here. 740, 750. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Tesla's $3 in the money. Let's see Tesla. Do we have any anchored VWAPs? Look at Tesla's daily chart. Oh my. Oh yeah. Wow. There's gonna be no anchored VWAPs down to the downside, or down for support on this one. If we go over to a weekly chart. All right. Nvidia's coming back up here to 780. So wondering about this now as a possible short, because we've come back up. We just wicked that top right into there, into 780. That high is 781. What was that fill right there? 779. Ooh. All right, let's put something up there. I mean, look how aggressive this stock is. So like you could miss by $1 and get really screwed here. The spread is $1 at times here on this name. That is 780.66. I mean, if we are going to do something here, let's just wait for this right now. I'll put this in 780. What did I say? 780.66, right? But is that really? Okay, 780.50. All right, let's just do 780.66. All right, if it breaks above that, then we're going to get out. I'm going to try to short that 779 if it comes back again. So we'll try to short ahead of 780. The price isn't really going to matter. We're at 779.80. I mean, I feel like we just talked about where the spread goes once it starts to open up. Like right there, it was just 70 cents. There, it's 90 cents. So what I'm doing is I'm looking here versus here. So like that's 80s the other way, 80s the other. Now it's like almost $1 when it really comes going through here. Yeah, we are going to need the Mag 7. So that's why today, over lunch, we tweeted this out. I don't know if Google's going to, I mean, like I said, we got out somewhere over lunchtime, not here, somewhere in here. So we're probably flat on where we got out. But the end of the day is there's been huge runs up. I didn't get out of everything. There's been huge runs up in the market. We all know about that, and everything could easily collapse. Like, did we just forget what happened 18 months ago or whatever it is? If I look back, lots of stuff could happen here. So we got out of some Google and we got out of some Meta. And in an attempt to, the Meta out's going to be good. In an attempt to eventually buy back some NVIDIA. So this is going to be really, for me, the name that I want to look to buy back. I want to be in the right stocks at the right times. And I do think NVIDIA is that. So, all right. I don't really have too many more ideas right now other than just sort of sit down. We're going to wait for an NVIDIA pop-up right now. I was looking at Ford. I mean, Boeing.
Nothing wrong with that.
Talk earnings for
Well, I got
week.
trailed out of Micron here, but I'm going to try and get back in on the pop. I actually think Ford looks nasty on a daily. I'm going to get that in a second, but just a quick update. I did get trailed out of Micron. It came back up through 106, so I got back out, looking for a short back into 7s if we can get it. But if we just start rolling back over, I think it can always get nastier. Marvell didn't break that 62. I was saying, yeah, Marvell had a key level of 63 that broke, and on the daily chart, that's a big one. Well, 62 is right here. So whether it's a pop into Micron higher or just simply shorting a break on Marvell, I do like both of those. But on the Ford note, Ford, I'm glad I got out of Ford. That's the first thing I'll say. But Ford, this is yet another. How many stocks look like this that just gave up the moving average and then are consolidating at a key price level and are just setting you up for a flat bottom break? The only difference with Ford is when it goes, it's not like it's going to, unless they report, they're not really dropping like 10, 15% in a day, but it doesn't mean that there's not going to be an opportunity. Just barcode, barcode, barcode. Eventually, some pain is likely to happen. And Ford, not looking too healthy. GM's actually got a much better looking chart. They've been doing a heck of a lot better lately. Not that I think Not that I think there's a huge difference between the two, but certainly if you're looking at the charts of both, not even remotely the same. So I'm just going to get my stop order in. If Marvell breaks, hopefully we'll get it. When you fire an order, like Sean already showed you on NVIDIA, you can cross whatever you cross. On a stock like Marvell, you might only cross 25 cents because it's a $62 stock. NVIDIA, you could cross $1 and apparently miss.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, like that's Marvell. If you cross $1 on Marvell, you're getting on every single share that you ask for. But there's always a price. You get a feel for it by looking at the spread, like how the stock generally moves. But every now and then, it just completely surprises you on a break, and you don't get a thing. That's happened to me before.
All right, we, our stop on Tesla was pretty tight when we took this 149.50 area. It was about to 150, I would say, most likely, on that one. Whenever I take a trade like that, that's generally what I'll do, which is why we took 50 cents the very first piece. So generally, we'll try to go 1-to-1. So right now, the fact that we're holding this decent winner is pretty good. But at the same time, we just wicked to that high on some spikes. There is a possibility for a turnaround here into the close, right? Often, when we try to guess what's going to happen in the market, especially when you're talking about geopolitical, we often have it the wrong way. We've talked about that. The market bumping up off Ukraine or doing this off of some of that serious stuff. Or we talked about that extreme example of JFK earlier. Yeah. All right, so 147.75. I'm just going to use the 50 period. I mean, honestly, we haven't breached it. If we do that at some point, I have to respect some of the lines at least that I've written down on here. So the only stop that we have in right now is for NVIDIA in case that comes back up and fills us. So let's just do this right now. 147. It was 75. Was that what it was? Yeah, 147.75. So that's pretty good. So we're down with that. 147.76. That would put us in a $2 winner if we get out of that. So we'll put the stop order in there. Be a little conservative with it. I mean, obviously, we don't want it to go all the way back up to the top side there. Not that it will, but Tesla's only down 2 or 1.8, and the market's down 2.2. We haven't had a S&P 500 minus 2% day in years, apparently, and that's not going to happen today, I don't think, unless this really gets going, which I do not want that to happen. A firm downside. So what else you guys want to do? SMCI. Let's have a quick look at that one. And we could also look at Netflix, but I rarely trade names. I will trade. So if you guys are looking for like Mag 7 trades and all that kind of stuff, I'll trade those names on earnings for sure. SMCI down to 720. Yeah, it's only down 21%. So here goes SMCI. And of course, we talk a little bit about that, like jokingly, but not really. This sucks. But again, as an investor, I'm not, but if you guys are, you have to look to see like, when it goes like this and a little parabolic, you can expect moves like this back down. So there goes SMCI right now down into 700 again today.
Yikes.
Yeah, man, the sky really is falling.
Apparently it's been I don't know why Copilot didn't give me an exact answer. It said hasn't experienced a daily drop of 2% or more in nearly 6 months. I don't know why it doesn't just tell me when.
It's more than that.
But then it tells me this. This is Copilot. The last time the large cap index fell by exactly 2% was February 21st, 2023. That's not what I asked. That's a cool fact. Don't get me wrong. Exactly 2%? Okay, like on the nose. But I didn't even ask that. So I'm slapping the fail on you, Copilot. No, I mean, usually that's pretty good. I should have it doesn't really matter. But it's been a while. It's been a hot minute. The NASDAQ does, but the S&P is not going to move as much as the NASDAQ most of the time. You get that volatility out of the tech names. We've seen that time and time again. So Marvell, nothing happening. A little bit of a bounce there happening in NVIDIA and SMCI, but I'd say it's actually pretty muted. You know what? I mean, Meta here at the lows, actually more Apple. Let's have a look at something which, has a crazy wick on it, but is close into VWAP here, and Apple. Like VWAP, and it's going to be tough to see, but it's like 165.25. If we get like an inside, and we've seen this before, if you get one of those inside, let's not go crazy until 3:30 type of afternoons, then something which will give you a good scalp range, which a lot of times Apple will do, I kind of like. So this can get like another 20, 30 cents into VWAP, which is at the quarters, effectively. I don't mind that style of a trade where you don't necessarily expect it to move $1, but you do think you can risk 10 cents to make 20 to 25 and maybe do it a couple times. So if we get some strength into VWAP, Apple I think could be worth a look.
I'm trying to ask.
See who you asking?
Perplexity.
Oh, Perplexity.
When was the last time the S&P 500 moved down 2% or more from the previous day's close?
Put them under pressure.
No, but see, this says March 26th, and that was only like March. That was like a month ago. That's not true.
No, we didn't do it a month ago.
Last 5
Did we?
days, I don't know. I mean, someone will be able to find it
Chill
out.
vibe
I'm not going to
thing,
do this.
no.
I have to.
No, it doesn't.
I literally have positions on.
It's not
right
a big
now.
deal.
Okay, so we are 70 cents in the money right now on Affirm. We are well in the money on Tesla as we continue to go down. Someone in the chat will be able to tell us on that one. 3 p.m. is exactly power hour, and it's time to get powered up with a Darab.
As we get started into the power hour, we're going to do a little quick macro minutes, talk about what we've done today and this week with regards to the macroeconomic elements. Right now, despite these massive moves that we've had in the market, especially this move down in the NASDAQ, pretty much flat here on the DXY. We didn't have a lot of economic data today at all, but we did have Fed's Goolsbee, who's a non-voting member of the Fed, making a bit more hawkish remarks, saying that there could be a possibility of a rate hike coming up here, saying that they need to see data moving in the right direction. So kind of same kind of comments from the Fed, but especially worth noting as we do have in less than 2 weeks, May 1st, we're going to be getting the May meeting of the Fed. So Fed decision there coming in less than 2 weeks, absolutely something worth keeping an eye on. Also worth noting as well, we have PCE, which is the Fed's preferred inflation gauge, coming on Friday, next Friday, so a week from today. Lots of economic data to keep an eye on, especially as we head into the Fed meeting and with all of the geopolitical tensions currently in this market, guys.
All right. We got to find some.
Thanks, Adara. Marvell, almost broken, not yet. All right, the longer I stare at it, the less likely it's going to break the level. That's generally speaking how it works. It's so close, so close, so close. Well, we talked about Apple just now, already in Alphabet. Amazon is breaking the low of the day. Like, yuck, it gets even uglier, 3% down. This is Meta's at the lows, Apple you see isn't, Google isn't yet. I haven't checked Microsoft, but there are some of these. It's not just the chips, man. It's getting really nasty on Amazon, and this is one that, just like every other chart, I said there'd be a lot of these, just lost the 50-period moving average. Right? Like you've been sliding off of this, or bouncing off of this is a better term, the entire year, starting in January, and you just lost it today. You don't have to be a charted market technician to see a bit of a trend reversal if we're closing beneath that. Never a good sign. As a matter of fact, when Danielle Shea was on, that's exactly what she was saying about a couple of names. Don't like it. I asked her about Microsoft, and that was the reason she gave that she didn't like Microsoft, these levels. It just lost the 50-period moving average. You had add Amazon to the list today, out of the strong ones. Add Meta to the list today, as that lost the 50-period as well. It's getting nasty. But Google, though, $6 still away from its 50-period moving average. Another 3 points to go.
Google, okay.
I think it gets there. What are the odds that every other Mag 7 name pulls back into their 50-period moving average with the exception of Google? I'm sure somebody could backtest that, but I don't know.
Yeah, I would have to.
It feels unlikely to me.
I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting very scared. Yeah, shout out to Sam there in the chat. I already done get it. I've already done got scared. I mean, I've been scared for a minute here. We've been putting shorts on in this market to the point where people don't even think I have any long buttons anymore. But I do, because the long that we had today was Shopify, and that didn't work. Everything else has been a short, man. Every other trade. We've never put any longs on today. We put one on. Well, one idea was Shopify. It was all in the same thing, and this hour was pretty much disaster hour. I mean, maybe we haven't looked at Intel enough, maybe. I don't know. Only down one in a bit. I almost think I want to go long. So tell me in the chat here, what do you guys think will be a long? Because I do want to try to get something long.
Low of the day.
If you can.
I liked Baba, but that's not even... Wow, won't even pull back. Baba's just making fresh highs. Just update, Google took out the local high, did reload it, and just got out. So we took the initial fill when it broke down off of this support level, which ended up being it was like 153.70. It took it out. I zoomed out for the 15 minutes so you could see why that level mattered. Took that breakdown. It bounced off the quarters, and then we reloaded it in here off that local high, but it just took it out. I think VWAP would make some sense if we're being patient about it. I either wanted weakness at the level, or we'll wait into VWAP. Just saw like some small cap that It's not really doing anything on the news, VKTX. But I think you got to be patient with it. I wanted Alibaba for longs. Probably should have just held the one that we had. I'm going to cancel VWAP because I think it's irrelevant at this point. If Baba, it's 3 o'clock. If Baba drops back into VWAP in the time it takes to get there, I probably don't want the bounce trade. If you're looking for the long now, I think you got to look for it off 69 even.
All right, here we go. Tesla, IBIT, Affirm, everything's going. There is no slowing this down. I feel like every single time I look at this, we should probably be doing something with NVIDIA. So it's going to go SSR, man, and it's breaking the low right now again. It's going to look bad because I know I'm going to go short and then I'm going to have a tick out here and I'm going to wind up losing on it. You should never go into a stock or a trade where you're thinking negatively about it. But at the same time, there might be something there. Brendan's trying to get your attention in the group chat if you had it. But here we go. NVIDIA coming back into the downside. Here, we'll see what happens. Uber, maybe moving around UBER. Let's have a quick look to see if anything's going on there. $69. I'm trying to find some longs. Is there anything that you guys might be looking at? SMH potentially on a long. 199. Wow, 199. SMH. Okay. This could be something here. Wow, down 5%. We were just looking at this, man. I remember just a couple of days ago, 230, 226, 225, 220, everything was well into play, and now we're just going down, 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 down. 195, 196, everything trying to hit right now for the downside push. Let's just see what happens here if we could take down. Wow, okay. This is a good one. I'm trying to find longs, and then look what just happens to the market. We literally crack all the way through, so we'll be able to figure it out, and then that's what's going on right now. So let's just see what does happen on this if we do break lower on SMH. So, wow. Yeah, the short is not right. We just talked about, the long. We just talked about NVIDIA as well, trying to get to the downside here, and it just broke that level of 765. I guess we just got a short 760, right? Is it going to be AMD? Is it going to be Intel?
Just messaging my wife. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, that's good. Neil's going to see if he's allowed to do the recap show.
No. I just got to let her know what's up.
Yeah. I said honestly, guys, I'm exhausted. So I'm going to pass it off to Neil. Hopefully Brendan will join him as well. And then you guys could have a great market recap show. I'm losing my voice here. I'm going to go home. There
See, this is what happens with breaks of the low of the day. How many times have I said breakouts of highs and lows aren't always like the best method of entry in the afternoon? They're great early because when you lose, you're like, yeah, but it had all day to go in my favor, right? Like it breaks down and then just that was it. Like any of the levels earlier on NVIDIA or any other chip name. But then Marvell, still on Micron here, but then Marvell, it breaks that 62 level. And it could just be, it's going to do the immediate reverse. I got to give it some space, but I don't want to give it forever. Like, you want those things to fail, I think, right away. Like, it's even showed me the quarters here instantly. So I might just, I'm just going to give it to the quarters. And again, the time of day matters so much for that trade because, like, this morning, like, let's just say, for example, if we're going to do a teaching moment here, let's say you're shorting this break of a flat bottom at, like, 64.50. Like you short that one, you should be willing to give it back up into here, like that's 65, it's 75 pennies. But that's 10 o'clock. I mean, Marvell has the rest of the day to fall however more it's going to go. Shorting it here and giving it 75 cents, that's halfway to VWAP. Like, do I really think it's going to drop? I mean, it could, but do you really think it's going to drop another $2 or $1.50 to justify that? I don't know that that's true, so. We take the break. I said I wanted the 62 break, and we'll take the L on it, so we'll drop the fail on it. But at the end of the day, I'll come back in on Monday, and if I still see this stock testing underneath that support, I probably want the short into the 200 period. I'm going to want it when it breaks 60, I think, on the 200 period, and I'm just double checking when they report because I know Marvell usually is very late in the cycle. They're not next week. I know that for sure. Yeah, they don't even report till the end of next month. So, like there's some people that are probably going to start to see. You get the chip names reporting, back to back to back, and as they start coming out, when you got to wait all the way to the end of May for Marvell's numbers, some people probably aren't going to wait around if it starts taking out the 200 period moving average. That's the kind of thing that'll spook people. Because if it gets dragged down into the 45, 46, do they even have to beat at that point? Who knows? I heard something on Uber, but I missed it.
It's just, yeah, it's nothing. It's just Uber and Tesla are working to try to get the Uber app into the Tesla CarPlay.
How about they just go up, Uber?
Or whatever it
That'd
is.
be
I'm
nice.
surprised that's not even there already, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that would seem like a no-brainer.
You would think so, yeah. All right, hold on a second. I just got an email from Fisker that says save $31,000 on a Fisker Ocean. So I'm going to try to
Boom.
see how much.
Buy one.
How much.
Have you seen, by the
yeah,
way,
here it is. Look at
Fisker
it.
did pull back today with everything else.
Oh, okay. So here's the Fisker Ocean Supreme. Was 80, look at this, Ramin, was $80,000. Now $49,000. Was $80,000. Now 40. Oh, I want to buy this one. I want to buy the ones that aren't on sale, actually. Yeah, 90,000 for that. Oh, there it is. So Fisker, why is it just the extremes? I got to find out what's going on with these extreme cars right here. The Ocean One is not on sale, apparently, but the extremes are. Get it while it's hot. Get your Fisker Oceans now 31% off.
Yeah, I don't know.
Don't try to get them serviced. I mean, I don't know where that's going to happen. We can get Randy back on the show. All right, 3090.
Market then.
Yeah, on this break, 3090. We're going to get out of Affirm if it breaks 3090 right there. Tesla's doing its own thing. We are going to get out if it breaks. Let's just get out if it breaks 50. Is that top wick? Yeah, 55, 56. So it's kind of like a trailing order. Our last stop was 147.75. So we can go 147.56 there. Just let's go 58. Push enter and get out of that one. I mean, we just put this one on here right there. Shout out to everybody in the chat, man. Okay, yeah. So, okay, that's nice. So I have... Okay, yeah, I definitely can't do the recap show. I just found out we have swimming and golf tonight. So, yeah.
Who's in golf?
Baron, yeah.
Oh,
he
nice,
golf.
nice.
So, yeah. And again, we don't normally have recap shows, so you guys are going to have to do this tonight on a Friday. It should be a lot of fun. So, yeah, join whoever's doing it tonight. We will. Stay tuned. We will have a recap.
Oh, it's all good. Don't worry about it. We'll do Q&A. We'll do all that good stuff.
Oh, thank
We'll
God.
have some fun with it. No, my wife's cool. We're actually, believe it or not, can't make this up. We usually do movie night. But my daughter wants to do like game night or something, which is a little bit different. Because when you do movie night, there's like the pressure to, you got to be able to eat dinner, then you got to watch the movie and not ever go to bed at a ridiculous time. Otherwise, you do it once, and then all of a sudden she's going to bed late every single day, which anytime you set, it's like an hour later than that, just because that's how it rolls. So we try to keep reasonable, but game night should be no problem. So we'll have some fun with it. SMCI, Curtis, did you go long SMCI? Because, yeah, if you're saying bam, $10 winner, congratulations. That's a bold move there, Cotton.
Kablam.
But there you go, SMCI bouncing off of 715. As I said,
Be going long here.
think about how you have to, like, how much do I have to zoom in so a $10 move actually looks like the stock went anywhere? Like, that looks like it went 10 cents. Like, that's what's so wild about SMCI, but there's got to be some longs in there somewhere. We're saying Apple had some strength.
Apple was strong. I was debating going long on some Apple.
Maybe that should be a break view op. The Alibaba, it's now really not moving. The problem with the Chinese ADRs, I know it's trending to the upside, but as you get closer to the close, the volume on them is pretty poor because obviously, they've been closed for a while in Asia. They don't get the same juice that you do in the last hour of the day. You're better off with something where there's interest in the closing action, just a little bit more on the Mag 7 names. I mean, Google, which we had to get out of on that last short, is now back above the support level, higher lows. Yeah, I mean, really, if I like that for previous support and it just regained it with a higher low, this one could make some sense because now you're starting to get some juice back in this market. We're actually under 2% down on the NASDAQ. What do we think? Do we close? We're at 1.99% down on the NASDAQ, now 2 again. Do we think we actually close less than 2% to the downside after all this hoopla? I think there's a chance.
All right, yeah, always a chance, always a chance.
Well, if Apple Google's bouncing.
I went long Apple, so we'll see. We're going to go long Apple here. We'll give it a shot. We are pretty much out of most things. Tesla will come out in a minute. We have that stop. I'm just going to refresh. We did get out. We rode that bear, which was real damn nice, on Affirm. We got covered on that. Excuse me.
Just said rode that truck.
Yeah, we should have backed up the truck on Affirm probably. But we did. We had a good amount of shares on this one. Affirm definitely made it work.
Although I do like that catalyst for them.
Yeah, that was weird. I didn't realize they were starting to lower their interest payments or their fees or whatever.
They're charging interest now, which they didn't really do before as part of their model, which, I mean, like that was one of those things. Like, well, if you're not going to charge interest, at least in some situations or more situations, as they're going to start to do, then when people don't pay, like delinquencies go up, and there's got to be some yin and yang to that. Like credit is a good business, but at the end of the day, like if you're going to extend it, you need something for it. That's the kind of like the entire point. So I think it's not a bad headline for a firm. It just, the stock chart speaks for itself on the daily. It is one of the most consistent like downward trends that you will see in terms of just, I could show you the chart if you want on the daily. It's like the level of consistency since it turned around at the beginning of the year on a firm's daily load. There we go. Like look at this chart. From a technical point, like how great is it? There's your top, this is it losing 50, consolidation lower high to break the 50 period. Once it breaks the 50 period, consolidation under that holds the 50 period, holds the 50 period, falls into the 200 period. Like if you were swing trading this short, which I don't do that, but if you were, like that's been pretty, I'd say reasonably easy to pull off. Like that level here where it's consolidated, that's exactly $40. Like that's not that complicated. It just went to the $30 level and bounced. That's the 200 period moving average. So I think it's pretty clean. I just bought the dip in Google, but let's go to Adara at the desk.
News with regards to that speculation of a partnership with Tesla and Uber, but there's also a story here with Tesla and Pepsi. Stock not reacting too much to this, but basically Pepsi executives saying that there were initially plans to have 100 trucks, Tesla trucks on the road here, Tesla semis for chips and soda. They only ended up putting 36 of the 100 planned semis on the road for 2023, saying that the plans will shift once they have technology and needed infrastructure established there. So just a note here, keep an eye on this with regards to Pepsi and TSLA.
Okay. We already have our outs for Tesla, so if that happens, that happens. See, Apple, here we go. We're long at 164.05. 165.05. You see, I wish 164.05. Did we even get down there today? I mean, we might have, yeah, right there. All right, so here we go. I'm just going to give this 10 more cents from now. Unfortunately, we tried a long. I thought maybe the market was thinking about it. We finally, for the first time in an hour and a bit, no, this is just a 1 minute chart, not an hour and a bit. This just goes back to last hour, yeah. We were thinking about taking out, again, the 50 period moving average. And I mean, the last time we did it, we went for a jog. The last two times we went for a jog. This time, I guess we went a little bit, but not much. And now you're starting to head back down to the downside. So this is looking more and more like we will get stopped out of this Apple trade, which again, just goes to show you, we put on our bearish hat, we tweeted out bear stuff. We've only been talking bears. We put dancing bears, we put Pelosi, we put all this stuff on there. And then the next thing you know, the only two losers that we have of any, worth talking about is Shopify, which we had put down 70. We really like that. We got an upgrade. I feel strongly about it. It's only up flat on the day. Could have looked at that as barcoding there, but then again, like you almost think like that this would continue. This is a tough one, bouncing off now the 200 period again there, so that's not great. And then right now on Apple, so we really made some damage done there on Affirm. That was really good. AMD all day, baby. That was a good short. Wish we were still in it. And then right now you're getting Nvidia to try to battle back again here. So we just bounced off the 50 period again. So there it is again, right there, 775, and then down $5 from that level. I mean, the market, the blood is in the streets. We've talked about that. So let's just see if we can withstand a little bit of a push here, and then we'll go from there. So right now, NVIDIA's doing its thing. I'm going to see if Apple can hold out hope here at the end of the day does something for us. Our Tesla out is now still here at 170.55. We could change that to 30s if you wanted to. And then IBIT, I might just get out. We only have like 10% left of this position.
Bitcoin
you can see
is really not moving.
I thought if the market tanked, Bitcoin would also tank, but it's holding out pretty good.
I'd like to say that if what we saw in this market today, and then losing the 65,000 level, maybe it's just about the halving, but that's really good for Bitcoin. I mean, it makes a lot of sense to me that that's really good. It's not necessarily relatively strong because, as I said, it's trending to the downside, but it's not exactly falling apart, which I think can be a good sign. But look, if you're a Bitcoin trader, you're into it, and you got to pay attention over the weekend because when the halving does happen, you're going to want to see the reaction to that and then play off of it. If there is a downside to the ETFs, that's basically it, is that you have a 24-hour market and you can't really do anything about it. But I still think it makes it a great vehicle for buy and hold, that's what I use them for. Although I keep meaning to make a move from the Canadian one to one of the US ones. I don't know. I really don't know why I haven't yet. I should probably just pick one. But a little bit of a bounce in the market here. I did try. When I saw us bounce off support, this is a support line I drew from my 15-minute chart on Google. It does look a little bit random on my 5-minute or my 3-minute chart. But as it came back in and wicked that bottom, I went to add to it. I'm going to get some out in front of 54 because obviously 54 even has some sellers right now. And then I'll try and buy the dip. And if we end up scalping this 30-cent range for the next 15 minutes, that's not the end of the world. I think scalping longs is probably the best approach if you're taking them today, because outside of, CGC, maybe this chart's better now when I call it up, probably not. CGC is up 2%. Actually, this is barely even holding on to 8. I don't want to reload that. Alibaba's pretty strong, but there isn't much out there that's showing a lot of strength. Obviously, Pfizer, I think I showed you guys, was pretty decent. And then, American Express. Really, American Express is they're the big winner today on the long side. And whether you say it was a good quarter or not, doesn't really matter. These guys definitely got bought up at the open and then just kept buying, and it was very, very steady. There was nothing parabolic about it outside of the opening print, so the opening rush, I should say, and it's just sliding higher and higher. That's always going to be a good sign, you'd think, for the economy. You're about to press 52-week highs at the close on AXP.
Honestly, the one thing I have to say about something here is, and look, we always talk about how you wind up making money is by sitting in front of your desk. So I personally have to say, there's no traders behind us now, and I don't know where everybody is right now. It's 3:20.
Josh is there.
Okay, one person is there, right? So that's what I'm
saying.
Shout
out to Josh.
The one guy that's probably going to graduate. And it's just that's the one thing that I'm going to say to everybody is that if you're going to sit here and try to do gimmick trades and try to do all that kind of stuff, it's not going to work out for you long term. You have to sit down in front of your desk and actually make trades. And I know it's a grind for some people, and it's not. I'm not trying to throw shade on people that aren't here. I don't know everybody's individual situation. But hard to call yourself a trader when the market's down 2% right now and you're not in front of your desk. So I just think that if you have the opportunity, whether or not you are playing at home, go in sim mode, whether or not you're, want to go lower shares like I'm trying to do. Look, we're finding winners. Apple's a positive stock for us today. We just put that on board right now. So yeah, that is something that for me, I would think that would be the right thing. So I just want to tell it to everybody. Thank everybody for staying here with us. Look, it's a nice day. You want to go outside and relax. That's completely fine. And I don't know what everybody's situation is.
But just to respond to Duckett's, someone in the chat was no reason to be trading late, but it's not necessarily about that. You have to understand,
he said
traders on the floor, you're in a stage of learning. When I was a trainee, and I'd say the first, I don't remember how many years this was true, but it was at least a few. I remember, you wanted that screen time because even you might just see something that you hadn't seen before, or experience something that you didn't, or learn something.
Scratch life.
I remember that I'd never seen a Bitcoin level 2 we have depth of book now. So when I saw a level break, it was the first time I'd experienced it. Now I have an idea off that because I was sitting there watching that kind of a thing. I remember when I was a trainee, the full-time guys had this lunchtime poker tournament that they would play, and everyone would bugger off. And I remember I went and played as a trainee, and I got chewed the F out. And it was right, because usually the trainings would suck, but one time I actually kind of did okay, and I was gone for an hour off the desk as a trainee. And I remember I finished second that day in the tournament, but it didn't matter. I'd missed a full hour of trading, which, usually you're eating your lunch at your desk. So, And I remember, and it was Mo. He chewed me right out for it.
I mean, shout out to yeah. I mean, that's why I start these topics, baby. Shout out to Kyle right here, or whoever it was. Sean talking like the boss that he is. Right here, look at this. David Kyle, man, Sean, you're sounding like a trade manager, yes? Yeah, so here's real trading. I was basically the head trade manager, training everything, hiring everything for all of real trading before the show started, which is why we brought this show to you. Came over here, managed this floor, was like, whoa, we can't just have you managing one floor. Let's have you managing all of them. So I went in there, started training all those floors, and that's where it came from. So that's why, yeah, when I'm talking from the heart every single time. So that's it. And if people don't like it, and that's part of why I'm honestly still here, is because I tell people the truth. And if and some people don't like it, but anyway, it is what it is. You want to be serious about something, I don't care what it is. The reason why my daughter excels at what she does is because she's at the rink 6 hours a week and absolutely loves doing it. That's what gets her to that level. So if you're going to be a trader and do anything, that's what you have to do. All right, so here comes Apple right now. All right, we're 20 cents in. We talked about averaging into this position. Let's wait to see what winds up happening with it, and then we'll go. We'll see what happens here. So Apple, nice upside move. Let's see if it takes it out right now, going back up. IBIT, we're doing that. Tesla, I don't know, man. Do we even really want to give this back up? We could just take it out now, but it is starting to trend lower. You could see it's having a hard time going. We're still short on this one, so let's stay short and then see where we go from there. That's it. CompuCare, self-taught. Where did I start? Right here. I sat right down here in front of a screen and graduated in 1 month. Okay, so I was really lucky. My father's a refrigeration mechanic. I knew absolutely nothing about the stock market. I remember asking myself what the heck was a bid ask after even a couple days of trading. Like, what? Sitting on the train, like when I used to take public transportation, trying to figure out what was going on. And it took me, I was lucky enough, it only took me 1 month. Now on average, I think I don't know. I mean, even when I was there, we hired, the graduation rate was under 10%. I think there was 20 plus people that were hired with me and only 2 ever graduated. Then I hired Neil and a bunch of other people that came in. And as you guys...
Our group it was 22, 4 grads, but the first guy was, first guy that graded was done in he graded and was done like a month later.
So as you could see, that's where you know that the hiring manager makes a difference. Because right there, my first group, there was 4 out of 20. When that's probably way higher. I mean, the average in real trading is probably. Anyways,
first campus,
I'm probably a lot higher than that on an average. But.
The first campus group was actually...
You're welcome, Adam.
1 in 3. 1 in 3 in the first... Oh, campus was the office that
1 in 3.
That we had opened. Although, technically speaking, we had 4 guys as like a test, I think. But really, that was like...
Dirty Mike.
It was Dirty Mike, and it was basically a couple of friends of... like our first true hiring group, let's just say, was a dozen, and 4 of those graduated, 2 of which had very, very, I want to say very long careers. Both of them, one of them is still in the business, but he's beyond trading, and the other guy owns his own trading floor and has done really well. But I'll tell you this, that one trader, what did you know about those 2 guys? Our campus office at the time was part-time trading. The entire model was students would come in and trade in 2-hour shifts. The 2 guys that had the best careers, when I would do it's like you guys were signing up for slots, they were both like, hey, can we do more than one? Because the idea was you only had 1 slot in a day. And I remember every single day they were like, can we get more time in front of the screen? Can we get more? It was the 2 guys that had the best career. They were both the 2 guys that were asking that question. Patrick knows one of them as well. That was your boy, Patrick. But again, it's just, you could tell, and I remember when they walked in the door, you kind of knew that was special about them. But at the same time, we got 30 minutes to go in here. As I said, we're going to still have the market recap show. Kudos to you. I know you're not feeling under the weather with the headache. That said, make sure you do hydrate. It's a really big deal when you have headaches.
Yeah.
Like 80% of it is hydration.
I also want to show some love to you guys. Let you guys do the market recap show. I know I do it every day.
I step in every time you're not here. I always have fun with it, whether we have a guest or not. I actually don't even. It's Friday, but there's no, because usually that would have been Michael Noss, and he's still.
Yeah, well, we don't normally do a podcast. We don't.
Well, that's right. But it used to be. It used to be when we did. It used to be Michael Noss. But that's fine. Brandon and I'll be able to go back and forth. early look on the imbalances. I'll show you some individual names. I did not just get a dip buy on Google, but I'm just going to hang on till VWAP here. If it's going to run, let's have it run into VWAP. Why not? Like, it's as reasonable a target as any, and we'll try to respect that. But very, very quiet in terms of the early look individual names on the imbalances. Not a single name on this, really standing up. But at 3:30, it'll probably populate a few new ones, and then we'll give a look. See, I'm anticipating pretty much a nothing burger. Oh, CGC starting to go. I'm just going to get this thing out.
You see, this is
starting to creep at 810. I'm going to just get out in the offer.
Yeah, get it out, man. Put that money in your pocket. Okay, so right here, someone was just saying up here about why they love the show. Thank you, Adam DeLuz, and all of you right there. It was about that they've spent 20. Here it was right here. Cutco Kareem, what's up, Cutco Kareem? Sean, you're the man. Thanks for sharing your wisdom daily. I've spent over $25,000 in trading education, and we have learned more from you than all the courses I've taken. I mean, that is the reason for the show. So I say congratulations to you as well, Kareem, and everybody out there as well. Pro day trader. And that's right. Intuition, you either got it or you don't. I mean, but you got to try it out to see if you got it. And I feel like we've already talked about this over and over again. Look, I mean, I can sit here and do wax again, but I just did it, so I'm going to pass on that. If you guys want to hear more about that, we're going to do something different with the podcast. One of them I want to do is where I just spitball basically like I'm doing now, whatever I want, whenever I want, with as many cool guests as possible. So I think that could be something that we wind up doing at some point as well. The smash trade of the day that we don't have is ARM. We talked about that on the sticky note today. Hit ARM through 100 and hit it with vigor and violence. And we didn't do anything. So yeah, missed opportunity. Look, it's a huge day here, and I'm really happy with it. But that 100 break was pretty simple. Never would have gone against you. And boom goes the dynamite to the downside. But when your number one trade idea is Tesla, and it looks like this, and these are all the shorts, and it is the number one P&L around here, then we will drop down the cash and have a very, very successful day. When you short AMD a couple times and this happens and you get out right there, that's going to be hold you down for a good day. When you have a firm like this and it does this, that's going to be a good day. I'm not cherry picking. I'm going over all the symbols I have. Here's Apple. We just went. That was bad for sure. We thought when it was taking that, we'd get it. Comes back to the 200. We're finally responsible. Then we buy those dips and then it goes back up to the upside. So that's a good one. And then right here, we've talked about Shopify. And the last one on the docket here would be crypto, as IBIT starting to go this way as well. So yeah, a couple interesting names here today for me into the close. Let's see if we're able to hold tight on these. But I'm just going to stay short. And yeah, big shout out to Brendan and to Neil for holding the fort on the recap show.
We got you. Apparently, it looks like there's a bit of an issue with the feed on that early look, but I'm not really anticipating the imbalances we're going to show much anyways. And we'll be able to show you at 350. I think it's just the source that we get piped in our feed that gives us an early look on some New York symbols. Doesn't seem to be populating anything. It's not a big deal. But ARM, it's getting ugly. Jokingly, it wasn't me in the chat. Someone in the chat was like, we'll get to that 80 level today. And why has everybody been saying 80? I think it's pretty obvious. You saw what happened when it broke out that 80 level. It gets back down into here, the 70s and the 80s. This is kind of what I've been waiting for, obviously. Like I lamented, like when it got up here, I sold at half my position at 120 with the idea being that I wanted to hold the stock forever. So it's like, why would I sell it when I wasn't even all in? I had taken like a 20% initial position on the stock, so why would I sell half of it just because it happened to go up? So I'm going to be getting back into that and then building into this thing. I still think it's a good company long term. It's just like you start looking at metrics for this thing and your head starts exploding. It just made no sense at all. But limited float can do wild things. And if you've never experienced that, that's the thing. If you've never experienced watching a limited float or lower float name trade around, well then guess what? When an opportunity comes on one, you're not going to want to put the trade on. Like you just got to be real. Like watch a break. Like now I've seen Marvell try to break a low at the end of the day. I don't think I've taken one of those before. I saw how it behaved. It didn't work out, but at least I know, hey, I thought it had juice to follow through, and it might have been a pretty weak name, but this is another one that you should short the pops in. I think you're a little bit better off with sometimes the NVIDIAs of the world taking breaks or the Teslas of the world taking breaks, a little safer later in the day, but you don't know till you try. And that's pretty much anything. Oh, limited float, Bryce, just means when they went public, very small portion went public. It was like 10% of it. So, and on top of that, you've got, I'm pretty sure NVIDIA, Intel, and a couple of other of the big boys are some of the institutional shareholders, and they're not selling their shares. Like there's a bunch of people who own shares that got released that aren't even thinking about, that aren't going to be interested in selling them. So it doesn't mean it can't go down. It just means it's tricky for it to go down because there aren't a lot of people out there that aren't to buy and hold. So it's good for them, but it doesn't mean it's valued the way. The valuation makes no sense.
All right, 250, Apple, AMD. Anything you guys want me to talk about? I mean, just watching the chat here. Again, thank you, everybody, for the kind words. It definitely means a lot to me. I just hope it's not raining because I realize I got to take the kid. The reason why I'm not doing the recap show is because I have to take the kids' place.
I don't think it's supposed to rain today.
Hopefully it's not because he's golf. So
Maybe
he'll
like
be
tomorrow it might.
peed off if he doesn't get that going through. All right, what's up, Turper? That's a good question. At what spot will we buy Tesla? So for my account right now for today, like I said, we're already in it. I mean, just this position that we're in on Tesla, even right now, is enough of a P&L to be happy with if we just only had that. But we're going to wait for it now to the downside here. So if we break back down below 146 and change, we'll do that here today. So hopefully that will come down. Like I said, I don't know if it's a good day or not for many of you guys out there. But we'll have another good day here, and I'm not going to put anything on at the end of the day that's going to try to ruin that. But I think Tesla heads lower. I think all of these stocks head lower. We've been talking about that all day. I mean, you want to look at the TQQs? I mean, here's a NASDAQ chart. We've identified many of these levels many moons ago as well, and they've all broke. They're all coming down. Like this has been boom. We've looked at 18,000, man. We looked at 17.8 there. This morning we looked at 17.4 and talked about that level. This is why I'm holding the short. You know, I'm not trying to do anything that's rocket science here or anything like that. Just trying to play the momentum, holding on to the short. We've been bearish for a minute. We're going to stay bearish. And like looking into next week, I actually hear, let's have some fun right now because, again, we won't be here. The podcast is going to be airing tomorrow, so that should be a lot of fun. Definitely check that out. But I put out a tweet this morning, and I tagged everybody. There it is. Go find out the what. I mean, look how nice it was in the middle of the day. I think it's still probably pretty nice outside. No goose talk today. Thanks to over 2,000 people that have been watching. We talked about bearish. I mean, look at that. Feeling bearish again today. Written at 8 o'clock. Shout out to everybody else that was with me at that point. But here's next week's earnings lineup. So lots of stuff to talk. Lots of stuff to talk about right here. Maybe I can zoom in just a little bit. So Monday we've got here Verizon. Tesla coming on Tuesday. There's Visa, Pepsi, GE. So Tuesday we get going. It's going to be pretty much the Tesla story right there. Spotify, I sold that, thank God, a while ago. That was a 3 or 4, 5 banger there. GM probably going to be okay as they focus on hybrids. General Electric, I've sold that name as well. Meta, I sold some today. That goes Wednesday. IBM Wednesday. ServiceNow we like.
Lamb.
Boeing coming through. Yeah, Lamb is there as well.
Hate on them.
There's Ford to go back to back with GM. So next week's going to be spicy. The popular split adjusted name. I don't know if it's going to get split adjusted anytime soon, but we have Chipotle coming, which I think is July 1st or the 9th. Don't want to click on that symbol. If I'm correct on that one, then Thursday, I mean, every day is going to be big, but there's Microsoft. That's going to be really interesting as that hovers around the $400 mark. Intel there, we already know what's going to happen with that. Snapchat is there as well. And then to kick it off on Friday, you go back to back with oil names. One of my favorite names that I've been in for a minute is AbbVie. That comes there as well. And then we're switching up the format, I guess, of the recap show next week, but we have I've tagged Danielle. We've got Brian Shannon coming through. Simpler Trading we have on all the time. I do not know if Michael Noss is coming back, and Trader Tammy. So a bunch of good things happening next week. Stay tuned for more of that. Tonight, the trader recap, the market recap show, and the next week as well. So lots of big earnings, man. That's what's going to be on store or on deck for next week. Big one. It's like
it's the massive one.
Yeah, it's the massive week that we're all waiting for. But there's,
I mean, look, and it's not to say that the weeks after that aren't big as well. I mean, you didn't even say Caterpillar, which every sector is going to give you some opportunity. Like the thing about next week is you get like a little bit of everything. Like I don't care what sector you like or trade or invested in. You pretty much something you're into is reporting next week. NVIDIA does not want to go down 10%. Now, obviously, we prefer when stocks go up because we own stocks, or unless you're shorting in the short term. But if it goes SSR, it just makes it a little bit more interesting to trade on Monday. Like I'm hoping it tags 10% down for that reason, because it gives a little bit of extra spice to what you could see on Monday if there is any kind of retracement. I like that flexibility. But let's go on over to Brendan at the desk.
This segment brought to you by our friends at Trade Ideas, real-time scanning and alerting used on the desk by everyone you see on the show. See what's moving in the moment with Trade Ideas. Check out the link in the description. Scan the QR code on screen right now to save 20%.
I'm going to tweet something out right now. Like, I'm just going to show everybody, like, I really want to get out of Tesla right now because, we're $3 right now in the money as this market continues to go lower and lower and lower, but we're not out of it. And I'm just going to try to hold on for as much as we possibly can, see if we do get an end of the day push lower there. I'm trying to get out of some Apple now because I think the market's going to break lower into the end of the day. So we're already 340. It's trying to go right now. Tesla, see you later, alligator. NVIDIA as well. Let's have a quick look at that one. Now it's getting nasty. We talked about that 780 break. We should have retaken that one. We did not. That's a nasty one. IBIT continues to go downside as well. And then here comes Apple.
ARM's at 87.
Yeah, I mean
17%.
That one was not rocket science.
SMCI too. I mean, let's not leave them out. Like imagine a day where you barely even say anything about a stock being down 23%. Like sometimes that gives you a bit of perspective. Like the focus is on, rightfully so, on NVIDIA and ARM, but pretty nasty here for SMCI shareholders as well. Ivan saying, when do you think is a good price to buy Tesla? The thing about, I don't know, if your time horizon's long enough on things, I think sometimes you just like the dollar cost average and all that good stuff. I don't know that Tesla's that kind of a stock for myself personally. Like I don't know what the good news will be for it. I think basically you got to understand that for all the EVs, like the next push for growth is probably seemingly being pushed down the road. So my approach when that happened with Intel was like, okay, well I sold a bunch of my position and now I'll just push out when I want a dollar cost average into it. If I was going to buy it every quarter, maybe I don't buy it until next year. For Tesla, I don't see why if you're not going to hold 150, you aren't seeing 125 and $100. Like that's all perfectly reasonable to me, but everything's about your time horizon. I think it's a little bit easier when you have a track record, like say something like a Microsoft. It's a little easier to say, oh, I'm just going to start dollar cost averaging as a 200 period moving average. If I see that on Microsoft, I'm bidding in front of it. It's nowhere near there right now, but if it gets close, I log into my account and I put a bid down there and I buy it and I don't even think about it. But I don't think Tesla's that kind of a stock, at least not for me. I don't know. Like, I mean, I want to buy Tesla, but I would feel comfortable looking at a 200 and just throwing a bid on Amazon, and just throwing a bid on Meta, wherever they happen to be, throwing a bid on Microsoft. I did on Google when it was down there. I just don't know that Tesla, I put it in that category. It's trend down the entire way when the market was going up.
All right, we got out of our Apple there and a positive trade. I mean, I can't even believe that we're going to be net positive on that one, but we are there on Apple as it fell back in. You guys saw me. I literally offered 06 there. Oh, we got some 02s or 03s. We offered 06 and missed it, but some good outs there, near view up. We tried the long until it didn't work. So that is that. Tesla falling back in as well. We're going to wait on that. I'm just going to use 147 now as our out and just keep adjusting. This is just a big trade to end the day here. So we're happy with it, and why not? 147.711 right now. NVIDIA is now SSR.
Well, now it is.
Down $87 right now. You know, I mean, this is what it's been, man. We've been having, again, like we talked about on the Market Recap Show, day after day, guest after guest. We talked all about these moves. And there it is right now. The day is happening, and it's today, and it's Monday, and it's Tuesday as well. So get ready for next week, man. Buckle up. I did not buy more. I was getting close to not buying more. I was getting close to going in here and buying some NVIDIA. But I don't know if you guys were following me on Twitter today. I posted that I sold Meta, some of my Meta in my longer term, in my, not my long-term account, in my TFSA, raised some cash, so we sold that. That continues to go lower at low a day. We sold some Google today as well. That's basically where I sold it. That one could be a mistake, but I am well off in Google and put some money in somewhere just in case something gets worse, we can start to buy some of these dips. I'm still long. I'm still net long. Like in my long-term account, I'm probably sitting on like 10% cash. You know, so something like that. But that's what that is. And this is, of course, just my own talk right here. And I am the worst investor of all time. So you don't worry about that. I'm just letting you know.
You can't be bad as long as you hold.
No, I'm bad. So yeah, but you're right. So I think holding is fine. So that would be great. I wish I had done that. But for right now, that's what we're doing. IBIT is starting to go even lower right now. So we are in that one. Good trading here. Hopefully that falls down. I mean, not hopefully. Again, we're long Bitcoin. I'm not selling like Cardano, Bitcoin. I'm not selling any of that stuff. I mean, we did sell some of it, but I'm not. That stuff we're not getting out of. All right, here we come. Let's see what happens here. Downside movement. IBIT and Tesla into the close. We're here. We're there. I know. I hired Neil. I know, but it doesn't mean I can hire everybody else. Shout out to Pro Day Trader right there. NVIDIA is SSR on Monday. So just to answer your question there, Rob EV, you have to go 2 days.
One print, all it takes is one tick underneath 10%. A single print and the stock goes 10%, and it's that day and the following session, the uptick rule is in effect. And if you think, some people are like, oh, it's frustrating when you can't hit the bid to go short. Well, 20 years ago, you couldn't do that on any NASDAQ stock. Like there was a point where the uptick rule existed for every stock on the NASDAQ. Imagine if the last print wasn't green, you can't hit the bid to go short. It made it very interesting. Sometimes when a stock was flushing, getting into position was way different than it is now. Like now, stock's going lower, just hit the bid and you're good to go, as long as you've got locates. Back then, they called them bullets.
Yes, they did.
I don't know if that was a nickname you guys used. I was like, that's a weird name. But you paid for bullets to be able to get around the uptick rule. It was like a thing that you actually paid for to be able to do. And then once you had it, then you could actually hit the bid, and it was valuable if we're trending down. So it's getting nasty, obviously. It's been nasty. Remember when I said, is there a chance that we could hold 2%? If we had put a poll up, I have no idea how it would have played out, but we didn't hold 2%. We're now down 2.5% on the NASDAQ, as I'm watching ARM get to that 85. The good news, though, at least it was the right call to get out of Marvell. Like everything's cracking. Marvell is holding this $62 level. Might be something to this level. Just means it's a chance to break on Monday, I suppose. You can always look at it both ways. I think there's a chance there. Eli Lilly's apparently down. A lot of things are down today. You know, you can do that game of this is down that much. I think the more interesting thing sometimes on a day like today is to just do like a little bit of a channel check on what didn't get wrecked. Like what are the things that you might have thought would have a weak day, but kind of held up pretty well. That's why we're noting Bitcoin at 64,000 feels kind of decent, that it really didn't do much off that 65 fail. So I'd hold that up as a pretty good sign for BTC, but then you got the halving to deal with. NVIDIA. Oh my goodness.
46.50.
I just keep looking at NVIDIA and ARM and
46.70.
SMCI, and it's like, you've got to be kidding me. That's absolutely nasty. When was the last time we saw something like this? I can't even think of it where you probably had this coming and then SMCI just threw gasoline on the fire this morning. Mara went up today. Yeah, that's a good one. Nicholas Hughes. That's a great example of Mara. 9% up. Bitcoin's doing nothing. It's bouncing off support. It's got a decent short float. Everyone said the halvening was bad for them. Well, that seemingly, I would suggest, maybe they priced it in and you're getting a little bit of a bounce, back above the 200-period moving average. You come in on Monday, and if you didn't notice that, like if you didn't scan a bunch of stocks, then you might miss that on Monday, and then you have an opportunity at a bounce play. At least in your back pocket, you can have it.
Yeah, we indicated that Mara trade has a great opportunity down there at 14.50. I hope some of you took that about on Monday or Tuesday. Great opportunity there to get that money back in. Today we also had some nice positive. Man, I am exhausted, boy. What a busy week, man. Podcasts, all of this going back and forth here. Lack of sleep. Officially proud to announce that, of course, yesterday after going back-to-back tryouts, she is now a Rep A player for her 3rd year ever playing hockey. So I think I'm pretty proud of her. I couldn't be more happy with that one. I got to get my other guy on the PGA Golf Tour, apparently. We're going there tonight. That should be a lot of fun. I'm so happy that my kid golfs now. Like, that's going to be such an amazing opportunity to, like, bond with him and everything. So I'm really happy to be able to take him there. Although, you're going to get, I think it's going to be, I mean, Neil and Brendan will do a bang-up job on the market recap show, but I did misplan that. Plus, I didn't realize we had a recap show today. So we'll be doing that. So we'll see you guys on Monday again. All right, so I'm just going to wait out here for TSLA. There's really not much happening. We have these imbalances coming out right now. You guys know where my stop orders are. I'm not worried about imbalances for Bitcoin because, you know, that's not going to matter. Well, there'll be exact balances for IBIT.
Actually, that's true. But
okay, and then
small.
we'll just go here and sort by the size because here it comes out right now. All right, Enbridge. What's up, Enbridge? I pay my bill, pay my bill. Enbridge every day seems to be on there. Lyft on there as well. We'll get that number soon to see what we come out as. But it looks like the market is flat-ish.
Not moving.
On that. So
don't see anything.
Pfizer, a buy. Yeah, that's about it.
Lyft moved for a 1.7 buy. Lyft didn't even move more. It moved 2 cents off the bottom. So if you want to talk about, yeah, the buy imbalance that is, what, 20% of the day's volume can't even get this thing off the low. They're another one that got, maybe they're just going to follow Uber. Uber had a bad day as well. It'd be nicer if that one could hold up, but that's another stock. Uber's just another stock which is losing major support. But we talked about what are names that you like on a dip that are probably, hey, if it gets down there, I'm just going to pick them up. Uber would fall into that category at a 200-period moving average. And again, when I say Uber would fall into that category, does not mean I'm assuming it's going to get there next week or anything. But look at the 200-period on the daily. Pull out your weekly charts too. Like, you find some levels on those that are fantastic. But the $58, $55 to $58 level looks pretty solid on Uber. But as it's going down, I know a trend reversal, like, you don't have to be an expert to see a trend reversal like that. And when you see that, you got to favor, usually you favor the short when you see something like that happen on your charts. So Lyft, Uber, obviously I like Uber, not really a fan of Lyft at all. ARM, did ARM have an imbalance or something? I didn't see it.
I didn't notice.
But that is the healthiest candle ARM has had all day. I know it's not that much, but I mean, ARM hasn't done that at any point today. I didn't see ARM on the imbalance, but it did spike.
Same, I didn't.
I mean, Apple's 1.2 to sell. That's the only thing over $1 million that matters. Sun runs up as $1 million imbalance. Lyft, I guess, but it didn't move. Yeah, I don't see anything on ARM, but it did make a decent bounce. I could sort it by A, but really.
Let me check on Shopify here quickly. So Shopify does bounce upside. Yeah, you can see.
No, you can go to Sean. I'm just scanning for the heck of it. It probably didn't have one.
Yeah, maybe not. Shopify there. Okay, there's Tesla. So we take that out. It is, to end that trade, a $2.84 winner. So we'll go bang on what was, and again, highlighted here for you. Tweeted out this morning, trade idea, and I even mentioned it. This is my trade idea number 1, and it was Tesla. It was a short, and it's PL1, and it's not even close. So just to tell you alone here, and we're not going to give away P&Ls or anything like that, but the amount of money that we made on Tesla is more than any other net. So that's, like, we're really happy with that one. Tesla goes all the way to the downside, and we often talk about that. When you have a feel for something, hit it and do well on it, and we did that. And we also did it for AMD. AMD, a huge move to the downside. Wish we had it all day. We did give that up. NVIDIA as well. The strength in this name was not apparent today at all. So we're going to have to wait to see what winds up happening here right now for NVIDIA. But it's trying to bounce off that 750. That could be a level that we come into play with tomorrow. So 750, be very, very careful there. NVIDIA is a beast. I feel like we don't trade it that much, but when we do, we do it pretty well. So NVIDIA.
Well, I don't mind not trading today because I felt it's the top of my list for 2 days in a row has been ARM.
Right,
Like, I knew,
same
like,
as mine.
I knew ARM. Like the thing about ARM is when it falls, there's actually the reason you like it more is there's fundamental reasons why it just fall further than the others. Like that's to me the thing. It's like when it starts falling, I can't imagine who should want to be on this bid until $80. But by the way, there actually was an imbalance on ARM of 300,000.
Oh, okay.
So I know 300,000 is not a lot compared to 26 million shares that it's done. But when you talk about an imbalance, you can't only focus on the amount of volume it's done. You should also look at the liquidity available on the stock. So when you see what the liquidity looks like on ARM when you trade it, you understand like this thing doesn't do. Like you don't see prints of thousands of shares on ARM. I know it's done millions, but that's a decent imbalance. And I've never even seen this thing have an imbalance of more than 100,000. So it was abnormal. Probably some shorts covering, I would assume. And they're like, oh, buy imbalances, just get out or throw it into the auction kind of thing. Because if you were in this sucker, it didn't give you a lot of reasons to get out, which is why I always say you can do better. And one of the first things we went over is I don't mind getting out of trades. It's when you don't get back in. Like I shorted it 5 times today, but it's this one that you don't take, that one that you don't take. I don't know about that, but definitely here, that's a short that I know I can have because it shows me the level, and that's a setup that I'm gonna like. It gives you a bit of a barcode, it fails underneath, it then breaks down and gives you a reasonable risk to reward trade, which is in my wheelhouse, but I didn't take it. 355, well, that's right. I'm gonna go set up at the desk. I actually haven't logged in there in a while. I'll probably just use your layout, which would be absolutely easy, I would assume. Get the trade ideas up, and we're gonna have the rundown show like normal. But look, it's been a wild week. Don't forget, you're gonna have multiple big names are gonna be SSR on Monday morning. I think that could make, I'd expect there to be some ridiculous candles at 9:30 on all 3 of those names. I'm talking about SMCI, ARM, and NVIDIA, the 3 ones that are 10% down. I would not be surprised if the first move isn't a really, really big candle to the upside or some kind of like false break and then a reversal. But if the trend continues short, you might have to be really, really careful about it on Monday morning. But hopefully it doesn't rain for you for golf.
Yeah, no.
I think that's pretty cool, man. Because I know you have a passion for golf yourself, so getting to be able to do it with
Yeah, I got to golf more often, man. I think I golfed like 3 or 4 times last year.
Well, the boys went. I don't know.
Get out of
You should
here,
have gone
go
with
set it
them.
up.
The boys, Patrick and the guys went.
But remember, I have the market recap.
I know, but I don't know what time they tee off. I have no idea. I'm not a golfer. I don't know.
Yeah, it's okay. Like we said, we'll be changing all of that. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna be going golfing. Hopefully a lot more this year. Brendan and I talked about that. Hopefully we'll be able to get out there and go. My guy BPI back here, we're gonna hit the link a couple times as well. So we're really excited to do all that. As it goes, I mean, right now today, even in Toronto, actually it's nice out. It's 15 degrees. That's nice, and of course that is Celsius, not Fahrenheit. Often we talk about that, and then people are like, "What the hell is this maniac talking about? 15 degrees? You ain't going golfing in there." But here, that's not bad, 15 degrees Celsius, something in and around 58, 60, something like that. All right, we're out of everything. We can just sort of recap it all right now. I mean, there's the out of Tesla. It broke lower. We had that. That was a pretty good one. The imbalancers are flipping around a little bit here as we go. It was $1.5 billion to sell. Visa, everything coming in. TJX, JP Morgan, Intel with a sell here as well. Energy names. Whoops, that's WTRG. Where's Whoa. Where's XOM? I gotcha. There's XOM today. Oops, that's not XOM. That's WTRG. XOM today still up 1.16%. So we can have a quick look at USO just to see what United States Oil Fund wound up doing today. It was pretty funny early. Like, I don't know what's up with this, but we talked about this when I walked in, or when I woke up, I think oil was up 3 or 4%, something like that. And then it just came cranking back in there thankfully, we haven't heard anything yet worse about any of the conflict. But at some point, oil, and especially around here, we just saw the price of gas go way up because of summer fuel mix. So apparently it's a little more expensive on the refining side. So that's what we're waiting for right now. But with only 2 minutes left, let's have a check on the biggest and the baddest today, of course, as we'll sit here and look at what's not a friend of mine today because we are in NVIDIA in our long-term portfolio, but nicely done, down 10%. So congratulations to those of you that were bearish today. We'll end the day near the high for the day for us. We did give some shares back, or we did give it up a little bit in Apple, although not much happened. We were still positive on the stock, so there's that. IBIT, we will wind up down on this stock today. Trading crypto, it was this play right here. I don't know why I got so excited and thought that it was going to hold this level, but it didn't. So that trade kind of sucked. That's 30s. That's an average of 40. That's a 50. And that's an out at 50. So about a 20-cent loss or so there on IBIT. We didn't have enough confidence to put enough shares back into it, but we did make some money back on this short, then on this short again. So that turned out to be okay. The other name was Shopify, a nice little bid opportunity there. I want to buy some Shopify on Monday if it's exact weaker again. Tesla, we did get out. Let's see where that is. Netflix, just to wrap up what was a very interesting day in the markets, needless to say, as Netflix, watch your head there, Adara. Netflix down 9. I'm not sure if this one went SSR. It probably did. Oh, SSR right here. No. Okay, so it did not. All right, that's strange. Down to 552 at one point or the other. It's been probably 8 months since I've hit this button, but we are going to have the countdown up right now in just a matter of time. In only 10 seconds left, the countdown will begin, and we have Adara on the bell. Looking pretty red there, Adara, but pretty purple with you. Purple's kind of like a neutral color, so that's pretty good. 2 and 1. I guess purple leans more red than green, I guess, right? So nailed it today. Does it, Adara? I don't know. Oh, half red. Okay. I think you're being nice there. Purple is a combination of blue and red. See, that's where, like, when I say stuff like that, my kids are like, wow, yeah, man, this, but like, you guys know that I should have known that. All right, so this is part of it. All right, I'm really pleased to be able to do this with you guys every single day, but I'm also pleased as punch to send it over, wrap my weekend up on a Friday, finally at 4 p.m., and go over to the two hardest working guys in the business. It's Neil and Brendan. Kill them with kindness.
Are we going to be kind about the market? Thanks, Sean. Enjoy it for sure, brother. And like I said, I hope it doesn't rain so you get to have a good round in there with Baron. That's pretty cool, man. Just before we get into it, I just want to say, like, obviously I've known Sean for a while. Like, Baron, I remember Baron when he was a little kid. Like, the idea of him holding a golf club, it's like, I don't need reminders that I'm old, but when I see, like, Gia playing hockey and I see Baron holding a golf club, it's like, and I see Baxter in university starting his own company. Oh, for the love of God, I'm old. But
time is accelerating as we go by.
But Brendan, days like today, before we get into this, we talked about traders and the floor and experiencing the markets. Days like today, if you get to witness a 10% down day on NVIDIA, a 22% down day on SMCI, 18 or whatever it was on ARM, we'll get into some other names individually, you get the equivalent of a week's worth of market experience watching the tape and watching level 2 and watching reads. You get like a week's worth of it in a single session.
It's different.
And sometimes even just one afternoon. So like days like today are special for traders. And I remember like you want to be glued to your seats. But we got a lot.
But like those are the days that typically something different ends up happening over the next coming days and weeks. So whether that was the turn or not at the top of the overall market will remains to be seen. We'll show you the weekly charts here coming up, but here's just a sector overview for everyone to wrap up the day. Like I said, we came on at 2 o'clock here this afternoon. I mean, without the banks today, this is a lot worse for the overall market. I mean, a lot of strength in the banking group at the end of the session. I mean, even retail names outside of Amazon, obviously. Some of the discretionary names positive on the day. But without this, like this move is a lot worse today in the market.
Well, this is what we sort of talk about when it comes to diversification and what that actually means and where you might hide or why, as you guys mentioned on the podcast, on an early dip buy that you might consider the Dow just a little bit better than an early dip buy in the Qs or the SPY because there's a lot of things at least contained in the Dow that are going to be a little bit more defensive, right? So, it's interesting to see like Lilly was down, but like healthcare, some of the healthcare names did pretty well today, actually catching some bids in there. And you have to remember, it seems like forever ago, but the banks just reported. Like we just got all of them reporting to start earnings season, and their numbers were strong. So it's easy to forget this.
Context.
Last
Context
week
is key.
and then early this week, the banks all reported strong. JP Morgan even gave you, and JP Morgan even pulled back.
Yep.
So on strong earnings, JP pulled back. So when everyone exits tech, where is money going to go? Oh, so you're going to tell me that we're rolling over in the chip names and JP Morgan just pulled back 10% after a good quarter? You hit a couple of buttons and money goes in one hand and then, out one hand and then into the other.
Across the aisle on your screen. We're going to have Adara jump on here with us in a couple of minutes, but I want to recap the overall markets real quick. Ramin, I did set up the topics if you want to push that button. That's an ugly chart. That's the SPY. There goes 500 on the SPY, and then some down to 495 is where we end the day. That's a weekly chart, remember? So pretty ugly few candles accelerating to the downside. Let's do 3 Qs, not 2. There's the NASDAQ, the Q's big ugly red candle, 420 comes and goes on the way back down. This is key, as we were saying, heavy volume even into the close there to the downside for the NASDAQ. So do we get some continuation coming up next week? Remains to be seen. Heavy volume here on the DIA, the Diamonds ETF for the Dow. Also to the downside. So that's kind of the lay of the land as far as what happened today. And then the overall week, 3 weeks in a row, red here, it's getting ugly.
Oh, it's definitely getting ugly. But as we said, like there are those kernels of strength. Like you showed a weekly chart there on the SPY. Well, I'll counter with a weekly on XLF. We talked about the financials being pretty good. And then if we could pull up the chart here, on bad earnings, right, at the end of the day, good earnings, I should say, you did have a pullback, and today it found a bid. And what I love, I always love to see this happen, technically speaking, when you find support where you want it, right? So 40 was a pretty big level when it broke out. And actually, I don't know if it was the last time I did the market recap show, but it was certainly around this time. Mike and Loss and I were both talking about this breakout XLF, when it had a 38 break with a 37, which was previous resistance, and the move was to 40. Well, the dip on earnings was to 40 just now. And there's a name that you saw in there on the when you had the entire market board up that was strong, and it was Berkshire Hathaway. And remember, Apple's been getting crushed, and Berkshire was still having a strong day today.
Yeah.
So, you always look for those kernel strength. I don't know if we're at dip buy spots yet technically on the SPY and the Qs, but you did hit one on the XLF, and then it did what you'd expect, which is make a bit of a bounce.
I want to get your thoughts on that coming up here. Sean and I were talking about this on the podcast going back a couple of weeks ago, but the way you approach what is to come, not only into the remainder of this year, but maybe even next, I think is going to be key. So let's touch on that before we head out for the weekend. But I just saw somebody posted this candle, this is a weekly chart again, of NVIDIA, is, what was it, 213 billion in market cap. Comes out of NVIDIA today, so that's not nothing. But as promised, you have the buttons over there, I think. Let's go to, I guess we just did the Bears win thing. Let's go to Miss Adara, there you go, was live for the first time this week.
Hi, guys.
And I have to, hey, Adara, I have to give her props right out of the gate here because there's a very common occurrence that happens when somebody goes from TMS to live around here, and that is they throw everything they've done up until that point out the window, and they start doing just random nonsense because they get very, very nervous about being live. And I'm sure you can attest
Why are
to
you sugarcoating it? I mentioned this to you, Adara, one of the mornings we were in early together.
Yeah.
I think it was the first day you went live. I said you have a small shutdown when you start. I was shut down 7 days in a row.
Exactly. No, but my point was
not down.
She showed no signs of nerves, no signs of any kind of difference whatsoever. So congratulations, week number 1. Tell us how it went.
Yeah, well, first of all, thank you guys for that. I think one thing, too, to keep in mind is I was in the sim for like 6 months, so I did have a little bit longer.
That's actually not long.
Really?
Just FYI.
Okay, I feel better about that now. Okay, that's good to know. But yeah, I think that the biggest thing for me that I noticed is I think just sticking with what works the best, right? So I think for me, knowing that I consider myself to be a range trader and a scalper, when I just kind of tried to stick with that was when I was the most comfortable. And then when I was trying to hold on to stuff for longer, that's where it got a little bit more, when it went more awry. And then I was kind of learn from that and try to tamp down those instincts. But I think the hardest thing is just trying not to trade the P&L, because it's hard when it's real. You kind of want to trade based on P&L a little bit more. But I'm just trying to, I guess, stick to what worked in the sim.
What I would say is I have one suggestion, only because a lot of trainees used to do this, and I know I did it myself, and maybe it's why I got shut down 7 days in a row when I first started out, because I did want to, and the simulator wasn't that good back then. So like the fills weren't as realistic, so there wasn't as much value in being in the sim for a long time. I think I was in the sim for 2 days in retrospect. So my first 7 shutdowns were like within my first 10 days of trading. That said, if you don't have your net up, I find that can be good, because what you want to do, I've seen you with a lot of really good ideas, and I'll look over and I'll say, that's a really, really good entry. And then maybe you'll scalp it out or you'll take it out, but it's like, that was like, I think you had an A+ there, but maybe if you're trading the net, you don't hold it as much. And I think a lot of us do this. We talked about FOMO today. But kudos to you for sticking to your guns. My one question to you would be, what's your biggest takeaway from this week? Whether it's something that worked, maybe it's a trade that didn't work, or something you didn't do enough of, or something you want to do more of. What is your biggest learning point this week?
That's a really good question. I think one of them, in terms of trades to just talk about, I think NVDL, so I was using that to trade NVIDIA. I think to me, I had this one level today that I was looking at. I think it was like maybe the equivalent of 807 or the 805 area on NVDA, but I know it was 3240 on NVDL. I had it lined up. I was taking shorts off this level. And the one time I took my eye off it, that was when it had that big break, and that's when NVIDIA broke below 800, right? So I think as someone who, I like to look at my little micro ranges and trade off of specific levels, if I want to do that, I have to keep my eye on those levels, right? So instead I was trying to scalp an IBIT short that just wasn't really as well conceived. So I think my biggest takeaway with using the example of that trade is, if I like a level, if I consider myself to be a trader taking off of this level, I need to be keeping my eyes on that, because when you take your eyes off it, that's when it's going to hit.
Was there one thing maybe that you weren't expecting, between being in TMS or being in a simulator versus being live, that kind of caught you off guard?
Yeah, I think one thing is, this is a really good question. I think maybe the biggest difference is the type of stocks I was trading, because I usually traded a lot more of the Meg 7s, but I think maybe the difference was that I actually felt like I don't know how to put this. I think I did better in the live, and I think it was because I was taking it more seriously. Not that I wasn't taking the sim seriously, but I think because I knew I had less buying power and I knew I had a shutdown, I think I was a lot more diligent in my trades. And so I think that was why I actually think I had a better week this week in terms of just P&L and losses on the live than I have had in the sim in a really long time. So I think, oddly enough, I think it went, I'm trying to find a way to word this, but I think the biggest difference was just that I feel like, because I think I was really worried about it going badly, I think I tried to use that to have it go okay. So I don't know if that makes any sense, but I think maybe that's where I'm like talking in circles over here.
100%. No, okay. Perfect.
I got to point out one thing. As you mentioned on NVDL, that one particular level, I always say this takeaway is important when you're going over your trades. Whether you were there or not, sitting down, in Adara's defense, because she won't defend herself on this, you're very, very busy during the day. Most traders, they're going to be sitting at their desk the entire day, and they might not miss that level. You're doing a lot of things for us, and I think it's not an excuse, it's just the absolute truth. But you did identify literally there's a lot of good short entry levels, but it is literally the best short entry in terms of risk to reward and acceleration through that price. So whenever that happens, traders have a tendency to love to evaluate based on their P&L. And then if you had a good idea and you missed it for whatever reason, well, you don't have a P&L to reflect it. So you've got to make a note. When you journal, you're like, I had the right level. Okay, well, how would I have managed it when I got into it? It probably went faster than you would have expected. So when you're evaluating, just do not forget some of the things that, maybe you missed a trade. If you keystroke error a trade and get out too early, still try to grade how you would have done on it, because all these mental reps, man, it's just, you can't get enough of them. And I love how passionate you are about the markets. And you're in here early, Brendan. You know, like Adair was the first person. Like I remember it used to be like we used to be the first people in the door. Adair was the first person in this office on a daily basis.
We know you're on a bit of a time crunch, so we'll let you get going. But congratulations, first week live in the books. Get set, because next week is going to be wild, so strap in. But congratulations, have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday.
Awesome. Thank you guys too.
All right, there's so much in the way of earnings we can touch on. Netflix maybe to start things off, but there's so much in the way of earnings to come next week. We want to give you a little bit of a tee up as to what to expect, because it's right out of the gate Monday and then Tuesday. I mean, Tesla, I got to be honest, I'm really scared about Tesla. It's going into the weekend here. It's not good. This is Netflix. If you missed it, first off, just to kick it off here, after the close yesterday, the initial reaction is higher. This was a trade way up here at 641. We come all the way back down and then some on the forecast, and they specifically alluded to their concerns about the consumer and spending and whether or not they can keep up this rate at which they are currently getting subscribers. And if you missed it again, it was the biggest net sub add number for Netflix since 2020 in a quarter. Yeah. That's huge. But today, obviously, pretty red.
Well, I mean, they're basically telling you that sub growth is going to head the other direction.
Yeah.
It's going to stop.
Yeah.
Like it's all well and good to say we're a more mature company. We want to be based on the other metrics and the more important metrics for mature companies, profits, all that other good stuff. You guys know what it is. However, the timing at which you do it is usually going to be something that's beneficial. Like you don't just decide to do that at any old moment. You're going to do it when you think it's the right time, when you've peaked on that number, and now it's not going to matter as much, or you don't want to have to show it. The good news for them is that the ad-supported tier has had good, like the advertising revenue has a lot of room to grow. They got a lot of availability and chances to grow there. It's in the early stages, so long term it's probably fine. But let's be real for a second. You look at a weekly chart of this, and you show me any growth company that has a chart looking like this for a couple of years, right? That goes into a big seed change like that, and that isn't going to pull back. And when you look back at this, 420, 430, 440. Like that would be with the weekly trend if we were to pull back in. You could point out the 470 to 500 level is more reasonable, but if it went deeper than that on a weekly chart, that's the kind of thing that doesn't even scare long-term investors. They're profitable when everybody else in the space isn't. I think we're past the point that Netflix is going to drop from $630 to $200 and get cut by 60 to 70%. You just had to be perfect. You got a kink in the armor. I think long-term it looks like it's going to be fine. Personally, as a shareholder, when that weekly 200-period moving average comes in, I'm a buyer on the weekly. Whether it gets down there rapidly or slowly, it doesn't really matter to me. I think it's going to be fine when it comes to that the advertising tier, because the advertising dollars always go somewhere.
Yeah.
And linear TV's dead, and Netflix is figuring it out.
It's one of those things as well where there's so many options now. They have to make it good to compete. I was just double checking on there. Yeah, it's still trading 50 times, and that will be updated as of close. So their PE right now 50 for Netflix, which is obviously well off where
Still needs to come back.
Where it's been in the past as well. I mentioned this before, but I want to touch on the simple sense of, I made the decision going back to, I think it was a week ago or 2 weeks ago, and I mentioned this on the podcast. Given the conditions that we're in, given the uncertainty surrounding interest rates, given the uncertainty surrounding inflation going forward, the election in the US coming up, yada, 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 global, macroeconomic concerns, I'm no longer going to buy stocks this year that are going down. And I even put it this way, and shout out to Michael Noss, I want to see happy faces on charts before I start, putting my money back to work. I'm no longer going to sit and try to stand in front of things that are just going down until there's a little more clarity and certainty in the way the world is. So Sharif and I were having a conversation about Tesla today because, I mean, Tesla's Tuesday, we have to remember.
Oh, goodness.
And that's going to be a little bit of a heart attack. I wanted to mention this real quick, and let's go through these real quick because there's so many of them. Here's Spotify. We'll get that Tuesday before the open. Here's another one, obviously, big, ugly red candle to the downside. So SPOT coming up. Again, Tuesday before the open. There's GM before the open. There's UPS before the open. There's GE before the open. Guys, next week is the week. But yeah, let's stop at Tesla and just think about this for a second because there it is down there, the 23rd after the close.
So personally, like I have my approach in my personal account is I have things in buckets. The overall market, I have a core position in the overall market. When I have money that goes in, a portion of that goes into, and it's been the Qs lately, but it was the SPY before, and recently, actually, some of it went into the Dow. But it buys the index, and I don't care. I don't try to time it or anything like that. I'm just once a month I'm buying it.
Same.
You leave it in there. And then I have a bucket of these are the stocks that are like the core holdings of the quality that I like, right? Like my, that'll be like my Microsofts, my Googles, and my Apples, and my Caterpillar, my Procter, and there's those. Then there's the ones that I think are like more like long-term bet kind of things, where I'm not putting a huge amount of money into it, but I like the upside of it.
Sure.
Intel was in that bucket. So I would argue that up until some point, I don't remember exactly when this was true of EVs, but at some point near the end of last year, Tesla for me became the other thing. Like it's not like one of those, I still own a bunch of shares of it and I'm not really selling anything because I already did some selling. So I'm like, okay, fine, I already did the selling I was gonna do. But it's the kind of stock where, like, as you said, the overall trend, like you can pull back, but the overall trend on most of the things that we own and feel secure about, they're really good on a weekly chart.
Yeah.
Tesla's is not.
It's not.
Tesla's is not on a weekly chart.
It's broken.
That is a broken chart.
Yeah.
And I've said this about Alibaba.
Yeah.
I am done with putting Alibaba in some kind of a value category as well. It is now a shot play. Then until it shows me strength, I'm not putting another dime in it.
Yeah.
And I put Tesla into that category. Now, obviously, when you say things like this, if they have a good quarter, shocks everybody with maybe margins improving, which would be probably surprising to everybody, good margin number and not a lot of disappointment that makes it look good, and it still tanks on that, maybe it gets to a level where I'm like, I just like the fundamental numbers enough, and it's down at like $120. It's not impossible, but it would take a lot for me not to wait for some kind of.
It's amazing that we're even having this conversation about 130, 125, 120 on Tesla.
What were the margins? 8% last time?
No, but it started the year at like $100 higher than where we are now. So yeah, Tuesday, guys, strap in because we're getting Tesla earnings. So what do the deliveries be like? What is the forecast on deliveries? Because that's what everyone's talking about right now, is that demand has shifted.
Yes.
I read another note today about Toyota putting even more resources to work on the hybrid side because that initial first adopter crowd has already moved to EV land, and now it's the people that are still on the fence and waiting that they have to convince to come over to
If you live in a southern
EV
state,
land.
and like, not that I do, but I've spent time in Texas. I have family in Florida. I go to Florida every single year. My father and brother lived in Florida for a few years. If I'm anywhere near a place where there's realistic possibility that you got to evacuate and power goes out and stuff, I would have a hybrid. I'm not getting a fully electric vehicle. And I know there's a lot of, and the people that are passionate about it, as you said, they've already done it.
Yeah.
And everybody else, it's like they're waiting. Now they're really waiting. They're waiting for solid state batteries. They're waiting for the prices to get reasonable. They're waiting for just energy security. All these different things is what they're waiting for. And the earliest example of that, I think, was when Ford and GM have started diverging from each other a bit. And I think you not just that, but I mean Toyota as well. Yeah. And you start to see like the names that had the legacy in there and were still putting up numbers with their legacy started to do a little bit better. So I think the hybrids are going to be good for a while. Not that I'm.
I agree. I agree.
I don't know. You getting a hybrid?
I might. I don't know. We'll see.
I think I'm basically going to go. I'm going to stay with my my burners until I go fully electric. I don't know if I'll ever play the middle, to be honest with you.
All right. I mean, the list is very, very long. There's this one. This is Boeing. That's going to be notable. Wednesday before the open, this thing's absolutely destroyed the share, and rightfully so on doors and whatnot. falling off of airplanes, as has been much discussed. Let's just go right to Meta, because that's going to be so key. Wednesday after the close, we get Meta. We are down here after market right now, so we're already, I mean, testing some of these gap levels on Meta.
Yeah, but you know what? Like, if you start looking, when you start covering these groups, the reason why Meta gets into the category that they do is because they print money, you know, and when you, then you start to think about the fact that, okay, well, with Meta, are you really as worried about geopolitical in China? But not as much. I mean, I start to think of what are the things that I put it in the category of if I see it back at $400, there's just going to be a bid there.
Yeah.
You know, if on the weekly chart, if I see the 50, there's going to be a bid there because Meta's into that bucket for me. But
the only concern right now, I think, is valuations, because the inflation and interest rate argument has been, you know, blasted into 2025 at this point, it would appear. So that's the only thing.
But you can't wait till they start cutting. And the other thing is, when we start talking about geopolitical, and I understand, like, not to get into any of the actual issues that are going on, but historically speaking, big cap, quality tech with good cash flow is usually defensive when we have geopolitical issues.
Sure.
So typically speaking, when it's not just oil and defense names, the money usually goes into things like Meta, and I mean, and Apple would be in that category typically, but then they have consumer in China. Meta gets in there. So like, I don't think that's really changed. I think the difference why that's not happening now is just how ridiculous the runs have been. I mean, Meta at the beginning of 2023, the beginning of last year, was $150 stock.
Crazy.
Right? And it's now $500.
It's crazy.
So like, don't be shocked if advertising numbers aren't what you think or what we're expecting, if Meta sees a 450 on it. Like, just don't be surprised at that. But at the same time, there'll be zero panic in me. I'll just be seeing some opportunities to get some money to work.
All right, Thursday then, the big day. I mean, wow. Microsoft, Google, Intel, Snap, Roku. I mean, Western Digital has been on a tear as well. But the big one is going to be Thursday again. All of big tech essentially coming. Apple, we have to wait for another week. That's the one-off. But I mean, Google, much discussed, has had a great year as well. Microsoft basically sitting right now at this 400 level going into next week when we get earnings. So, so much to come. I don't want to stay here too long because it's Friday and everybody has things to do and places to go. And Ramin's had a long day, so we want to get her into the weekend. But PCE we get on Friday. That's going to be so key for the overall market. And this inflation story, I was saying to Sharif this morning, you know, if we get an uptick on PCE after back-to-back inflation readings that have also been, you know, moving higher, I think this conversation of the next move is up, not down, really starts to take hold. I think that's, like, at this point, there's enough people that are conceding you might not actually get a cut this year that you're 100% right. Yeah. Like, that would be the thing that would actually move us and have us caring about what's next for the Fed, would be something that scares them enough that they would need to raise. And that's just not coming. I'm still of the mind that I don't see anything that's that bad that they would raise. I can see them keeping rates where they are. I would be shocked if they actually If we see a 4 handle on CPI.
It's an election year, though. And I know they're not supposed to be political about it, but it's an election year.
But their mandate is inflation.
I know that's true, but I don't trust
employment.
any of that stuff, man. It's an election year. Are they going to raise rates? My simple point is, where's the line? Yeah, that's a good question.
At some point, he has to say, this is going too far, and we have to step in and do something. So.
And I like you, Jerome. I'm just saying. I don't think he has the stones to raise rates in an election.
We shall see. Happy Friday, all. Hey, we didn't push the week ahead, whatever. We talked about the week ahead in...
Well, that's my bad.
Throughout the entire show. Have a wonderful weekend, all. Join us next week. It's going to be, again, the biggest of the big earnings week. We get GDP, a preliminary look. We get PCE, as we said, ahead of the Fed. So happy weekend.
Cheers.